And welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for day 2 of the SCG test match. Yesterday, we didn't get to see a huge amount of play due to bad light and a little bit of rain. The good news is the rain should be staying away for today. Hopefully, I haven't just jinxed that. But the problem that we've still got a little bit is the bad light. Already, the lights are starting to come on at the SCG. It is 10 a.m. So hopefully, they shouldn't play factor into the rest of this test match for at least today anyway. They've got to get through, I believe, what was it? They have to get through. Is that what that says? Okay, 98 overs they've got to get through today, they've said. 10 a.m. is when it's going to be starting, which is actually right now. Then alongside that, they play till 2:30 New Zealand time. So this is a 2.5 hour session that we have got for ourselves. Just around the corner, Usman Khawaja sitting there, 54 runs, 121 deliveries. We did see the dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne very late in the first day, and it was actually the final ball of day 1 that he was dismissed on. Now Steve Smith, he will be at the non-strikers end. Rabada the bowler, we are ready to go for day 2 of the SCG test, and it's going to be left alone straight away by Khawaja outside of his off stump. What we'll do is we'll get the scoreboard updated. There we go. Hey, Hamish says, good. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. I just hope we get more cricket than we did yesterday. I think is the best way of looking at today. We want to see at least 90 overs, if not more. The rain, like I mentioned, it shouldn't be too much of a factor. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be a 90% chance that it's raining in Sydney. And then Saturday's actually 60% chance. But today, it's just windy. So hopefully that will... That was weird. My Wi-Fi just completely cut out, but now it's back, which is good news. But I think the Wi-Fi might be a little bit dodgy today, so there may be a stage where we have to reset the modem. Hopefully it is a little bit later rather than sooner. And also, howdy, says Xavier Brown. Welcome in, mate. You're also doing very well. And are you streaming some of the Black Caps game today or tonight? Probably not today. We did do a little tiny bit of it while there was a rain break between South Africa and Australia, but yeah, it seems like unless something drastic changes, it is once again probably going to be a draw between the two sides. Like watching Pakistan bat at less than 2 and over is just not entertaining, unfortunately. Like as much as you want it to be, as much as you want to see both of the sides having a good crack, like just dawdling along in a test match where everyone wants to see a result, it just doesn't really do it for me, unfortunately. They are just showing the lights. They're firing up a little bit, not quite to the full extent. Should get a good day's play in. Fingers crossed that there's some sort of sun coming through. There was actually sun about 30 minutes ago at the SCG, believe it or not. So, yeah, hopefully that does pop its head back out at some point. Nice ball from Rabada. Once again, outside of the off stump. I'll quickly have to go like this again because when it froze with my Wi-Fi cutting out, it did slightly delay. Moment. We'll go like that and like that. There we go. We're good to go. Nicely blocked by Steve Smith. Another dot ball. I believe that we're going to see Steve Smith maybe take a slower approach for the start. They've actually unveiled a new statue. Belinda has got her own trophy or statue at the ground now. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how long. Oh, okay. Steve Smith's just trying to cover drive, gone straight out to Rabada, but it looked a bit aggressive from Smith. Might be quite nice to see because at the end of the day, now that Australia have had those 45 overs or so that they've missed out on, for them here, if they want a result, they've got to progress the test match. And the way you do that is going at about 4 and over. What's the weather like in your area? We're overcast as well. I don't think we're supposed to get any rain for today. I'll have a quick look. It's kind of, it says it's 21 degrees, so it's a little bit, oh, it actually says that it's raining at the moment, but it's not. And then it's supposed to be 50% chance of rain in about an hour, but then other than that, it's just cloudy and 20 or so degrees. So we're actually, at the moment, we are sitting warmer than it is in Sydney, I assume that that's a little bit to do with the wind as well and the overcast conditions over in Sydney. Right, Khawaja on strike. Nokia charging in. He's already taken the 2 wickets. Warner and Labuschagne needs to try and get both of these men out relatively quickly. South Africa want a chance of bowling out the Aussies for under 300, but he's bowled 11.1 overs. His economy is only 2.33, so actually one of the better bowlers, which normally isn't the case with pure pace. Normally there's a few loose deliveries that get punished. It just hasn't been that way for Nokia throughout this test match. And in fact, actually throughout any of the test matches, are you streaming the Ashes? We certainly will be. And also we have got the Big Bash game called off last night. Amish raining. Yeah, it did seem like it was doomed from the get-go, that Big Bash game, seeing as it was actually taking place in the stadium just down the road, wasn't it, from this one? So, yeah, a bit of a shame that they had to have it rained off. Run rate of 3.06, like I mentioned, for Australia. If they want to win this test match, they need to make sure that they're scoring at about 4 and over. If not, maybe even a little bit higher. They've got the batsmen to be able to do so. You'd allow them 5 or so overs at the start of the day, though, just to get their eye back in. Steve Smith yet to score a run. There's a little wedge down the leg side, maybe. No, it was just off the pad. Oh, not out. Yes. And the Perth game got played, didn't it? I believe Perth did get themselves their matchup. And who did they end up playing in the end? Perth Scorchers. Why have I forgotten who they played? It literally happened not too long ago. Perth versus, it wasn't Melbourne Stars, was it? Yeah, just ended up brushing the pocket of Khawaja. Rick Nokia, no celebration at all. So that normally tells the umpire everything he needs to know. 2 slips in the gully at the moment set up for the South Africans. That one was an awkward bouncing one. 137, a little bit slower. Not a huge amount of carry either, but the wind might be a little bit of a factor in this game. If he can get that one to swing in, let the wind take it away, might be a tough ball for Usman Khawaja, but it is supposed to be breezy all throughout today. And Perth versus, that's it, the Thunder. I knew it was a green team, but I couldn't think of who it was. Who ended up winning that one, Xavier? I was actually asleep by the time that one ended. Nokia, 2 balls left. Nicely played by Khawaja, just trying to glide it down towards third man, but it is taken by Gully. Very accurate bowling so far from Anrek Nokia. Khawaja pushing at that one a little bit. Won't want to do that too often. Just could find that outside edge. The third test, we've seen already 2 test matches go the way of the Australians, and Thunder won by 6 wickets. Xavier, so that's probably a much needed win for the Thunder, really, just because of the way that they started. Nicely played again. That'll be the end of the over. Maiden from Anrek Nokia, and that'll make the score 2 for 148. Smith yet to get off the mark. If they can get him out early, that will be a massive confidence builder for the South Africans, because then you get into, it's what should be called the kind of middle order, but Travis Head still can bat very well. After him, you've got Matty Renshaw. I haven't heard how he's feeling today compared to yesterday. He did test positive, so does have to isolate a little bit further away from the rest of the team. Then at number 7, it will be Alex Carey, the man who was able to get 100 in the last test match. Nice and solid behind that one again, Smith. Facing off with Rabada, and then they've got Ashton Agar, another man who has batting potential. So this batting lineup goes very deep for the Australians, which is why it could be a long day for South Africa, definitely if they have to bowl the full 98 overs at Australia. Although if they get to that point of bowling 98 overs at Australia, you'd like to think Australia are trying to set themselves up into a position of maybe looking to follow on. Though it's something that Australia don't do too often. And the reason being is they're actually one of the only sides, if not the only side, to lose a game from enforcing a follow-on. And I believe they've done it about 3 or 4 times from the stat that Isaac told us on the last live stream that he was on. Steve Smith, 6 balls. Still yet to get off the mark. That one popped up a little bit more. The thing is, Steve Smith, he didn't have the best last test match. Ended up going out relatively early. At the moment, Rabada just making sure he's hitting that line and length that makes it hard to hit through the offside. You know Steve Smith loves a back foot cover punch, and you also know he loves a front foot cover drive. To get it halfway in between, make him decide, does George watch cricket? Does he think it's boring, says Xavier? He does not watch cricket. The only time he has watched it is pretty much when he's on live stream with myself. I think it's just, I don't know if it's so much he thinks it's boring, but it's more of just he just doesn't understand why they do it. I guess is the best way of describing it. It's more of a rugby man. Is George, that one's come back in off the inside edge of Steve Smith. Hit it into his back leg though, so just manages to miss the stumps with it. Now Rabada, 4 dot balls in a row. In fact, that was a big swing from Steve Smith. He wanted to smack that one out leg side. It wasn't there for it, and he's just had one of the biggest hoiks to leg side we'll see of this whole test match. That's strike one for Steve Smith. If this was baseball, tried to hit the home run and got nothing on it. It's just line and length. Rabada's just keeping it consistent outside of off stump, waiting for Steve Smith to make the mistake. And it looks like he's not too far off maybe doing so. He's annoyed that he hasn't been able to get himself off the mark yet. But also, hi, says Greg, and do you have Sky Sports in New Zealand? We certainly do. We've got Sky Sport now and also Sky Go as our two kind of mobile devices, and then also just Sky Sport in general or through your TV. That's going to be, hang on, what's happening here? They're leaving the field. Is it raining? Is it raining? Is that why we're leaving the field? I'd assume so. They didn't even mention that it was actually raining, but yeah, they're taking the stumps down. It's going to be a little shower. Remember about 15 minutes ago, or less than that, 10 minutes ago, when I said that rain shouldn't be a factor. This is why I don't do commentary professionally, ladies and gentlemen. So the rain, unfortunately, is going to be popping in. Show its head again. Currently in Sydney, it says that there's no rain, but there's a bit there, unless someone's got a massive sprinkler next to the ground and just using the wind to blow it over. Yet the full covers coming onto the pitch. They're saying that there might be more on the radar than first anticipated. This is not looking good for the start of day two, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like we are going to have maybe a few stoppages every once in a while. Quickly change this one so that you guys can see that there is the rain delay as well. We'll just go up here. There we go. Rain delay. So like they've said, on the rain radar, there's not a lot of rain around, which would make you think that it wouldn't be around for a very long time, this rain. So big covers on the pitch. If it doesn't rain too much, they should be able to get away with just taking those covers back off and then heading back out to the middle. But if it does end up getting a little bit wetter and sticks around for a bit longer, then that's when you start to see those sponges come out. You've got the boundary rope that they've got to have going around. Right, the covers are already... No, I don't... Yep, the covers are coming off. There you go. Pretty much straight away. Covers already getting taken off the field, and it looks like they might be able to continue play. It was one of the shortest rain delays I think I've ever seen. Oh, no, now the covers are coming back on. They're just teasing the crowd at the moment. You can hear the oohs and then the ahs and the cheers and the boos each time that the covers either go a little bit further on or a little bit further off. So, okay, now they're going to put the cover back on again. Just practicing at the moment. This is very unfortunate for the start of a day. that none of them look like they're too worried about it. It seems like it's just going to be a passing shower, and then they'll get the covers back off, and they will be ready to go. Third umpire has his umbrella on. Are they now okay? Now they're extending the covers a little bit further than they did have last time. So I'd say 10, 15 minutes, somewhere around there by the time they get those covers back off. The rain doesn't look like it's hugely heavy, and it's not really expected to be a big shower. So maybe just a little bit of moisture on the surface, make it nice and slippy and slidey for the fielders. It looks like for now they're all just standing, waiting for this rain delay to be over. We don't enjoy a rain delay. I feel like a rain delay is the worst way to start a test match. Definitely because it's only been like 2 or 3 overs. Dean Elgar looking pretty casual at the moment. The South African skipper got Janssen next to him. I don't think they'll be anticipating a huge delay here for the players. Looking through at what happened yesterday, we managed to see 47 overs bowled. So Marnus Labuschagne go out on the final delivery. Also alongside that, there was the wicket a bit earlier on, David Warner. He was going extremely aggressive. Maybe he had looked at the rain radar and said, if we want any sort of result in this matchup that's in our favour, we need to score at a frantic rate. Yeah, there's a few umbrellas around. It's still looking relatively dark. That's the thing that I'm more concerned about rather than the rain, because the darkness yesterday stopped play relatively early. And yes, there was more rain that fell afterwards, so that kind of worked quite nicely in terms of the decision making. But if it ends up being a darkness delay at about 3 in the afternoon, that's where it's slightly annoying for the people in attendance, the people watching around the world as well. Two wickets down at the moment for Australia. Hopefully it won't rain heavy, says Shannon. Yeah, they've said it should just be a passing shower, not a lot on the radar. So you'd like to think that, if I was a ground staff member / betting man, I would say maybe 10 to 15-minute delay. And they've probably snuck in 3 overs more than they would have before the start of play, because 12:30 was when it was initially going to be starting. I assume that man with the hoodie on and the whites, that's going to be Matty Renshaw, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. So he's still got to stay relatively far away from a few of the crowd members. Looks like the covers are once again about to make their way off of the pitch, which will be great to see here. Still quite breezy, which benefits everyone really, because that means that it's going to take less time for the ground to dry, and it should also blow that rain away relatively quickly. I think draw for the cricket, Hamish, says Kurt. At the moment, if we do have a hope of rain delays, like tomorrow's supposed to be 90% chance of rain. So Australia, to be honest, I think they need to start attacking a lot more, because during that first 3 overs, I think they scored 1 run. And that was Usman Khawaja's single. And I think that's why Steve Smith's getting so frustrated, because he knows that he should have already scored 10 runs by now, sitting on about 10 deliveries, but just hasn't been able to do so. And as Australia use up more and more overs, that's the test match slowly slipping further and further away, because you're going to have plenty of breaks throughout the next couple of days or so. So it's not so much that the bowlers will be pushed too hard, but Australia, I think, need to try and get 400 by the end of today, if not even 450. Somewhere around there. That's including some delays that we're going to see for either bad light or maybe for rain. Get a good total. Maybe even have a crack at South Africa a little bit later on tonight, and just see whether or not you can create some wickets. And why do you think New Zealand are struggling against a B team Pakistan? Says Yarni Nil. I wouldn't really call it their B team. They've still got some very great batters in that lineup. You could say that their bowling attack's a little bit lighter than it normally would be, but Abra being in there, you'd have to say is a pretty handy option for Pakistan. But once again, it's just the surfaces over there don't seem to create enough opportunity for the sides to be able to get a test match. Like to an extent, you'd say, but we've seen wickets falling, so the pitch must be all right. But a lot of the times when we see wickets falling, it's due to batsman error rather than good bowling in Pakistan. So I think it's going to be that case of probably another draw, unfortunately. And I know that that will annoy a lot of people because it should be a good match each time seeing Pakistan, New Zealand. But if both sides only want to go at 2.5 and over, you're never going to see a result. And Renshaw just going to have a bit of a chat. His long distance selfie. Gets to take the picture with those guys who are relatively far away from him at the moment. Matty Renshaw supposed to be batting at number 6. So 2 more wickets falling. He will then get the chance at the crease. It's looking like it's still relatively breezy. So that's good news for the New Zealanders. Or sorry, not for the New Zealanders, for the Australians, because that will dry out the surface a bit longer, a bit quicker. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I believe the umpires now making their way back out onto the field, giving the ball possibly to the players. I think we're close to going back out there. And this is going to be tough for South Africa, constantly going on and off. They do say it's tough for the batsmen. You think about someone like an Ulrich Nokia, like he steams into the crease, and every time that he has to stop running around for a while to then go back out there, try and bowl 150 again, that's going to be a very start-stop injury risking spell for Nokia. But he seems like he's built pretty tough and will definitely try and steam in and get up to 145 again. Covers almost completely off. Matty Renshaw at the moment in his test innings, or the last 10 innings. His best is 45. He's also had a 44, but then he hasn't had a huge amount of high scores. The last time that he actually played a test series was up against South Africa, and he got 8 runs and 5 runs. And do you know no one, or did you know no team has ever beaten South Africa more in all formats than Australia, beating them 12 times more in test? Says Jan Renell. I can understand why that is the case. I mean, you look through at Australia's history books, and don't get me wrong, South Africa's history books and the cricketing side of things are very impressive as well. But you look at some of Australia's bowlers and batsmen, and you can understand why most sides struggle against the Aussies, whether that's now or earlier on. There's still a bit of drizzle in the air by the looks of it, but Khawaja and Smith about to make their way out there. I think Australia will maybe running 480. Hamish says, Kurt, oh, the drizzle's coming back. Please tell me the covers aren't coming back on now. Okay. The ground staff has just said there's nothing on the radar. Dean Algar's going, it's raining. We don't want to have to bowl if it's raining. That's going to make our ball wet. And like they've just said, the rule is they can actually start in drizzle. But I believe Algar at the moment, I don't know if he's keen to get out there. Yeah, they're putting the covers back on again. It's going to be one of those scenarios, I think, for the first hour or so that we're going to see a lot of start-stop. Okay. So those covers, they've been put on. They're not absolutely huge covers. They're just the ones for the pitch at the moment. So that's good news. They also haven't taken those wickets out. So that also helps. I think Australia will maybe running 480 average and also bro game start. There's Andy Mike. At the moment, we've had 3 overs so far today. So at the moment, the ground staff is actually just showing the umpires the rain radar saying, look, there's not a lot here. So once this part passes by, losing my voice. Once this passes by, we should be all right. I think okay, the covers now are going off again. And I believe now we should almost have play back underway in about 5 minutes. Yeah, you would think teams like West Indies, England, Pakistan, and India would have been in South Africa more but they haven't even come close, says Yanni now. Yeah, because I mean, you look through, once again, looking through it history wise, and Australia have always been consistently up there. Pakistan, they've had a little bit of a seesaw. England can be the same. When you think about the fact that the Ashes at some stages has stuck with Australia for quite some time. So, yeah, I think South Africa, they always seem to get challenged by Australia. It can be sometimes what makes them even better, but in this case, and more recently, it has been a little bit more of the downfall. And this is a time we're playing in a stadium with a roof would be helpful. Says 317 Master Gaming. Yeah, very start stop. Okay, so Healy's actually just saying what I said about 5 minutes ago about how for Nokia, this is probably the hardest for anyone. Like the batsman, yes, it's not great having to come back out onto the field and then go off and then on, but for Anrik Nokia, it's still not going to be too easy for him to get fired back up. But Elgar, is he ready to go? He's smiling at the moment. I think he just wants to get out there. He's waiting patiently for the chance. Once again, he's clapping his hands. He's right on the edge of the boundary rope. It looks like they are ready to go. And South Africa just about to make their way back out onto the field. Yep, they are now making their way out there onto the park again, the South Africans, which means I believe Khawaja and Smith shouldn't be too far away from making their way down as well. There they are. Khawaja, the opening batsman, sitting on 54 at the start of the day. Now sitting on, I believe, 55. And Steve Smith facing 10 deliveries, but yet to get off the mark at the moment. It's quite interesting, though, because it's almost as if that first 30 minutes that they actually extended play for hasn't happened because we got 3 overs in, so that was a pretty decent effort. But now, start of play originally was going to be 12:30, which we're only a couple minutes off. I proposed my girlfriend of Australia ill World Test Championship. I'll give golden necklace to her, says Andy Mike there. Okay, well, they've got a decent crack at the moment, so it might be more likely to happen than not. Deshaun Steve Smith up against South Africa. He's had some decent scores. Was dismissed for 6 in the second innings of that first match, 36 in the first innings, and then 85 in last game up against the South Africans. Right, Steve Smith going to be at the non-strikers then. Khawaja on strike. I'm going to quickly go like this. There we go. Scoreboard's all sorted. And we're ready to go. We're back out on the field. Nokia will be bowling. And the test match is back underway. First ball, Usman Khawaja. Nice block, solid in behind it. 134 kilometers per hour, so a little bit down on the pace for Nokia. You can understand that, though. When you do all your warm-ups before the start of the day, and then you have to have about a 15-minute spell, you can understand that it will take a little bit longer for Nokia to be able to fire it up. Plus, he's bowling into the breeze, which makes it even just that little bit more challenging for Nokia. It's still looking relatively dark in the background at the ECG. The thing is, the 5 days that this test match is taking place are probably the 5 worst days that Sydney have had in quite some time in terms of light and also in terms of that start-stop rain. 90% chance that we do see the rain tomorrow. I think more than likely we're going to have at least maybe 50%, if not more, of day 3 called off due to rain. It's quite a cross breeze at the moment. We've got the slips, the 2, the gully, the backward point. 2 men down the ground. So throughout this innings for Australia, we haven't actually seen too many straight drives at all. A bit of late movement on that one. Khawaja well left. And only England and Australia can save test matches charm, says Andy. And it will be an interesting Ashes series because if England go with Baz Ball, we're probably going to see some results in 3 or 4 days. Because unlike when they're playing in Pakistan, the English surfaces will still have enough in it for the bowlers to create that kind of opportunity of maybe early results. I hope that's not the case. So hopefully most of those Ashes test matches go to day 5. That's going to be whipped off the pads for Usman Khawaja. Oh, lucky for Zondo there. It was the big dive towards the boundary rope. It does just get its way over there. First boundary of the day for Usman Khawaja. And I was like, yeah, like New Zealand have played South Africa 133 times, winning only 34 out of 133, which is 25%. A win record against South Africa, says Yanri now. Yeah, Zondo, he was close, using a little bit of that rain to his advantage, trying to slip over and slide towards the ball, but just kept on just a little bit further away from the fingertips. The Zondo there. That'll fire up Nokia. He doesn't like going for boundaries. No quick bowler does. One's a nice, good length delivery. Back foot punch from Khawaja. Currently, the run rate for Australia is just under the 3, and yet both teams never won a World Cup. Here's Yanri now. Yeah, they're just showing that late swing that Nokia managed to get. It did really dip by the time that it was dropping to the keeper. Nokia final ball of his over, a little bit leg side-ish again, and Khawaja is able to work it to the leg side for the single that will avoid Steve Smith having the strike on the first ball. And it's going to be 2 for 153. Now, I believe that the rain is still maybe drizzling a little bit there at the ground, but hopefully it's all being blown away in the near future. If not, then they may have to put the covers back on, but I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. Australia currently scoring at exactly 3 runs per over. Good over to get 5 runs off it. Because Australia, they need to try and build towards a defendable total today. Because if we're losing most of day 3, that means you've only got day 4, which is about 50% likely to rain at the moment. And then you've got day 5, which is supposed to be sunny. But they might need quite a bit of action in day 5 to be able to force a result in this one. And cricket is so much more different results in cricket than in rugby for these two teams. Says Yanri now. Rabada currently, he's gone for 46 runs, 14 deliveries, 14 overs, I should say. Short ball to Khawaja, beautifully pulled away. They have not got the line right to him yet since coming back from the rain delay. Should be 2 runs for him. Oh no, they push for the 3. Very good running between the wickets for the Australians. Khawaja now moves up to 62. This will be interesting now, though, for Steve Smith because he's yet to get himself a run on the board. Now Australia can declare now. South Africa, I won't pass the 130 mark, says Yanni. I think they'll still get 130. It's the 230 that's been the struggle for South Africa. In their last 8 innings, I believe they've only reached 200 runs once. That was actually the most recent innings with a nice little solo, or I guess the last wicket partnership of Nokia and Ngidi. Smith leaves that one again. In fact, Khawaja moves up to 3. 63 runs now. Is that Steve Smith smacking the bat on the ground? Is that the thud that we can hear? He's not happy at the moment, Steve Smith, for not being able to get away with a run early. No, so then that makes New Zealand the bigger loser, says Vernon. And there we knew that's something that you'd say, Vernon, would be negative as soon as you arrived. Must be fun down there in the cheap seats. Smith currently sitting on 0 runs off 12 deliveries. Khawaja on 63. So even Khawaja scoring at about that 45 strike rate's relatively slow. Usman Khawaja down the leg side. I believe that's hit the thigh pad. Oh, they've actually said that it's hit enough of the bat. It's going to be 4 runs for Steve Smith. He is now underway, although it wouldn't have been a shot that he would have wanted as his first runs. Yep, just manages to catch up with the ball quite nicely there, Steve Smith. Does get it to race to the boundary down the leg side for 4. That was the first ball from Rabada that we're seeing that's really straight off its line. In fact, no bat on it. Yeah, so he didn't actually hit that one, Steve Smith. Should have been leg buys, but he'll sit on 4. He'll be accepting every run that he can have. This point of the innings, 7 runs off the over. So far, since returning from the rain, we've seen 12 runs scored for these two. And yeah, you cannot compare South Africa cricket success to New Zealand cricket success, says Yanri now. There as well. Yeah, Steve Smith, the one that he tried to work to the leg side. It did sound very battish, but it hit the thigh pad. Good morning, Hamish, bro. Welcome in, Ryan. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, they're just showing the replay again down the leg side. Not a single one of the commentators have mentioned that that didn't come off Steve Smith's bat. Not a single one. They've showed the replay about 4 times, and every time they've said he's hit it off the front of the bat face. But he didn't. Now Khawaja on strike to Nokia, still the 2 slips and the gully. Backward point cover, mid-off slightly wider. One's going to be left alone by Usman Khawaja outside of the off stump. And Hamish Brisbane is in the second last, says Ryan. So they're slowly improving because they were in last for quite a bit of the season so far, weren't they? $160 runs for Australia. They probably need to at least double that by the time the second session of today ends to have a good shot. Once again, whipped to the leg side by Khawaja, gets the single. Moves up to 64 now. Rabada is not a very good bowler and never really was. He's like 80% useless and 20% good, says Yanri now. Yeah, he's sitting about 5th in the World Test Championship or ICC bowling rankings, or 5th or 7th, somewhere along those lines. It's quite impressive in a way. If it's only 20% of the time that he's good and he's actually right up there with some of the best bowlers in the world, imagine what the potential would be like if he was 100% good. Once again, left alone. Nokia changing the angle here to Steve Smith, trying to get that speed up a little bit more. He's currently bowling at 138, which I don't think's quite quick enough to cause the indecision for Smith. Brisbane beat Perth in 2 matches are done. They be in 4th, says Ryan. That'll be exactly what the Brisbane Heat are aiming for this stage of the BBL. We're getting closer to the end of it. I believe we're less than a month away from the final of the BBL. Now Nokia ready to charge into Steve Smith again. Outside off stump, consider cutting that one around, cutting that one down the backward point. Who is your Super Rugby team? Who do you support? I don't actually really have a Super Rugby team, to be honest. I'm split in terms of location-wise, halfway in between Canterbury and Otago, which means I could go for either Crusaders or Highlanders, but I feel like because I'm right in the middle, it makes it pretty easy to be impartial. Plus, it seems to be the better way of doing the commentary. So yeah, I just love watching Super Rugby, which is pretty cool. Now Nokia. Oh, Smith considered going for that one. A little bit more pop on that surface for the start of day 2, perhaps. And average the match was abandoned, says Ryan. And also my guess that in that case, his 20 is just really good and his bad just below average, says 317. Yeah, probably about that split. And good to see Munro in the runs for the Heat really open Guptill and get going for the Renegades, says the Flying Pan Man. Who else have we got Kiwi wise? De Gronholm, he started the BBL pretty well, didn't he? Neesham, at the last time that I was talking about it with someone was around Christmas and he was yet to really fire Jimmy Neesham. And then alongside that, you got Trent Bolt, who hasn't been terrible with the ball in hand. And also, I hope you're well. I think Rabada is a bit stale and over bowled. Been South Africa's mainstay bowler for years now, says John Mills. And so Crusaders, because the Highlanders is like the weakest team in New Zealand. I mean, I wouldn't choose the Crusaders for the other team being weak because I feel like at the end of the day, like if a side's your side, whether they're going good or bad, you're still sticking with them. So, my mum supports the Crusaders, or sorry, supports the Highlanders. My dad, I'm not too sure, but my mum's brother supports the Crusaders. So it just really depends. Has the Highlanders ever won a Super Rugby? I think so. I think it was about 2015 or somewhere around there that they won Super Rugby. I'll have to have a quick Google of that. Super Rugby winners. Oh, Khawaja tries to cut it away. Didn't quite get onto it. Right, so the Crusaders and the Blues, of course, had a lot of wins. We'll scroll up a little bit. The Brumbies won in 2001. Super 14. Yeah, the Highlanders won it in 2015. So believe it or not, the Highlanders have won it the same amount of times as the Hurricanes. So there you go. Khawaja, I think is definitely one of the keys here for the Australian batting lineup. 64 runs, work his way towards that 100. Marnus did end up coming up short. Hamish Bro, I hope Stars will lose from Sydney Sixers. And do I hope Adelaide Strikers can beat Hobart Hurricanes, then have for Brisbane Heat in 4 position? Says Ryan. Arda bringing that one back in a little bit. That was almost the leg cutter, I'd say. Way Rabada rolled the fingers over. Also hit the seam quite nicely, bounced towards the slip cordon. Khawaja, they're just showing anytime it is short, being able to rock onto that back foot and play it beautifully. He loves playing on the onside. And a majority of his runs have actually come from that onside throughout this test match. I don't think we've seen a huge amount of shots where he's actually played out through cover, and he doesn't need to because that one was way down the leg side. Going to be off the pad. And, oh, well done from Nokia. Great athleticism from the big man. And that also gets the crowd cheering for him there. And when is the test match ended? It's still got another 3 or 4 days. Or reason I say 3 or 4 is it depends on whether you count today as one of the days you're asking about. We're currently on day 2. So we got day 3, 4, and then 5. So 3 more after today, or 4 if you include the fact that we've only had about 40 minutes of today. Yeah, the Crusaders, Bulls, and Blues, the most successful team in Super Rugby history. Is Yanni Nell. Yeah, there's quite a big difference between a few of those sides, isn't there? In terms of wins, that's a nice drive from Steve Smith. Built by Elgar. Was at mid-off this point in time. But yeah, just getting the 3 leg buys there rather than the 4 means that Smith has one more delivery to face up against Rabada. Been bowling pretty handily. It was just that one ball that straight down the leg side allowed Smith to hit his thigh pad with the ball and get his first runs of the day, even though he did not actually hit it. That will be no run. End of the over. There's 164 for 2. So in a way, Steve Smith, he might still feel like he's sitting on 0. Even though it says 4 on the board, he'll know that he didn't hit that one down the leg side, and that will frustrate him. Because now theoretically, he's had 20 deliveries where he's yet to get an actual run. So he'll want to smack one soon. And it's just about patiently waiting for the right ball. Yeah, Bulls have won 4 times, Blues have won 3 times, and Crusaders like 13 plus times, says Yarnby. And they'll be looking to add some more titles as well. The Crusaders with this year coming up. in Super Rugby Aotearoa. I believe we're only about a month and a bit away. It's like Nokia once again. Be ready to bowl. So they've got these two quicks. They've also got Janssen. I believe they're going to go with a similar changing system as they had yesterday, which is you have Janssen as the first changeover, and then you continue bowling Rabada for another over or two. And then after that, then you go on to your spin. Where I would prefer to see them go with Harmer, as I thought he was the more dangerous of the two spin options, but they decided to go with Maharaj yesterday, and he's been leaking like 4.5 runs per over at the moment. And Hamish, bro, I hope Khawaja and Michael Neeson not an ODI squad to reverse South Africa ODI, so Brisbane Heat will qualify for playoff. Says Ryan. Although the South Africa ODIs have been cancelled, they are not actually taking place anymore, Ryan. So you'll be all right in that regard. Kind of sad that the Bulls, the only South African team who has won the Super Rugby, says Yarnry now. Nokia single off that first ball, so now it will be Smith versus Nokia. Charging into the crease, outside of off stump. Once again, another inside edge. Because I believe the reason behind them not having an ODI series up against Australia anymore is actually because of the South African T20 competition that is going to be starting up at some stage relatively soon. I'll just see the date that that's going to be starting. Sky Sports to show South Africa T20 competition. That is good. I'm just checking to see the exact date. Starts in 5 days. It starts on the 10th of January. And yeah, those games are going to be taking place in the middle of the night. The Joburg Super Kings, the Sunrisers, the Durban Super Giants, the Cape Town Mumbai Indians, Pretoria Capitals. It's interesting. Why didn't they go with South African names rather than copying the IPL ones, I wonder? Kagiso Rabada is now 6th in the ICC Test bowling rankings, dropped 3 places, says Keith. Short ball, Smith onto it, goes straight at Rabada. Is fielding at forward square leg, and the frustration on Steve Smith's face is evident at the moment. Can you remember who the last Highlanders game was against the South African team? Says Yarnley now. I cannot. Couldn't tell you. And also, Harish Bro, we'll see Bangladesh versus England, 3 ODI and 3 T20. Should be a good series. Is it played in Bangladesh or in England? This session, we've seen 18 runs so far. Nokia still charging in to the leg side. That will be Steve Smith's first official run of the test match. Well, he already had 4 official ones, but this one came off the bat. So he'll be happy with that, Steve Smith. Thanks, Average Bro. Cheers, Ryan. Are there any Aussie playing in that South Africa T20 comp, Hamish? Not that I know of yet. I haven't seen the squads, but I'll probably have to do a little bit of research on it in the near future. If that is a competition you guys want to see us cover, do let me know, and we will certainly give it a crack. It was Agents, or it was against the Bulls, where they lost to 40 points to 13. There's Yarnley now in there as well. So far, Rick Nokia just changing up the angle a little bit to Usman Khawaja. Steve Smith, he's been an impressive figure in the Australian batting lineup for a long time, but he hasn't actually had to score a huge amount of runs in recent matches. This is probably one of the earliest times we've seen him at the crease. Be the end of the over, though. 2 for 166. And how many matches does Brisbane Heat have to qualify for playoffs? They need to win pretty much all of them from here, I would say. And if they won all of them from here, they shouldn't have to worry about what any other side's doing. Are you going to the Bulls versus Dragons on Friday? Says Yarnry now. We'll see how we're going. Because I know that I haven't done the schedule for this weekend's URC matches. But it all depends on pretty much when this cricket match ends. Because today's Thursday, so Friday, and then it would be Saturday for us here in New Zealand. But yeah, we'll see how we're going. Should be a relatively one-sided match. which always isn't quite as cool as a nice close one. And Hamish, when is the A League Soccer and Australia match end? I think they've still got another few weeks left of the A League. I think it goes through to about start of February. Nice and solid behind that one, Steve Smith. I was Hamish, bro. We'll see India versus Sri Lanka T20. There's Ryan in there. I don't think there's anywhere to actually watch those games here in New Zealand still for the India Sri Lanka series. So, oh no, they actually do have the option. It's now on Sky Sport 4. So they didn't have the test matches for India versus Bangladesh, but they must have decided to get the India Sri Lanka test series licensing and also the T20s and whatnot. So, or that South Africa T20 comp might be interesting. How much better than the Rig BBL, in my opinion. Here's John Mills. Nicely played again. So, do you also think the IPL's rigged, John, or just the one that has Australians in it? I'm curious because it seems to be no matter what competition around the world. Like people in the past, we've had a lot of people say that the Ashes is rigged. New Zealand, or sorry, Australia versus England. People think that that's a rigged competition. Like pretty much any competition around the world seems to have some people thinking that it is rigged no matter what. If we started up our own T20 league, everyone would say it was rigged, which we will not do because we don't want people to say that it's rigged if it wasn't. Smith currently sitting on 27 deliveries. Very slow start here for the Australians. You'd like to think that once they have their first changeover, whether that's going to be Janssen or maybe Maharaj or Harmer, that will be when the runs start flowing again. For Australia to only be scoring at less than 3, you'd have to say is down to some very good bowling from the South African side. Also, Irish Pro Sri Lanka almost beat India. Unfortunately, they lost, says Ryan. And there. Yeah, I think because they didn't show India Bangladesh over here, I have not been following any of the India or Sri Lanka like matches recently. Just because, like, with not being able to actually watch them, straight away they kind of hit the back of your mind because of how much other cricket they're showing here on Sky. New Zealand, Pakistan is one. They've also got the BBL is another one. 2.97. The current run rate here for the Australians. 2 slips the gully. Janssen at first. He won't be there for too much longer, though, because I think he's about to come into the bowling attack within the next 2 or 3 overs, I would say. It's going to be hit up high from Steve Smith. Just a back foot weird punch out through mid wicket. It's work way, no way. The Ashes is rigged, Davish. It's the biggest rivalry in sports, says John. It is, but like that's the thing. I've heard people say it on my streams before. So like every competition gets its fair amount of people saying that something is up. The World Cup, people say that it's rigged. It just is pretty much everyone's opinion of if a team that they think should win doesn't win. That's normally what drives it. If their team loses, they go, nah, it's rigged. Or if like a team wins it each year, people go, nah, it's rigged. That's the point I was making. But yeah, a nice back foot punch from Steve Smith. Almost a back foot just drive of the arms, really. It's just all legs. Well, sorry, all arms for Steve Smith, all wrists as well. Does manage to get it away to the boundary. Janssen into the bowling attack, so a little bit sooner than I anticipated. So that is rather than Nokia. So I believe Rabada will end up bowling maybe 1 or 2 more. And then after that will be one of the spinners. So we are yet to find out who. I hope it's Harmer. They'll probably go Maharaj. That seems to be what Dean Algar prefers. Janssen charging into the crease here. First delivery, relatively pitched up full. Just outside of the off stump, Usman Khawaja front foot defensive again. Might be a relatively slow scoring day for Australia if they do continue at about this rate. Rain looks like it's starting to stay away though. Wind is still in full effect, which is nice to see. So that will mean that if there is any rain, it should get blown over relatively quickly. So much money is involved, the IPL and the BBL with betting. And so maybe that's the reason. Because I mean, the thing is, the very first game of the South African T20 League, no matter who wins, guess what people are going to say? They're going to say, oh, the team should have won that, but they didn't. So guess what? Rigged. It's going to be exactly what everyone's going to say after their very first game. Because I still don't understand why the South African sides have the same logos as the IPL teams. Is it a competition that the IPL have bought out? Or is it what's the go there? I would have thought that it would have been quite cool to see some South African team names getting added in there. But from what I saw, it was like the South African Chennai Kings and whatnot. One moment, here's the team list. Yeah, they've just got Kingsmead Durban, which is known as the Durban Super Giants, which has the same logo as an IPL team. It's going to be work to the league side. Very nicely done. Owners are okay. So the same people who own the Lucknow Super Giants are the ones who own the Kingsmead or the Durban Super Giants. Then the owners of the Chennai Super Kings own the Johannesburg Super Kings. The Mumbai Indians owner owns the Cape Town. Are they the Cape Town Mumbai Indians? Doesn't really work, does it? Then you've got the Pal Royals rather than the Rajasthan Royals. The Pretoria Capitals rather than the Delhi Capitals. That's a nice shot from Khawaja. Flick to the league side again. And then also the Sunrisers, Eastern Cape. And that's owned by the Sunrisers Hyderabad. So if there's corruption in the IPL, there's going to be corruption in the South African one too. Plain and simple. Yeah, the IPL have brought some franchises, I think, Hamish says John Mills. And also, I think make stream to F Brisbane Heat and Perth Scorchers on Saturday at 6:15 p.m. Says Ryan. Is that last week or this weekend, Ryan? Sad news for India, Rishabh Pant went to Mumbai for surgery. Yeah, I did see he did have a car accident, Rishabh Pant. Hopefully he does end up fully recovering. Can get back out to cricket relatively soon. Nicely worked to the leg side, straight to the man at square leg. Rabada, I believe, will continue his spell from this other side. Just showing at the SCG, a lot of people in attendance for this one, probably more than if it was raining at the moment. I'm hoping it does sit relatively nicely for the rest of the day. The rain radar says there's only 30% chance of some rain falling. So as long as it stays around that 30% and we don't actually see too much of it on the ground, will be beneficial. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for day 3. Even though it's looking extremely wet for most of day 3, we will still be live on the channel for the majority of the day. Then also day 4 and then day 5. But also, I agree with you, Hamish. Those names don't work at all. They don't roll off the tongue like Poison Dwarf. Says John Mills. Right, they've gone Maharaj. I don't understand this at all. For South Africa, he'll probably pick up a wicket now that I've said that. But for me, Harm is the better of the two bowlers in this test match. So you put in your best bowler as that first changeover, which would be Harman. Yeah, I would have loved to see the South African sides create their own identities rather than taking the identities of their major sponsor. Or at least, surely there would have been some sort of ruling that was pitched up too full from Maharaj, starting the day exactly as he did yesterday with a rank ball outside of off stump that gets hit away for just the 2 this time rather than the boundary. I think New Zealand versus Pakistan, it's a draw. Says Ryan, does seem relatively likely at the moment. Yeah, pitched up delivery outside of off stump. Khawaja says, yep, that'll do me. Nice little warm-up stroke. Now, what's he going to do here, Maharaj? Oh, was it just short of Algar? It was. That was a half chance, though. Now they'll feel that they're in the game. That was a better ball from Maharaj. At least that one was straight. Oh, was it short? Yeah, well, bowl. That one stayed relatively low from Maharaj. So I wonder at what stage they decide Harm is the option, whether they go with him at the other end for Janssen once Janssen's bowled out, whether Maharaj is the one who gets replaced. Bowled again there, 70 of 154 deliveries. Usman Khawaja finds himself sitting on probably one of the lowest strike rates he's had in recent times. I think David Warner is as the captain, Delhi Capitals, and Phil Salt is keeper for the Delhi Capitals. There's Ryan just taking the single there, which means Smith will have one ball to face of the over. Australia 3-0. Says Vernon there. This just short of Elgar. Looks disappointed. The positioning, perhaps. Smith 9 runs off 31 deliveries. Normally, the rule of thumb is if you get Steve Smith out before he reaches 10 runs, you're good. But if you don't get him out before he reaches 10, a majority of the time he goes on and gets himself a half century. It's going to be the 10 runs. Now for Steve Smith, it'll be the end of the over as well, and it is 2 for 177. Currently 58 overs through for the Australians, still going at 3.05. And I was average bro, seen Elgar can bowl also because he bowls spin. There's Ryan. Yeah, although surely Harm is the option before Elgar bowls himself with the choices that they've got. See, Australia, I was quite surprised that they kept Matty Renshaw in there because the amount of depth that they've got in terms of those part-time spinners, like you've got Steve Smith who can bowl, you've got Marnus Labuschagne who can bowl, you've got Travis Head who can bowl a bit of off spin. So all three of those guys alongside Ashton Agar and Nathan Lyon, worst comes to worst, can still bowl for the Australians. Whereas you look at Matty Renshaw and the fact that he was testing positive, you don't want to see him do badly in this test match when he's finally had his opportunity due to not feeling 100%. Janssen, currently very economical. I don't like Smith's technique at all. I don't know how he scored so many runs, says John Mills. And they talk about it a lot for Steve Smith. There's a lot going on in the way that he plays it. He's got the hands up here. He gets squared up and all sorts, but they always talk about at the time of impact, when he's putting the ball on the bat, then everything is kind of the ideal technique. It's just how he gets there that looks a little bit muddled. Like he can go like this, but then when he's striking the cover drive, everything is as it's supposed to be right at the last moment. But he's recently changed his technique, Steve Smith. Used to do a little bit more of a shuffle to the offside. In fact, he might have gone back to the original technique here, Steve Smith, because he had a little bit of a change up a few test matches ago to try and score extra runs, and it doesn't seem like it's worked for him. So maybe he's gotten sick of that and gone just straight back to what was already working for him. Hi, says Hina Khan. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. You have got David Warner. So bowls leg spin, says Ryan. Although I don't think David Warner's arm, he doesn't roll it over too often. In fact, if he did try and roll it over, it might fall off at this point. For Warner, it's been a long time since we've seen him bowl. Hit down the ground from Steve Smith, straight to the fielder. And you can still see that he's not completely happy out there, Steve Smith, with not being able to get away too many early boundaries. Partnership currently sitting on 30 off 69 deliveries as well. Tomorrow is fireworks for the first day for the BPL, for the Bangladesh Premier League. I don't know whether or not they're showing the Bangladesh Premier League here, to be honest. I'll have a quick look. BPL. Tomorrow it starts at 9:30 p.m. The Chattogram Challengers versus the Sylhet Sunrisers. I feel like I've said them both possibly wrong. Another dot ball to Smith. And didn't the poison dwarf burn his hand as Bry the other day, Hamish? I don't know if he burnt his hand, but I know that there was certainly a big fire when he was trying to fry a pig hole. Didn't quite work out from it. And also, uh, yeah, I don't know how much the little glass of water he tried to put on actually affected it, but I don't think it was a lot. I mean, nicely played. That's Steve Smith, but Janssen getting the ball to talk a little bit. It'll be the end of the over. It was another maiden for Janssen. 252 minutes was Khawaja's been out there at the middle. Only striking it at 45, probably the slowest that he has gone at the moment at the SCG. Usman Khawaja just hasn't quite been able to find the middle of the bat consistently yet. He's still playing very nicely though. Like when the ball is there to hit, certainly hitting it away. Very nicely played. So they have 46 games of the BPL, I do see. So the first game starts at 9 p.m. at night or 9:30 p.m. at night New Zealand time, but then the second game starts at 2:15. That's a big shot from Khawaja, and that is 6 runs. There we go. He might have just seen that little highlights package and heard them saying he only goes at 45 for the strike rate and said, no, we can't be having that. Smacking it away to the boundary. 77 he moves up to now. And it's the first 6 of the day, but Maharaj just putting it in the slot. Khawaja takes a step down the wicket, hits it back over the head. You see Muhammad Amir, Colin Akman, I believe, or Aknari, sorry, that might be. No, Aknan. I couldn't quite see it. It was a bit far away. And also we have Gudea Prue playing. Here's Ryan. Yeah, so the 9 p.m. games and then the 2 a.m. games. Not quite the best time zone for us here in New Zealand, but I might be watching a few of them. I don't think we'll be streaming those games though. More than likely, we'll just end up watching them in our spare time. Usman Khawaja's average, the SCG continues to get higher and higher. Currently 111.17. What it is currently sitting at. Now it actually moves up a little bit further, 111.33. Smith now on strike to Maharaj. Australia have decided that he's going to be the bowler to go after, and he's currently going at 3.5 or 4.5, in fact, per over Maharaj. Changing the angle a little bit, nicely defended by Smith. South Africa want a good chance at winning this match. They need to get a couple wickets in a hurry here. Smith once again, nicely played. Why is Maharaj bowling? It should be Harmer getting away from Usman. That's what I've been saying. I said that the first changeover, definitely because last time that Maharaj had a bit of a bowl, it just didn't look right for the start of the day type thing, or his first over of the day, I should say. And he's still being very expensive. So, yeah, I would have loved to see Harmer get a crack. They're just showing Harmer bowling to Usman Khawaja, showing that when it goes away from him, it can be extremely dangerous. None for 16 off 5. Okay, Pollock's actually saying on the commentary he has no idea why they're bowling Maharaj here rather than Harmer. I get that he's had more time in the team, I guess, but like stats don't lie, and those stats say that Harmer should be the one whipping them down to Khawaja here. Try and kill the momentum off. And also, what is your prediction? Who will win, Hobart Hurricanes or Adelaide Strikers? Ooh, I mean, Hobart, when they get it right, they can certainly be dangerous. But you look at that Adelaide Strikers lineup, and they've got some good potential. Matty Short, one of those players who can certainly change a game. Rashid Khan, if he gets his bowling perfect. A lot of wickets in a hurry. I see whipped other pads for Khawaja, who's up to 79 now. And India or Sri Lanka, I think India should be able to take out that one as well. With it being T20, you just never quite know. Such a short format. Oh, okay. they've got something that they're going to be doing at halftime or at lunchtime, which involves Michael Hussey hitting cricket balls with different generations of bats to see how dangerous or how much more aggressive or big the bats are now, I think is what they said. Interesting. We'll have to give that a watch at the break. I hope Adelaide Strikers and India win. There's Ryan there. 79 for Khawaja, 21 short. He's not on strike currently, though. It is Steve Smith. Once again, leaves that ball outside of off. So with the revised playing conditions, it means that we have got another hour and 20 minutes left of session number 1. Then it will be the 40-minute break as usual. Then it comes back at 3:10 through to 5:10 p.m. New Zealand time. Another 20-minute break, and then they are able to play through till, I believe it's 7:30 local time. Is that what I read on that? I'll just have a quick look once again. So it will be Stumps is at 7:30, or sorry, 5:30 local time plus 30 minutes. So that means that it will be ending at 8 p.m. New Zealand time. That will be the latest ball we can have. Going to be hitting the pads of Steve Smith. Outside of off stumps, still looking frustrated. Not really getting the ball where he actually wants it to be. I think Khawaja's doing a good job at the non-strike. He's in just trying to calm him down, saying, mate, don't worry about it. Your balls will come. Also, they should be good modern batsmen. They should be. They should be good modern batsmen. Have too much of an advantage, my opinion, Hamish. Says John there. But that's the thing as well. Some of those old bats, I guess it's all about feel, isn't it? Like the perfect example of that's probably like our cricket team in a way. You guys saw on the GoPro, like Muzzer, who was batting with me. He's got a really old, I don't even know what brand it was, but it's like an old bat, not really that thick at all. Yeah, he still manages to just use it. And it's more of like, I guess it's more impressive watching him bat with it than seeing one of those young guys with like a Gray Nichols or something just trying to smack it around and middling the occasional one. You know, like you're still with an older bat, you kind of feel like you're actually playing the shot rather than just assisting the shot. Now Smith sitting on 10 of 45 deliveries. Also relatively slow for Steve Smith's standards, I'd say. Johnson, he has been bowling very well. Very economical, just outside of off stump again. End of the over. Steve Smith wants some new gloves. He said these ones aren't quite doing it for me. 2 for 185. Still pretty overcast at the SCG at the moment. There's a little bit of blue sky in the distance. Still got the lights on though, just making sure that it is bright enough for them to be able to continue. Just showing there the bat speed of Usman Khawaja. Managed to hit at 87 meters down the ground with a massive shot. And for definite, Muzzer equals the Don, says John Mills there. He's a very handy batsman, Murray, and also actually picked up the first wicket for the team as well by bowling. So he's quite the handy all-rounder. The reasoning behind him actually opening the batting wasn't so much as he was going to be originally. It was actually, he said, after doing the bowling and the fielding, he didn't think he'd be able to get back up if he sat down. So he just wanted to keep momentum going, and he went out there and batted and got himself about 58. So I'm sure the legs would have been hurt in the next day for him. Haraj, once again, another single taken. Finds close to the outside edge. Steve Smith. Going to be on strike. Now, it seems like there's a bit of a field change here for Steve Smith, and not just because he is a right-hander compared to the left-hander Usman Khawaja. They got the man on the bat pad, man at short mid-wicket. Also still first slip. Advancing down the wicket there. just manages to get the ball onto it in time, or else I think there would have been a big LBW shout for that one. I believe both sides still have 3 reviews left as well. So, be interesting to see if we see them used at any stage soon. Maharaj. Seems like bowling slower on the surface might actually be the better option for the South Africans. I'll play it again. How old is Muzza, by the way, Hamish? He is. Oh, how old would Muzza be? To be honest, he's probably about the same age as the amount of runs that he got. He might be about 58. Or no, he might be a bit younger because he's got a couple teenage kids. My dad would probably know how old he is. It's quite interesting though, because my dad, when he was playing in the Waimedi like main team, Murray was also in that side. So it's kind of like it's gone from I was watching those games as a young, like maybe 5 or 6 year old, maybe even a little bit older, like 7 or 8, watching dad and Murray playing, and now I'm in the same side as Murray. But then it's not my dad in the team anymore; it's my uncle and his son. So it's kind of a weird kind of situation. It's like 15 years after first watching my dad play, I'm now playing as an adult. Fun times. Usman Khawaja's getting closer to the century of 100. See Shannon, he is currently sitting on 80, only 20 more to go. He's 4/5 of the way there for Usman Khawaja. At the moment, they've got a whole Richie section at the moment. A lot of Richards at the ground. All right, Khawaja on strike. Janssen coming back over the wicket now. Still one slip, so they've taken Janssen out and they haven't replaced him. And from the boys in Beige Brigade, says John there. Leg sideish. Doesn't quite find the hands of Verena. Pretty quick to whip the glove off there. Khawaja, I think it might have just been the pad here. Yeah, just off the pad again. Hussey's saying that there might be a bit of reverse swing, which is interesting because I said yesterday, I said if there was going to be any reverse for the South Africans, it would probably be at about the 60 to 65 over point. And we're currently 62 overs in. So if that's the case, that might be one of the best calls that we've throughout this whole test match is predicting that right. Janssen certainly been a handy bowler for the South Africans here, keeping it tight, trying to put that pressure back onto the Australians, make them attack. It seems like Khawaja's in no hurry at all to be able to score those runs. He's back up to a strike rate of almost 50. Fantastic continuity. That word always gets me. Continuity. In New Zealand cricket, you guys deserve a big credit, says John Mills. Gonna be nicely played again. Khawaja taking one of the hands off the bat. Felt like there was a bit more pop on that one in previous delivery. Yeah, Janssen's just such a tough bowler to hit away. If he's bowling badly, you can normally get a few runs off him, but he's not really bowling badly. And he hasn't throughout the series. He's always the guy to go to if you want to go with a little bit more of an economical bowler. Gets that line and length right. Gets the occasional wicket, probably not as many as he would deserve. Short ball. Khawaja gets out of the way of it, 138 Ks. And which channel are you watching it on? Says Jack. I am watching on Sky Sport 2 here in New Zealand. Yeah. I believe Pakistan, New Zealand fires up on Sky Sport 3 at 6 p.m. And then the BBL's also on Sky Sport 2 later on tonight as well. Partnership, 39 off 94 deliveries. Not really progressing too much, which I did say was what Australia needed to do. Nice bit of swing there for Janssen, but it actually ended up swinging away quite nicely into the better Khawaja. He'll manage to get that one away for two. That bird's back that was out there yesterday just squawking its head off at the moment. Don't know if you guys can hear that bird, but it's loud. Two balls left. In fact, sorry, one ball left of this Janssen over. Might have just been warned about where he was walking after bowling. Yeah, one of those feet landing in the danger zone, which you're not actually supposed to be able to do. He was close to it anyway. I think the umpire was lining him up. It's like when you know you're getting told off at school, but you just try not to make eye contact with the teacher. I have to say that was never really me, but I saw it happening for other people. I didn't break many rules at primary school, unfortunately. Okay, so I think Elgar's just having a bit of a chat with them as well. Steve Smith's not too happy. So he's received a bit of a warning there, Janssen, for stepping on the middle of the pitch. So they've said that because he's a tall man, he's slightly at a disadvantage because his first step is where most men's second step would be. Steve Smith and it straight back down at Maharaj. Frustration still building. Yeah, so it is going into that danger zone. Advancing. Steve Smith not getting much of that shout of catch, but it doesn't fall to anyone. He's really not hit that one smoothly, Steve Smith. He tried to advance, trying to get after it a little bit. Wasn't quite able to. Moves up to 11 runs. The partnership only 8 runs off the half century now between these two. Also, eyes down, says John Mills. Eyes down. As in for Smith or in general, John? I'll play it again. Khawaja not going to be able to whip that one away to the boundary. They are just showing once again the fact that when Janssen bowls, it gets right into that area where you're not supposed to be. To the leg side by Khawaja. Again, get him the single. He is also slowly working himself towards the 100, and Smith is never happy. Yeah, he's only happy when he's striking them beautifully out of the middle of the bat. Currently, he is not doing that at all. Been struggling big time with connecting. Like this. Like this, currently Australia is still sitting as the clear favourites. Even though the draw has actually increased a little bit more, I think they've seen the weather report and they've worked out that it is probably going to be a relatively tough one to get a result out of unless the South Africans do once again fall over like they have in previous test matches. I hope that's not the case though, but the draw is now 35% likely. Australia, they were 70% likely to win yesterday. They are now only 61%. In South Africa, they are only 4% likely to go on and win this test match. Into the Maharaj over, went for 3 runs off it. Now 2 for 191 for the Australians. I've got an hour and 5 minutes left of this session. So this is when they should start to look to accelerate a little bit more. It might be once Janssen has finished bowling that they decide to try and speed it up. But I would say if they can get another 60 runs in the next hour and 5 minutes, get them up to 250. I think that's what minimum Australia will be looking at, because or else then they might just run out of time in this test match. So they need to score at maybe about 4 and over for the rest of this session. And they should be all right in that regard. But Janssen, the longer he bowls, the harder it is for them to be able to get the ball away to the boundary. Janssen just building up that little bit of pressure here. This is where he's probably got his best chance to take the wicket of Steve Smith. Just needs to make the most of it and just get it once again repeatedly in that same area. He doesn't want to risk it. I have a feeling he's going to bowl a bouncer here, Janssen. Even though it might not be the best option, I think he's going to bowl a bouncer. And if it's not on the first ball, it will probably be on the second. A little bit shorter, but not quite as short as the bouncer. Bounced up to about chest high to Smith. I was able to get him behind it and block it out quite nicely. But at the moment, he's got an angry energy about him, Steve Smith, while he's out there. And they are actually showing that Steve Smith, he's kind of resorted back to what he originally did for his technique. He was trying to stand still against the West Indies, and he's changed it back to the old technique right across to the leg side. Sorry, to the offside. More opportunities on leg side that way. Pitched up, driving nicely. That one is going to go through to the boundary. 4 runs. I believe that is Smith's second boundary that he's been able to have of the day. Be very happy with that one. 16 off 56 now. Yeah, that technique from Steve Smith, you wouldn't show that to a youngster and say, play the cover drive like that. Foot wasn't really going towards the ball. It was after the shot had been played. But before then, it was actually going almost in the completely wrong direction for Steve Smith. Johnson still steaming. And that one was a bit quicker, I thought, 135. Partnership currently of 48 between these two. So with the revised playing sessions, first session was going to be 2.5 hours. So we've still got another hour left of session number 1. Then we've got a 40-minute break. Second session will be starting at, it will be 1:10 local time or 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. That will go for 2 hours, taking us through to 5:10 p.m. New Zealand time. That's a rank ball from Janssen, and he's just pretty much relieved all pressure that he had created from his previous few good overs. But that's going to be the 50-run partnership between these two, 52 of 106. But Maharaj releases the pressure from the other end. It should be harmer for mine, says John Mills. And I think this is going to be Janssen's last over here because he's tried a short ball that's literally only gone up to about the midriff of Steve Smith, and he's just been able to work it away out of the middle of the bat and hit it all the way for 6. Like they've just said, Steve Smith, he was already expecting that ball. All he needed was for Janssen to put it there, and he did put it exactly where he needed it. And Hamish, how are you, mate? He's striking down under, doing very well, mate. How about yourself? So you have been enjoying the cricket. That is a rank ball again, but it's down the leg side. It's going to be a dot. Steve Smith, you can tell that he wants to get bat on ball at the moment, and that one being way out there, he was going, nah, not bothering with that one. But yeah, hopefully the weather's been all right where you are trucking currently. You've been enjoying your holiday. I assume you'll be heading back to work relatively soon. Right. Steve Smith already scored 8 runs off this over. We'll be looking to pitch it up again here, Janssen. Or he's got to anyway. If he doesn't pitch it up, that's where the mistakes will be happening. All good. Here, thanks, mate. Says trucking down under. That's good to hear. Nice shot. Beautifully played. And that will be the end of the over. 8 runs off it. I said that by the end of this session, they need to have 250 on the board. With that big over that they've just had, perhaps even 260 might be a better number to aim for. These two, they've been working well together. Khawaja looks like he hasn't really rushed his innings, instead just making sure that he plays the bad ball when it arises, which to South Africa's credit hasn't been that often. Yeah, at some point, mate, when I get motivated, says trucking down under. That's the hard part. Once you've had a little bit of a holiday and you've enjoyed the relaxing lifestyle of being able to chill, wake up at, do you still end up waking up at like really early in the morning trucking, even though like you don't want to? Does your body just make you wake up early, or have you found you've been able to get a few sleep-ins in? Chanderball, the best batsman, The strange technique, says John Mills. Yeah, he did have a unique one to say the least. And now his son actually has a relatively similar technique as well, which is quite interesting to see. Khawaja 17 runs off his century here. Is that one extremely late? Off the back foot, Maharaj thinks he's close to a wicket, which is probably fair enough because he's had a couple good deliveries. Also got the edge of Usman Khawaja in the last over. Didn't find anyone's hands though, it was just the faintest. In fact, it was actually, sorry, quite a thick edge. And yeah, still around 2:30 a.m. So what time do you go to bed, Chuckin, if that is the time that you end up waking up? It's going to be the 200 up on the board for the Australians. And what is there to do at 2:30 a.m. if you're not working? I feel like that would be one of those ones you'd wake up, you'd have your breakfast, and then I guess what is there to do? Can you do the lawn mowing at like 2 a.m.? Or do people get annoyed with you if you do that? Haraj, pretty good over so far. 3 dot balls and also just the one single worked. Oh, bit of extra bounce on offer for Maharaj down. I think that's because he slowed it down a little bit more. Are you a road train guy trucking down under? Says John Mills. One ball left. Steve Smith facing with Maharaj. Does he attack it? No, he plays it sensibly, works it to the leg side for one. That'll be the end of the over. 200 and 1 for 2. It is going to be the drinks break now for these two sides. With that rain falling, to mean that the session wasn't really hugely extended, even though we were supposed to have 2.5 hours. We're really only going to get the 2. And now, mate, I'll roll back over and go back to sleep. No, that I don't have to get up. Says trucking down under. Nice. I'm going to look up what the temperature is currently in different regions of Australia. The Gold Coast is actually hot, 25 degrees. Seems like relatively close to the high. I'm surprised that actually here we're sitting 22 degrees. I see that 70%. Wait, where's 70% chance of rain come from? Oh, that's for here. Never mind. I thought that was in Sydney, and I was like, hang on, no, that's not supposed to be happening. What's the temperature in Perth at the moment? 27. You know, they win. Perth's always warm in it. Hi, says Amelia. Welcome in. You are doing very well. I did see your picture of the Phantom of the Opera program. Looked like a nice one. Now, an hour left of this session, or by the time they get back out there, maybe about, I'd say, 55 minutes. Still plenty of time for Smith and Khawaja to both continue working around the field. It's looking dark at the ground. The lights are on, but not completely to the point of what they were yesterday. Steve Smith going to be having a bit of a chat. Good late morning to you, Hamish and co. It appears not a lot has changed in this game. Looking forward to an eventful day, says Mark. Yeah, so far we've had a relatively slow first kind of. I mean, they've got 60 runs off about an hour and a bit, so they're scoring at not a bad rate. But I think they need a little bit more on the board to be able to then feel comfortable about a chance at a win. I'd say that 350 by the end of the day is definitely, or in fact, sorry, I should say about 400 or so, if not more, by the end of the day of the Australians. And no, mate, the B double only is trucking down under. I think I've had this conversation before, but I always have a huge amount of respect for truck drivers and bus drivers because, like, I crash them on games. Like, if I try and be a bus driver on GTA, I run into everything. And then, like, truck and simulator, you run into things even when you try not to. So, to be able to drive a big machine and not cut corners takes extreme skill that I certainly do not have. They're just showing there for Steve Smith the way that his technique has changed in this series compared to what he was doing in November up against the West Indies. Was the West Indies tour in November? Where did the last 2 months go? I just had that realization that we've had already like a week, no, 5 days of 2023, and all of a sudden Super Rugby's going to be here. And that's supposed to happen in about a month and a bit. So it's going to be really weird how quickly this year also goes. So I just got to eat up pretty much any chance that I get that's spare because or else then the year will be gone. We've still got a video about Christmas lights. We went around and scouted all the Christmas lights, me, George, and Isaac, in a non-professional way. And that video still hasn't come out yet, and it probably should before the 10th of January. GTA the game, it's impossible to play the game without breaking any laws, says Amelia. It is quite tough, yeah. Would you believe that when I first got GTA, similar to what I did on Vice City, how I was a bus driver, I would just go into story mode and be a taxi driver for a good like 5 hours straight. Simon Harmer, good choice. Him coming into the bowling attack. That is rather than Janssen. I'm curious to know if they go with spin from both ends or Roberto or Nokia comes back. But Harmer, definitely the right choice now. The problem now, though, is if he gets smacked around, it's not so much because of the bad bowling, it's because Australia have now got their iron from facing Maharaj. Harman just needs to make sure he's getting it right up there in the slot. See what he can do here. It's going to be Steve Smith on strike. A little bit too far to the leg side. Oh, this might be a run out. They think Steve Smith has managed to get back, but they might end up going upstairs. Zondo was very quick with grabbing that ball and then slapping it back across. Yeah, he got back in the end, Steve Smith. Nice work from him. Yeah, the coach driver is equal to an airline pilot, but gets paid for much less, says John. Yeah, which you'd have to say is unfair in a way. Definitely because, like, as a bus driver or a coach or a truck, well, truck not so much, but like as a bus driver, you got to deal with people, and people are annoying. You know, it's like customer service. We were talking about this last night, me and a couple other people. Our customer service, like sometimes they should be paid a lot more than they are, or advancing. The Steve Smith works it to the leg side for the single. Didn't look too comfortable with Harmer, so just decided he'd work it away for one. Get Khawaja back on strike. 3 balls, looking spinny for Harmer currently. Oh, was that someone's hamstring given out in the field? I don't think it was. I think it was just a guy who was slightly crouching, but it kind of looked like someone was a bit sore. Partnership, though, it's moved up to 55 as we currently sit. Nice and solid from Khawaja. And this is a good angle because Harmer will be getting that ball to spin away from him, which can be extremely handy. Oh, yeah. That's a good ball. Harmer getting a little bit of turn and bounce. Khawaja ends up almost slapping this one back down onto his stomach. Just tries to mitigate the spin. Consider kicking it away, but then just leaves it for the man enclosed Zondo to get dragged down a little bit from Harmer, but it was a slightly quicker delivery. 90 K's the arm ball. Khawaja was up for it though. 2 runs off the Harmer over, and it is 2 for 203. So I would think that Maharaj will continue from the other end. It's not what I would do. I would probably bring back Nokia if I had the choice, but we'll see what they do. Oh, looks like someone's taking the jersey off. I think it is Maharaj, though. Yep. Khawaja on strike, sitting on 85, only 15 away from his century. And right up to the stumps here, Varena, looking for a possible stumping. We've seen a few of those in the Pakistan versus New Zealand test matches. Players advancing, getting a little bit too confident and then missing the ball due to the spin. Haraj there, nice and straight. And well and behind it, Usman Khawaja. Still ticking over at about, at the moment, that 50 strike rate, maybe a little bit lower, about 48. It's all quite slow for Usman Khawaja, whereas Steve Smith's only going at 33 for his strike rate. So neither man really progressing hugely at this point, but it's been some good bowling from South Africa. An airline chicken job, really stressful for more, and they don't get enough credit. They get a lot of uphill, says John. Nicely played again by Khawaja. Almost a back foot, front foot shot, if that makes sense. He kind of rocked back, but then played it way out in front of him as if it was off the front foot. Just positioned a bit weirdly. Khawaja advancing down the wicket, whips it away. Khawaja, that should be close to the boundary. No, nicely cut off from Harmer in the deep. He'll get back for two. Moves up to 87 now. I think we're going to see a Khawaja century before the end of the session. That is if he doesn't go out. I should mention he did actually pierce the field very nicely because they had a few men back out there. Still managed to just find the gaps. But between Smith and Khawaja, their partnerships together are normally averaging around 63. Reverse sweep. That's the first time we've seen Khawaja play that shot since getting called as out for LBW. He did get a glove on it though. But that is the first time he's brought it back out in this match. And 13 away from the 100. There's Shannon now working his way to 88. But reverse sweep, middle of the bat. It's the wrists. I feel like playing a reverse sweep actually is very good for practicing with like putting your wrists in the right position and being able to whip and generate power from them. And Khawaja didn't look comfortable at all with that delivery. I'm thinking Harman worries Khawaja. He doesn't have the same issue with Maharaj, says Mark. Yeah, I think he enjoys facing Maharaj definitely more than he enjoys facing Harmer. And he's actually going to be on strike now for Harmer. See how this one goes for Usman Khawaja. The man in close, the bat pad on the leg side, also still a slip in play. Khawaja and Smith partnerships have now ticked over to over 2,000 runs. Agrees together, 2001. Right, Harmer. It's going to be going around the wicket once again, trying to get that ball to turn away from Usman Khawaja. Good length. Simon, it's what we've heard from Verena. He liked that one. And also we get the Harmer, not harm, sorry. There's Mark there. It's going to be another dot ball for Harmer. Start off 69th over. So we're actually only 11 overs away from the new ball. Theoretically, they shouldn't quite get to that before the end of this session. They might be close, but I'd say that if you've only got like one or maybe 2 overs left, they wouldn't bother taking it. So, no, you know what? I'd take that back. If they had 2 overs with the new ball, they'd probably give Nokia and Rabada 1 each just before the lunch break. Simon Armour's first-class cricket career, 190 matches, 836 wickets. Little bit dragged down, though, too far to the leg side. Khawaja, as the pressure relieved, gets it down to Rabada at fine leg. Now, Khawaja edges closer again. He's almost at the nervous 90s. Smith at the strikers end now, 22 of 67 deliveries. Australia, next session, I have to say they've got to accelerate a little bit more, I would think, because to get a result in this test match, they still need to get 20 wickets, bowling South Africa out twice. And that might not be as easy to do on this SCG wicket because South Africa, since the series is now gone, they know that they can just go out there, play without a huge amount of pressure, and that might be actually more beneficial for them. End of the Harmer over again, just the 2 runs off it. That will be 2 for 208. So they've got 45 minutes left, 11 overs until the new ball. The partnership moves up to 61 for 132 deliveries. So Australia, even though they lost that early wicket of David Warner and lost Labuschagne last night due to the beautiful delivery from Nokia, it still means they've been able to create some runs for the top order. Just probably what some would say the big difference between how Australia are currently playing and South Africa. South Africa's top order are scoring maybe 20% of their runs, maybe 30 in a good innings, whereas the middle order are actually scoring the other 70%. And then the lower order are also getting a few scattered in there as well. That was a slightly dragged down ball from Maharaj, whips it away to the leg side. That will be 6 runs. That was a terrible delivery for Maharaj to start off his over. And that's the thing, any pressure that Harmer creates at the other end, these two batsmen, like 6 runs off the first over or the first ball of the over, now they can have a quiet over to Harmer and it doesn't really matter because they've already got those runs. And Smith just punished Maharaj, big 6. He did indeed, just rocked back, used those wrists. I think Irvia at first slipped, just sitting there going, that wasn't a good ball. Another one, advancing down the wicket. He's got it beautifully. Another 4 runs for Steve Smith. For anyone wondering, the Brisbane Heat are ahead of the Melbourne Stars on the BBL ladder. They're below the Hurricanes, says Robert. And there, but that now moves partnership up to 71. First of all, that ball that he bowled dragged down. So Steve Smith was able to punish it. That one possibly would have been a bit better, but Steve Smith, he did use his feet. Starting to find his timing for Maharaj here. Who either needs to get more flight on the ball, that's better. Outside of off stump, a little bit shorter. Steve Smith just tells him, yep, that one was spinning away a little bit. Well bowled. Which must be annoying as a bowler. When you've been smacked for 2 boundaries in a row and then you bowl a different delivery and the batsman's telling you all the things that were good about that ball, but it didn't get him out. I'm moving up to 218. Maybe Australia heard me when I was saying that they should try and accelerate a little bit more. Smith, that's really leg side. And this is going to be at least 2 runs. Didn't need to try and overhit it, Steve Smith, just gliding it. And that's going to be another 2 runs. Maharaj currently gone for 12 off this over. Still with 1 delivery left. Smith currently sitting on 35. Who's going to win in the BBL, Adelaide or Hobart? Says Mark. It's a tough game. I think I've mentioned for Hobart, they're probably my pick to win it. But Adelaide, depending on who fires for them, have a good chance of winning. Like if Matt Short bats well, Adelaide put themselves in the box seat. If Rashid Khan bowls well alongside like maybe Peter Siddle or Wes Agard, then they're in the box seat. Okay, they're just talking about the rough on the surface currently, and Adelaide, says Robert. Yeah, as long as Adelaide have 1 or 2 guys that fire, they should win. But if everyone's playing average, I'd say Hobart has a chance. And that's if Hobart are playing average as well, just because they seem to have a nice combination at the moment. And their middle order is quite handy. And also, you've got their sexing guy in the BBL, Hamish Timpane. He is indeed in the BBL now for the Hobart Hurricanes. Armour back into the bowling attack for his 3rd over in a row here. And by bowling spin, they are getting through these overs relatively quickly as well. Nicely done by Harmer, just getting it up there enough, and that's little bit of extra flight. Oh, I realized that is the sexting guy in the BBL, not that he is in the BBL. But yeah, he is in the BBL. He's playing for the Hobart Hurricanes. Okay, Adelaide with Chris Lynn, says Robert there. Khawaja moves up to 90. Nervous 90s now. For a man who's batted at the SCG many times throughout his career, and he has been very impressive each and every time that he shows up here with an average of over 120 almost. It just shows that when you're batting on your home turf, you can always put on some good performances. Steve Smith actually also on his home surface, on 35 off 76. Slowly getting that strike rate up a bit more. He was actually only on 33 for his strike rate for a wee while. Just a work it to the leg side. Zondo fields it well and close. The 1 ball left. Harmer's gone for 1. So if this is the same as his other overs, this ball gets worked for a single and he'll go for the 2 off it. But it's still pretty decent for South Africa. No real half chances coming as of yet. Oh, dragged down leggy from Harmer there. It was the wrong in 94 case. Just to throw something different out there, and that will be the end of the over, which is 2 for 221. Usman Khawaja is 10 away from the 100. Says Shannon, and Chris Lynn is a good batsman, but the Hurricanes have a few big hitters, says Mark Ween, and that is true. They've got Matthew Wade, Darcy Short, Ben McDermott, Tim David, Jimmy Neesham if he fires. And then Yeah, will be interesting to see how the bowling. I'd say that the bowling's struggling a little bit more for the Hurricanes, although Dooley seems to be going all right. A bit of a gem that they've been able to find for themselves. Ellis has been struggling though this year for the BBL, I feel. And they've still got Meredith. Who else have they got in that Hurricanes bowling attack? You're just talking about the fact that they've got about 150 Richard Hadleys in the stand. Single will put them up to 91 for Usman Khawaja. Is Linapommy? No, he's Australian. Right, Rabada back into the attack. I think this was 1 over too late, to be honest. I thought they should have switched Rabada back in for the last over before Maharaj got tonked around the ground for about 12. So Rabada, economy so far of 3.35. Needs to find that line that he was finding at the start of the day. Somewhere around there. Yeah, good ball first of all from Rabada. So another 40 minutes left in this session. We're quickly going to lean back and stretch. Luckily, the cable is just long enough. I'm sitting on a nice comfy couch, but I lean forward. So all I do there is just bend my back. Rabada back into the attack. There's Mark there. Partnership 25 away from the 100. So theoretically, Khawaja gets 10 of those runs. Smith gets 15. Khawaja brings up his 100. Smith brings up his 50. And they'd have a 100-run partnership between them. Wow, that's a big no ball. That was a no ball by about a good, I'd say this much for Rabada there. It's currently 2 for 200 and 22, and all the Richard Hadleys in the stands. They're all getting excited about it. And also, I think Chris Lynn is an Aussie. Oh, Ron Kawaji says yes straight away. Just the single, do they? Yeah, no run there. They just get the single. Steve Smith. Interesting. So Steve Smith and Khawaja might be struggling a little bit between the wickets. Is Sir Richard ill or something, Hamish? Is John Mills? I don't believe so. It's just he has a lot of fans who wear the grey haircut. They've got the microphone and the blazer. That seems to be similar to the Scotty Boland scenario, how they just kind of have a cult following. Nice shot from Smith. Pulled around nicely, well fielded in the deep by Nokia. Already gone for the 3 runs off the first over. I just realized with Rabada bowling that no ball and also bowling this no ball, it means that the partnership can no longer be in that scenario that I mentioned. Yeah, another no ball for Rabada. You always wonder with Rabada, why can't he just take half an inch back? Like bowl from this far behind the line just for the sake of not bowling no balls? Because all it takes here is for him to finally get the breakthrough wicket that South Africa have been after, whether that is getting Khawaja or whether that's getting Steve Smith, and then bowl a no ball. And thanks, Mark. I mean, you don't see the sling guy in any main Aussie teams. Yeah, he is past the stage of playing for the main Aussie sides. He's kind of, I want to say back in about 2017 would have been one of the mainstays, one of the main guys in some of those sides. That's back where he was finding some of his best form. 9 runs for Khawaja. You said the obsession. The SCG, sorry. Average of 113.5. I have the same issue, Hamish. I tend to lean forward. On my couch, I find myself trying to straighten up at times, says Mark. I say work to the leg side again. Another single for Khawaja. In fact, they almost considered going for the 2, but good fielding in the deep from Nokia to just keep it to the single. Partnership moves up to 79 here. Still got another 35 minutes left. Now, I said anything over 250 would be solid from Australia by the end of this first session. And then I added a few more runs. I said 260, which I think will still be doable for Aussie. Definitely if Steve Smith is going to go after a bit of the shorter stuff from Rabada, which that was. He's cut it away through the offside beautifully. Bavuma, he's quick and he is able to chase it nicely. They turn quick, but they will just once again get the two. They've been very close to running a third or a second, I think about 3 times in this over, but every time they've had to send each other back. That one was at least not a no ball from Rabada. Steve Smith just gliding it out through the cover region, or in fact, sorry, the point region there. Rabada able to catch up with the ball. He's normally pretty quick. Bavuma, I should say. I think I said Rabada before. But the problem is sometimes he runs out his teammates. We saw that in the last match. He ended up running out 2 of his teammates the same innings. Usman Khawaja is only 8 away from a century. Says Shannon there. 22 of 193. Oh, here's a question. This will be, I assume I know what a lot of you guys will say for it. But I was going to say, will Usman Khawaja get his 100 before facing 200 balls? But that would mean he needs 8 runs off 6 deliveries. This is a Zimbabwean guy, Andy Flower, a coach, one of the BBL franchises. Ooh, maybe. Sorry, Andy Flower, not Andy Coach. Andy Couch. Some solid again from Khawaja. We might actually have to change it. And we'll go instead, will Usman Khawaja get his 100 before facing 220 balls? So 25 balls to get another 8 runs. Do you think Usman Khawaja will get there? That's a nice drive. Going to be just the single here. Usman Khawaja's test career, he's actually averaging now 46 runs. And he did bring up the 4,000 on day 1 of this test match. Already moving up to 4,060 now. Usman Khawaja's. The Saffers have let the Aussies off the hook. There's John Mills. Yeah, it was that first bowling change. They made the mistake. I'll say it again. It shouldn't have been Maharaj bowling. They should have gone with Harmer alongside Janssen, because you've got 2 ends then that are creating a whole heap of pressure. And then Australia would have either had to try and attack the spinner, which could have led to some mistakes, or they would have had to try and attack Janssen, who was putting it in the right spot outside of off stump. Yeah, it's kind of been a very good patch for the last 20 minutes or so for the Australians. Most players that change their mark back a foot or so still tend to place their foot similar spots to where things says mark. And I was like, yeah, I guess it's just muscle memory, isn't it? But you think for Rabada, surely there's a way that either the coaching staff for the bowling side of things or someone can help him bowl less no balls, because he actually bowls the most almost out of any player in cricket today. And that's an impressive stat for all the wrong reasons, because when you think about it, he is a bowler in the top 10 best bowlers in ICC's rankings. And how many wickets has he taken off no ball deliveries? And whether he had taken those ones off regular deliveries, how far up would it have put him in the rankings in that case? Apparently 7 runs away for Usman Khawaja. 12 runs away for Steve Smith from being able to bring up his half century. Australia still with a run rate of 3.13. I think that's still a little bit too slow for them. I won't be hugely happy with only going at that rate. They'd much prefer being at about that 3.6 or so. Because it doesn't sound like a lot of a difference. But that's an extra 35 runs or so at this point, which would make them, that puts them somewhere around that 260, 270 mark. And then, that's a few less overs you got to try and get to the stage. And no, I don't think he will get to 100 before facing 220. Maybe just over that possibly. And Khawaja needs a 6, says Matt in there as well. Put him close to the 100. So on 99 if he got a 6 of Rabada. like the SCG, they'll certainly erupt for Khawaja if he can get there. Leg side-ish, whipped away nicely. Still two men in the deep for South Africa on that side. Goes straight to Bavuma. And now he does need 6 runs to be able to get to that century. He's faced 201 deliveries currently. Smith sitting on 38 off 82. Elgar, a lot of thinking will have to be done at that lunch break, trying to work out what their plan is, as it is Khawaja, or as it is Khawaja is 94 off 201 balls. Nice back foot punch from Smith, goes straight to short cover. Dale Steyn should be the South African bowling coach, says John Mills. He'd be a good coach, I think, Dale Steyn. Although I feel like he'd also be that type of coach that when they're doing it wrong, he'd just steal the ball off them and just go like, do it like this and just bowl an absolute ripper of a delivery. And hit a 6 for the boys. Khawaja, says Matt Hayes. Short ball. Steve Smith hoiked away to leg side again. Just one taken, so that will end out the over, which means Khawaja won't have the strike facing Harmer. Still another 30 minutes left of the session. Only 6 overs left till they get the new ball, South Africa. So we might get to see some new ball bowling before the end of the session. Just showing as non-captain for Dean Elgar had an average of 40.7, whereas as captain he only averages less than 28 and is yet to actually score 100 in the 17 matches that he's been captain for. That's actually quite impressive for Dean Elgar, but I mentioned it that if there's ever a game that he'll get his 100 in, it's going to be this one because it won't mean as much because the series is already over. Smith is looking a lot better than he did in his last innings, says Mark. And he's looking a lot more comfortable now than he did at the start of this innings. He seemed like he was really struggling for the first 20 balls or so. He looks like he is starting to go a little bit better. Yes, there's still been a couple little patches that haven't looked the best for him, but starting to look a lot better now. Simon Harmer continuing the attack, going over the wicket now. Continue to go round to Usman Khawaja. He does have the strike. Dragged down. Nicely fielded in close by Zondo again. And like they've said, Simon Harmer will have a relatively short spell here because of the new ball getting taken at some stage relatively soon. Harmer again, leg sided, nice sweep shot from Smith. And that will be raced into the boundary there, just not quite able to catch it. Whoever that was, I think that was Bavuma, and he was still flying past even after the ball had hit the boundary rope. And Aussie cricketers, or are Aussie cricketers millionaires, Hamish says, John, I think so. Like, in terms of, like, I don't know where the cutoff is in terms of which players are and which players aren't. Cam Green, if his finger comes right, he got signed in an IPL deal for about $3.5 million. But if his finger's broken, he won't be able to get that money. So he's got to make sure that he is going to be better. That's another big hoik from Steve Smith. Hit it to the leg side, and Bavuma won't be able to catch it. Now Smith actually moves up to 47. So relieving some of the pressure here, trying to put Harmer under pressure. Now he's only one boundary away from getting himself to his half century. Nice sweep shot. Sweeping off middle stump though. So for Harmer there, that second ball was a worse delivery of the two. First one, he was a little bit unlucky. That's going to be the end of the over. Steve Smith, I think he wants more gloves. It's going to be 239. I wonder if New Balance actually make any money off endorsing Steve Smith with the amount of gloves that he goes through per test match. Surely that's just well and truly taking it out of their bank and their profit. South Africa so far throughout their pace bowlers, 16 hitting the stumps, 282 missing the stumps. Now, the thing that slightly annoys me about that stat is they never show up for Australia's pace bowlers. They only show up for South Africa's. So Australia could look relatively similar to that, but they just don't show it, which is kind of weird. And also 2-4 in success for Smith. Off that hammer over, says Mark. Khawaja, he's 6 away from his century. Rabada, the bowler. Nicely played by Khawaja. I think Steve Smith wants more new gloves. Surely not. Only the 5 overs left till the new ball can be taken. It looks like Rabada is going to be bowling here. So I would think he might get 1 over with the new ball near the end of his spell, unless they go back to Janssen. Give him a chance. And Nokia, I think, will also have the new ball and short ball from Rabada. Gets Khawaja ducking down to his knee. Whoa, that's a stat. Since 2006, I believe they said, this is the lowest amount of play and miss that Australia have ever had at this point of a test match. So they're saying that it's only 7% of the time Australia have played and missed or edged, and that is the lowest number since about 2005, 2006. A fun stat, isn't it? What about that current guy, the most expensive IPL guy? It's not that good for mine, even though he's a Zimbabwean, says John Mills there. Short ball. Khawaja glides it down to the boundary, backward point. He will move up to 98 runs now. Quite a nice little scoring period here for Australia just before the lunch break. I think the top line players can get big money in 20 over series. I remember when the IPL started, I would play incredible amounts of money. So yes, they would be, says Mark. Nice shot from Khawaja. Plays it late, almost off the edge. Does just use the pace of Rabada's delivery. The partnership moves up to 96 now. So a boundary here could take them over to the 100-run partnership. Short ball. Khawaja plays it nicely. The crowd were cheering for it. It looks like they want to. Khawaja, it's going to be close. It was a bad throw, and Khawaja gets a century. Tell you what, to get run out on 99 would have been devastating. Oh, it's Khawaja, but once again at the SCG, able to tick over another 100. He's doing a bit of a dance as well, Khawaja. I don't know where that's come from. He's been watching too many TikToks, but he's got himself another century. 13th Test 100 in 56 matches and a 3rd consecutive 100 at the SCG. This man loves batting in Sydney. Northern Khawaja has done it. And do you think they should have salary cap marked like baseball in the States? There's John. All the Richard Hadleys in the crowd, well and truly going for him. His wife's there with their 2 children in attendance. And Khawaja has gone on to get himself the ton. 3 in a row at Sydney Cricket Ground. 314 minutes. It's been out there. Well, I was wrong. Khawaja got his ton. 206, says Mark there. Now 6 runs off this over of Rabada. 1 ball left. This is normally when the batsman goes out, but he's done well. You know, to block it nicely. That will be 76 overs down, 2 for 245, and still another 20 minutes left of this opening session, but very well batted by Usman Khawaja. He was running as hard as he physically could, and Steve Smith, you know what? Fair play to Steve Smith there, because he was waiting as long as possible to go, are you sure you want to take your 2? He was making sure that Khawaja still had time to be able to pull out of that run if he didn't want it. But Khawaja celebrating with the big jump in the air, the leap. Extremely excited about. A little bit of a dance from Usman Khawaja. I mean, what to the leg side, Steve Smith gets at least 1 here. They might even get back for the 2. And they do. So now Steve Smith, he moves up to 49. We might hear the crowd cheer again in a very short moment, because that is the 100-run partnership between the two. I don't think anyone actually realizes because Steve Smith is one off getting his half century. Down the ground, no run. Taken there for them. Khawaja, 100 off 207 deliveries. Smith sitting on 49. Can he bring up his half century? Not yet. He needs to make sure that he's still getting up there relatively well. Khawaja taking some deep breaths. I feel like the adrenaline's probably running wild in his body at the moment. That's leg side-ish. Steve Smith almost able to work it away for his half century. They're going to keep him on 49 for a little bit longer. Try and build up that extra little bit of doubt in the mind of Smith. One more here. Bahama, leg side. That's going to be the 50 now for Steve Smith. Glides his way to 50 off 95. Raises the bat. That is a very tame celebration from Steve Smith there. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think it's more of the case of with Khawaja just getting his 100, he might not want to take that moment away from his teammate. Now Khawaja on strike again. Last ball of the Hammer over. It went for 3 that time. And it is 77 overs down. 2 for 248. Where's Imran Tahir? Well, let's have his, even though he's old, he can bowl better than Maharaj these days. And no, I don't, John. Australia's sportsmen and women don't get paid enough, in my opinion. It's important that they get their payday, so to speak, says Mark. Yeah, Khawaja was celebrating. Having a big cheer, doing his dance as well. It's an interesting dance from Khawaja. Khawaja. Average now is 114 at the SCG. One of the highest averages out of any play. He's sitting third at the moment. He's got a long way to go to get to the next man up in the order, which I believe, this is going to annoy me that I can't remember who was the next man up, but it was an older batsman. Steve Smith was sitting in 5th on the order. That's a bit of a rough ball from Maharaj again. A nice drive. They will get back for the comfortable 2. Moving up to 52 now, Smith. And that is the 250 now on the board for the Australians. That means that they have been able to hit close to the amount that I wanted to see them hit for this session. I said 260 after they had a big session or a big over of Maharaj. So I feel like this is certainly a doable amount for the Aussies from here. And Smith got his 50. Well done, gents. Says Mark. And yeah, 103-run partnership. This is just where it hurts the South Africans, because anytime they finally get that breakthrough wicket, they're not able to continue getting those wickets. And that is what really hurts. Oh, this is a run-out chance. No, not the best throw from Janssen. And they do get through for another single. Second new ball available in 2.3 overs. You think for South Africa, they might look to take it relatively quickly. They've got Maharaj from one end, Palmer from the other, and I think it's going to be Nokia and maybe Janssen as the 2 new ball bowlers, I would think. Unless they decide to go with Rabada. That's leg side-ish. Once again, Khawaja able to hit it away close to the boundary, well fielded in the deep by Harmer, and it is kept to just the 2 runs. And Wally Hammond, Hamish, 161, says John Mills. And then there was also a fella with about 180 as his average. In fact, it was Tendulkar and also an Englishman. Now that I think about it, they had Tendulkar of about an average of 180 at the SCG. And then was it Hammond who was the top with, was he only 161 or was he closer to 200, John? So second new ball, they can take it in 13 overs here. Was it Ricky Ponting? Might have been Ricky Ponting. Yeah, in fact, I think Ricky Ponting might have been the top, and then it was Tendulkar in second. I think that's the order. That's a great shot from Khawaja. Hits it out through cover, another 4 runs, and that's going to be 9 off the over now. And Ponting not posting, says Mark there. Another 9 run over from Maharaj, just not good enough at the moment. Your spinner's supposed to be able to slow down the run rate, not accelerate it. And I think Maharaj certainly shouldn't be doing a huge amount of bowling in the near future for the South Africans if they want a chance of picking up those wickets. Don't get me wrong, he's had the occasional good ball, but just not consistent enough to be able to get a decent amount of pressure building. They're showing Khawaja just the highlights from his innings. We're probably about to see his wagon wheel, I hope. I believe a lot of his runs came from the onside and then off spin. Did normally try and find that offside a little bit more. Well done, John. How did you know that? Here's Mark. They whipped to the leg side by Smith. A run taken. Just showing the family celebrating Usman Khawaja getting a century. Smith hits it down the ground. Once again, another run taken for Australia. And it's gone from dot balls to singles now for the South Africans. They've gone from keeping it down to about 1 or 2 and over, sometimes 3, to now pretty much if Australia don't work them around for 3 or 4 easy singles and an over, like you consider that almost a well bowled one. So at the moment, Harmer, it's not looking too bad. Just the one single off him for the first 3 balls of the over, but it's whether or not there's a boundary coming later on here. No way, it's Hammond. The Pommy at the top. A session next Ponting nowhere. There's John there. They've said that they will be taking the new ball, more than likely South Africa, in only 1 over's time. They'll have, I would say, probably 2 to 3 overs at the Australian opener, Khawaja, and also the number 4, Steve Smith. Next to the crease is actually Travis Head. And I think when he makes his way to the middle, he'll try and accelerate the innings just like he always does. And they've got Matty Renshaw at 6. He might also look to try and accelerate. It's like Khawaja's going to take on the quick single. They do get there nicely. And that will be the end of the over. 2 for 259. And also Hamish told me, Mark, says John there. There we go. 300s in a row. Hammond, Walters, and Khawaja in Australia in 1928. Walters for Australia in 1968. And now Khawaja adds his name in there. So were you talking about the 3 centuries in a row, John, or were you talking about the averages at the SCG for each player? They've just said last year it was actually Travis here being out due to sickness that created the chance for Usman Khawaja, and he made the absolute most of it. And now Australia will be very happy that they found him at the top of the order. I'll whip to the leg side again. Four balls away, and I would be extremely surprised if the Proteas don't take that ball straight away. Khawaja tried to whip it to the leg side for one, doesn't get it. It's straight to Janssen. They're sending 259 runs currently on the board. So Australia, they've been scoring at over 4 runs and over throughout the last hour or so. Another single taken, well run. And that Walters is Doug Walters. Here's Robert. Way back in 1968. That is before my dad was born. Was the last time someone got 3 centuries in a row. And now Usman Khawaja has added his name to that list. Steve Smith advances down the ground, just hits it for one. And also, yeah, Dougie, great bloke, says John there. One ball left. Usman Khawaja. Last time you want to go out is now. Average averages at the SCG, says John. Yeah, because they were showing the list yesterday, and it did have, I think their list was Tendulkar or Ponting, Tendulkar, Khawaja, someone else, and then Smith. That was the order that they had when they showed the stat yesterday for at the SCG. So I'm not too sure whereabouts Hammond fits in. Maybe he was the guy in fourth for at the SCG. Yeah, unless the stat that they showed and talked through yesterday was wrong, is the only way that Hammond finds himself sneaking in there, I think. Right, they're taking the new ball, or are they? Maybe not. I think Nokia might be giving. No, they are taking the new ball now. I thought you were talking about averages at the SCG. Yeah, the averages at the SCG. Take a new ball, taken eye, Hamish. Was it a catch or not? I haven't seen it. It's one that from certain angles it looks like it wasn't a catch. From others, it looks like it was. For me, I think it was a catch, to be honest, because the on-field decision was out. So they needed clear, conclusive evidence that it wasn't a catch. And I don't think they quite got that. I think it would have been one that they couldn't find enough evidence to overturn it. So it should have stayed as out. But then they did get Labuschagne out only about 8 runs later for his batting. So I guess it wasn't the worst in the world in terms of the outcome of the result. Nokia, new ball. Steve Smith tried to chase after that one wide. Looks like he wants to continue being aggressive while Nokia is bowling. Elgar, as soon as they had the option of taking the new ball, he took the old one, threw it away. Doesn't want to see that ball again. He might want to see this new ball. Definitely if it starts moving around. They've still got another 8 minutes left of this session. So enough time to be able to possibly create something. A little bit of a way swing for Nokia there. Bowling at 138.5. Hasn't quite found his 150 yet in this matchup. Absolutely steaming in for the Boxing Day test match. Khawaja sitting on 108 off 220 deliveries. Partnership between these two currently working towards that 110 mark. I think they're saying that maybe Janssen's the next option from the other end. Smith on strike. Nokia, nice delivery. Smith's looking comfortable now, though, which is something that will be concerning for South Africa. Both of these batsmen well and truly set. Next 3 batsmen to the crease, all actually left-handed. Travis Head, Matty Renshaw, and then also they have got Alex Carey, who's coming off a century at the MCG. But it will be interesting to see how it is for the bowling tactics because we've actually seen 5 of the top 7 for Australia are left-handers. We've seen Labuschagne and Smith, the only 2 right-handers in that top order. That's gone straight to Bavuma. In fact, it was Zondo there fielding at short cover, well fielded. And as I agree with you, Hamish, that they did have Ponting at the top. Maybe it was a mistake, says Mark. In there as well. Nicely done by Nokia. Getting it pitched right up there. Something that South Africa possibly haven't done enough is attack the stumps. I would say that that's probably due to how well both of these men play off their legs. Anytime you put it up there, they just turn you to the leg side. But eventually you've got to work on the theory that they're going to miss. Nice ball from Nokia. A little bit of a way swing again. Steve Smith frustrated with himself with that 142k delivery from Nokia. If he can get through this last ball and the next over of Janssen doesn't take too long, I would think that we're going to get to see one more Nokia over. And also, we look at the 164 is the highest by a batter at the SCG. Is that the highest total, Robert, or the highest average for a batsman at the SCG? Now, banging his bat into the turf at the moment. Steve Smith fired up. Wants to hit Nokia away to the boundary. And that will slightly annoy him, the fact that Nokia's had a maiden there. There's 2 for 261. A good start with the new ball for Anrich Nokia. Current run rate for the Australians sitting at 3.22. Looking at some of the Steve Smith highlights, been able to create for himself 7 fours and 1-6. So of Steve Smith's 55 runs, 34 of them have actually been from boundaries. Seems a little bit higher than it normally is for Steve Smith. Normally has a couple slightly, I guess, slightly more twos and ones run around for Smith. Hasn't really needed to just yet. Will be Janssen bowling from the other end with the new ball. Should be his only over that he's going to have there. Okay, there we go. He's showing all of the different bats from all the different generations. And we're going to get to see Michael Hussey actually having a bit of a bat with them all during the drinks break or the lunch break. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that. Little bit of extra pop there off the surface. Khawaja not looking comfortable. That one I thought Smith got an edge on that Nokia delivery, says Mark. It was very close. He actually ended up, I think, playing over the top of it, Steve Smith, rather than below it. Maybe didn't quite bounce as much as he anticipated. Just looking at the clock, they've got 4 minutes left. So if Janssen gets through these next 5 deliveries relatively quickly, we should get to see another Nokia over. Well, that one wide outside of off stump, that is a quick way of getting through a delivery. Bowl it away from the batsman. Since being recalled into the Australian side, he's averaged 74 runs. Usman Khawaja, some very good batting indeed. And with the access to all the batting pads and protection for batters, should body line be allowed to respect to Phil Hughes, says Joshua. All of the, so I assume you're talking in terms of bowling short to the lower order batsmen. And in some games, they do try and have it a little bit less, I guess you could say, because it actually happened in the most recent South Africa versus Australia match. And that was Mitchell Stark bowling to the tail order and just bowling bounces back to back to back. Hammond is 161. How much is the punter? Says John Mills there. See, they tried to say about 200, but I don't know if that is the case. And didn't Mark Taylor 300 odd at the ECG? So yeah, I think that is averages rather than the odds. I'm going to have a quick look here. Usman Khawaja, not quite sure whether he wants to go after that delivery or not. Yeah, go there. And we'll go highest batting averages at the SCG. Batting leaders at the SCG in test matches. It's got Smith, Warner, Labuschagne, Khawaja. Okay, so they've got all the current guys in there. Average first innings score, outcomes, economy, batting leaders in terms of runs. Rishabh Pant, he was the other one who was in that top 5. And he had 146 as his average. Usman Khawaja's got 133 as his average. Yunus Khan apparently averages 188 at the SCG. Matty Renshaw averages 184. So I don't know what they base that off in terms of, maybe that's not international wise, that's just in general. In ODI matches, I think Quinton de Kock is one of the highest. So yeah, it just kind of depends on where you look. Now they got 334 in Pakistan, I think. There's John Mills there. Now, this will be the final over of the first session. So what we will be doing at the lunchtime break, ladies and gentlemen, is we will be popping away for about 35, 40 minutes, and then we will be returning at 3:10 New Zealand time for the second session of the day. Oh, that's an ugly one for Verena. I think that's hit his hand pretty hard. Smith, 55 of 108. Khawaja, 108 off 226. Run rate for the Australians still sitting 3.18. So they've been able to speed it up a little bit. And Warner had 335 in Adelaide. And indeed, David Warner, a lot more runs than he got in this match, unfortunately. He was out relatively early, 10 runs off 11 deliveries. Short ball, Smith locks onto it nicely, plays that backward point cut shot Does race it away to the boundary. So that moves the Australians up to 265 now. They are ahead of the run rate that they would have been after out of the Poison Dwarf. Do that, says John Mills. Yeah, that's the thing. Every once in a while, Warner has a bit of a magical innings. And then, other than that, he doesn't really do a huge amount. Very nice from Steve Smith. Laying it on top of the bounce there. It's actually almost sunny outside here in New Zealand. That's quite nice because it was supposed to be raining today, I believe. Now Nokia again. Shorter ball. Steve Smith gets out of the way of it. Only just the 3 balls to go in the first session. So we will be back for session number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. That session will go for 2 hours, taking us through to 5:10, and another 20-minute break. And then the last session of the day we'll be going through, and it can go for 2 hours and 30 minutes, similar to what this session was, other than, of course, we had a bit of rain around. So that caused some problems for the amount of cricket we got. I'm just going to quickly check the rain radar. I believe, oh, Steve Smith's in the balls. You wouldn't have liked that. In fact, it might have been a little bit higher. It might have been in the stomach for Steve Smith. Wasn't too keen on that delivery. Yeah, just hits him right in that abdominal region, the left-hand side of the body. Okay, so 1 to 9 p.m. Australian time is actually when they're expecting quite a bit of wind, and we've seen that already. Yeah, they got 334 in Pakistan in 1998. So there's Robert there. That was actually a no ball from Nokia. Nice bit of pop off the surface for that delivery. 2 balls left. It's looking like it's getting a little bit more overcast there at the ground. I don't know if that's just me from looking outside, seeing how light it is here, and then looking back, but it still looks like it's relatively dark. And Taylor stopped in respect to the Don. There's John there. Now, 3.22 run rate. Australia might even look to progress that towards about a 3.6, 3.8 by the end of the next session. Definitely with 2 set batsmen and already more runs on the board than South Africa have been able to get in their last 8 test innings. Second last ball, a little bit more pace on that one for Nokia, 145. I'm interested to know if they go back to him as soon as they do end up coming back out for the second innings or the second session. He might not be a terrible option, Nokia. Oh, so and Big Graham Gooch got 333 in England. Not sure, maybe Lords. See his mark there. Final ball here. Nokia getting ready to charge in. Final ball of session number 1. Left alone outside of the off stump, and that will be the end of the first session. Australia said 2 for 266 off their 83 overs. Khawaja bringing up his 100 in that session. Same with Steve Smith bringing up his half century and lighting it on at the ground damage. Yeah, it's been on since ball number 1, which makes it slightly concerning. But they did have a run rate of 3.31 for that session. 36 overs completed, 119 runs off it. And we are going to lunch, gents. And yeah, Mark plus a ton in the second innings as well. There's John Mills there. So yeah, we will be returning at about 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. We've got about a 35-minute break, and then we will be back rearing to go for session number 2. So what we will do is we will go like this. I will see you all in a little bit of time. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in to another session of Test match cricket. This time we are into session two. Now, the rain at this stage doesn't look like it's going to be a factor for the rest of the day. And I know I said that at the start of the first session, and then it rained 5 minutes later, but this time I mean it. Looks like a relatively good afternoon. Light shouldn't be a problem either at this point in time, but Australia ticking over some very nice runs, currently sitting 266 for two. Usman Khawaja in that last session able to bring up his century, 108 deliveries, 108 runs off 226 deliveries. Alongside that, we've seen Steve Smith bring up his half century, now sitting on 59 runs of 114 balls. A very good partnership between these two, and they will be looking to build on it for session number two. But currently, South Africa, they need to find that breakthrough, or else they could be in a lot of trouble here. And Australia could find themselves sitting closer to that maybe 380, 400 mark by the end of the session if they do choose to accelerate. They've got the new ball at the moment, though, South Africa. A couple good overs from Ulrich Nokia. Alongside him, the other end, it was Marco Janssen having a bit of a bowl as well. And Hamish, have you got a Wisdom, the small yellow book, sort of the cricket Bible like? I haven't. Probably one bit of cricket equipment that I don't have, but might have to try and find myself one perhaps. But Usman Khawaja getting a century again at the SCG, his third in a row, is something that is not very easy to do at all. And that is why only three players have been able to do it in the past, one in 1920, one in 1960s, and now Usman Khawaja in the 2023 cricketing tour of South Africa. But they're in Australia. Said that around the wrong way. Now Khawaja about to make his way out there once again, looking up at the sky, working out the conditions. Of course, now that they're making their way out onto the field, it looks like the sun has gone away. A little bit more overcast now as well. The wind, it is blowing relatively hard, which does mean if there is any rain, it might end up clearing up relatively quickly. It can only be beneficial for this game moving forward. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be, I believe, about an 80% chance of rain. So they may end up getting rained off for a majority of tomorrow. The day after that, it's about a 60% chance of rain. Once again, we might see a little bit more of the game getting called off. And then the last day, it's supposed to be nice. So they'll hopefully get in about maybe 100 overs in that final day, make up for a few of them that they have missed throughout the other days. We only had about 45 on day number one. Current partnership, 119 runs off 219 deliveries. Try and attack a little bit here. And the Don got 6 centuries in a row, as well as Mike Proctor, the Safa, and CB Fry, the Pommy, I think, in first class cricket, says John Mills. Khawaja currently sitting on 108 with his DSC, the same type of bat as David Warner. They actually used one of them in an example during the lunch break. Michael Hussey managed to hit one about 85 metres with one of those DSCs, although he did miss time a few of them beforehand, which I guess is what happened to David Warner when he was dismissed 10 runs of just 11 deliveries. Mike Hussey in the commentary box, he's caught his breath from the batting earlier on, and he has just said that this session probably determines how this test match goes. South Africa can take a few quick wickets. Maybe they're still in with a shot. But if South Africa are unable to do so over the next over, Australia are going to get themselves up to around that 400, 450 by the end of the day. And that is going to be trouble for the South Africans to try and chase. Definitely because their best up till this point in this series is about 220 runs they were able to get in the last test match. But now third test, day two, session two, just about to get underway. The lights are still on at the SCG. And Marco Janssen about to bowl the first ball. The session, it will be ending at about 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. 5:10 p.m. New Zealand time, 3:10 p.m. local time. Janssen, nice little bit of swing on offer for him early on with the new ball. They're saying a little bit of wind around, a little bit of sun now peeking back through the clouds. It's a bit of a crosswind as well, which makes it tricky. The modern bats should be illegal. In my opinion, they give the batsman too much of an advantage, says John Mills. I mean, it's one of those ones, I guess, that with ICC, they've had to go through and make sure that they're all I guess, legal bats in that regard. Because I know that anytime someone brings out a bat that's a little bit too thick, kind of frowned upon. But yeah, it's more ICC that should be looking at that rather than like if you're a player and you've got the option of using a thick bat that's going to hit it further, you're going to take it every day of the week because that little bit of an advantage could be the difference between you actually having a career or not. But yeah, like ICC wise, it's similar to the LBWs, how they just won't do anything about it. Like eventually, batsmen are going to probably be using 5 pound bats with a middle the size of Africa, and every ball is going to go to the boundary. But hopefully, we don't get to that stage. Definitely not for Test match cricket anyway. 120 is the current partnership of 221 deliveries. Going over quite nicely. Still a little bit on the slower side though for Australia throughout this one. It's all because of T20, says John Mills. Although, to be fair, they could have easily said you're allowed to use these type of bats in T20 and you're not allowed to use them in Test match. Same as ODI. You're allowed to use them in the short format, but not the long format. But they just said, nah, it's all good. Use them across all formats. We don't mind. Smith 59 of 115. Janssen coming over the wicket. Bit of a swing at that one. They've heard an edge hammer. Okay, this might be one that South Africa consider reviewing because I believe 2 of the slip cordon went up for it. Janssen doesn't look convinced. In fact, he's just walking back to his mark, Janssen, so he doesn't even care about that one. It was certainly a noise, but I don't think it was a noise of the ball hitting the bat. I think it was actually Steve Smith hitting the ground. Yeah, I think he might have hit the ground there, Steve Smith. Looking at Snicko, yeah, big gap between bat and ball. So good call from South Africa to not go upstairs for it. Johnson 4 delivery so far. That one's going to be a little bit fuller, and Steve Smith pounces on it, gets it out through cover for the 4. Will be the first boundary for Smith of session number 2. And if he's batting well, probably not the last. We're going to see a lot more big shots from Steve Smith. We've seen 2 sixes today, which is quite interesting compared to yesterday, where I don't believe we saw any. Steve Smith straight away knew he wanted to hit that one out through cover. Janssen disappointed with that ball. I have to say, Janssen, for me, probably the most unlucky South African bowler throughout this whole series in terms of taking wickets. Bowled extremely well, and it just seems to be the guy at the other end does end up cleaning it up. Whether that is Nokia, whether that's Rabada and Getty. Janssen still working away. 17 overs bowled, 43 runs off him. And that is the end of his 17th, 272 for 2. 6 runs off that over, though, so a little bit more expensive than he would have liked to be. Oh, they're actually going to be showing Michael Hussey's highlights of when he was doing some hitting during the lunch break. Just looking at the pitch here. Well, the South Africans just having a close look. It looks like there's a little bit of rough on that offside as we're looking at it for the left-hander Usman Khawaja from the non-striker's end. Harmer back into the bowling attack. So quite early to go back to spin. Interesting that they haven't continued with Nokia here from this end. So I would have thought it'd be a decent option, but maybe they're going to wait a little bit longer. He does actually prefer to use a slightly older ball than the new ball for Anrek Nokia. He said that in the past. 84 overs down. So I wouldn't think South Africa will be seeing another new ball, or else this game would almost be certain to end in a draw. Australia wanted to bat for 160 overs. In fact, I think it would be recommended for Australia here have a big session and then send South Africa in for the last hour to hour and a half of today. That's a good decision, Hamish, I think. There's John Mills there. Which one? John, I feel like I might have said quite a bit since then. That's a big shot from Steve Smith. I believe Harmer is the spin option, is what you're saying is the good decision. Harmer's just been smacked to the six. That man couldn't quite believe how quick that ball reached him from the Steve Smith. Advance down the wicket and have the shot. It's got underneath it. And yeah, the drop catch in the crowd, unfortunately, not quite able to take it too well. This new ball, one thing's for sure, it's certainly going to bounce. Crowd are booing a little bit. They booing the guy who dropped the catch. I feel like he had a decent crack at it. Harmer now giving Steve Smith a bit too much space with that last delivery. Be able to go after it. Hussey's actually saying some interesting information on the commentary. He is saying that as soon as South Africa have something happen against them, they do change their field instantly, or they change their bowler if there's a big over. And it's a risky tactic because it can sometimes end up with you forever chasing what the batsman's doing. We've seen 8 runs off this over, so I wouldn't be surprised if they take Harmer out of the attack. It seems to be that kind of equation that they've used. I doubt they'd do it this quickly, though, but you just never know. 9 runs off the over so far. Steve Smith once again hits it down the ground for 1. That's now be the final ball of the over. Will be Khawaja facing. Got to aim for that rough outside of the off stump. Try and get Khawaja driving. Create the chance of an edge. They've also got the man extremely close on the offside. Unlike Maharaj, I doubt this one's going to be a full toss for the verse ball that Khawaja's facing. Right on the money straight away. Into the over. 9 runs off it, and it will be 85 overs down now. 2 for 281. And stick with Harmer, says John Mills. I think Steve Smith will definitely be keen for them to stick with Harmer because he seems like he's picking him pretty easily at the moment. They won 84 metres down the ground for the shot for Steve Smith, and then also worked him to the leg side for 2. Got the single down the ground as well. So working it around quite nicely. It's definitely Khawaja who's going to have more trouble with Harmer. You're a rubbish truck. What day is it? Must be Thursday. Moment here in New Zealand. I lose track of the days. I'm almost at the weekend again. Smith moving up to 73. So already just in that over, he's increased his strike rate by about 8 or so per 100 balls. He can get to 100 off 160 or 100 off 150. I think Steve Smith, that will be the total that he's aiming for at the moment. I am foe, says Sadib in there. Welcome in. Janssen. I think he's having the chat with Algar what the plan is at the moment for their bowling. South Africa, they need that breakthrough. But the problem is once they get that breakthrough, Travis Head then makes his way to the middle and has the potential of scoring a lot more runs for Australia. So you need both Smith and Khawaja out within about 10 overs of each other. And then you also need Travis Head out alongside it. Then you've got Matt Renshaw, player we haven't seen too much of in the Australian kit. That's going to be nicely worked to the leg side. 1 for Steve Smith again. Now Khawaja takes the strike back. And I think Janssen's more dangerous to Khawaja. At the moment, Smith, when he's in his kind of, it's almost a weird zone, if that makes sense. When he hits that form, like it's only really Steve Smith who can get Steve Smith out. Like when he's just jumping around the crease and all sorts. So you want to be bowling to Khawaja at this point while you've still got a relatively new ball. See if you can create that chance, a little bit of extra swing, bit of extra seam movement perhaps as well. Janssen now charges in. Nice and straight, well blocked by Usman Khawaja. With that current run rate of 3.3, Australia already starting to increase it a bit. The start of this new session of the day. But I think Australia will want to be bowling by the end of today with a total of over 400 on the board, maybe even closer to 450. They may look to attack for the first hour of the final session. Because if you're losing day 3, you cannot afford to bat too long in your first innings. Definitely not if they're not going to enforce that follow-on. Then that all depends on how quickly you can bowl South Africa out If they can't bowl South Africa out in quick succession, then you all of a sudden put yourself at the chance of a loss, but not if you've got 450 on the board. By the time South Africa chase 450, you're looking at a draw about 99% of the time. It's the third test of the three. The SCG, the first one at the Gabba, the second in Melbourne. Now that Gabba track, it was over by the end of day 2. Second test match went 4 days. This one should go the full 5, although I think we're only going to get the equivalent of 3.5 to 4 days worth of cricket. And I'm from India, says Sudeep there. So welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. What time is it in India at the moment? It must be about maybe 9:30 a.m., somewhere around there, maybe. Janssen yet to pick up a wicket. He's gone for 46 runs, bowling that good length 58.3% of the time. And just bowled the 3 bounces so far for Janssen. That was the Yorker. Nicely played by Khawaja, getting the bat out to that one nice and early. See, even this over of Janssen, they've managed to work 3 singles from it. That just adds a little bit more to the scoreboard. Australia will be looking to tick over to 300, I would say, before 90 overs probably would be ideal for the Australians. So that leaves them 4 overs after this to get to the 300. This is where the attacking mindset of Pat Cummins needs to come into play some stage throughout this session. You got to go, right, we've got a good total. South Africa, they have struggled. Stats are against them because they've only reached 200 once in their last about maybe 8 innings, somewhere along those lines. So they should feel relatively confident that they can bowl them out cheaply. But they haven't got Mitchell Stark. They haven't got Scott Boland, 2 players who were able to get quite a few wickets for themselves in the last test match. They've got a few more spin options. Ashton Agar's in there. You've still got your part-time bowlers of Travis Head, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne. Matthew Renshaw might have a bowl if he's feeling 100%, but then you also probably don't want him touching the ball. So it makes you wonder if he'll even field while he's out there, Matthew Renshaw. Now Harmer pitches it up nicely, worked to the leg side by Steve Smith. Another single taken. Not the end of the world there for Harmer because now he's got 5 balls at the bowler or at the batsman who I think he's got a better chance of getting out. Khawaja nicely blocked there, a little bit uppish. It's a good length from Harmer, getting him on the front foot. Like I've just said, if Travis Head didn't test positive last year, Usman Khawaja may not have played these 12 matches and had an average of 74 for the Australians. That's a bit uppish, but he's managed to glide that one beautifully down towards third man. So I guess it's going to be at least 2 runs. Nicely cut off. They boo because it didn't make it to the boundary. They get back for the 3. Khawaja now moves up to 113. Almost 1,200 runs in 12 matches. Right, backwards cut from Khawaja, just knowing exactly where the field's laid out. Smith back on strike. He had a 6 off Harmer in the last over. Looks to attack a little bit harder there towards the leg side along the ground for 1. It's going to be 5 runs now of Harmer's first 4 balls. So this is becoming a nice little expensive period. And a very good one for the Australians to be able to keep on getting these extra runs. Side of off stump left alone. I don't want to go at that one. Probably fair enough because Harmer, he's getting the ball to spin a bit. I think he'd prefer to be bowling with the ball about maybe 10 or 15 overs older though, rather than the new ball on the surface, just because if he gets it slightly wrong, it's going to fling off the bat face. Get raced away to the boundary. That's just going to be the single though from Khawaja. Works it to the leg side. Another over done. 6 runs off Harmer. And that will be 290 for 2. Australia definitely come out with a little bit more of an attacking mindset. Even though it's the new ball, they don't seem threatened at the moment. It's current partnership of 143 runs. We're looking to close in on that 200 between them. Steve Smith He'll be looking at his 100, only 23 runs away. Khawaja's got a wee way to go before he gets to the 150, but still got plenty of time left in this test match to be able to do so. I think once Khawaja ticks off 150, Smith ticks off 100, then Australia tick off about maybe 400 runs on the board. That's when Pat Cummins will start thinking about that declaration. Nice ball, ripper. That is a brilliant one from Janssen, the play and the miss from Khawaja. And yeah, but Usman hasn't been playing the best. Has he been scoring against the Pommies, West Indies, and the Saffers? Says John. Although he normally, I believe, when they went over to India, he also had a pretty good scoring rate, didn't he? In India, I think he got himself the century, or in fact, no, sorry, it might have been actually in Pakistan that he was able to get himself the century as well. So I'd say he'd be playing pretty well since coming back. 12 matches, 1,200 runs. Like, no matter where you're playing, still scoring relatively high for Usman. Only 144 run partnership. You see there that Century Partnerships Australia, 10 times Smith and Khawaja have been able to bring up that 100-run partnership. Their best between them is 188. They're currently about 50 away from that, or in fact less than that, about 40 away from that one there. Smith now back on strike. He's from Pakistan originally, I think he is indeed. He was enjoying that kind of home away from home conditions for Usman Khawaja. I'm actually going to look up his last innings and see who they're against. Rubbish truck going back the other way. Usman Khawaja. Test innings. Here we go. On strike here, Janssen. 3 balls left. Nicely solid in behind it. Player overview. We'll see what we can find out for his recent innings. Partnership records, performances by match and innings. Career innings in the batting. It'll do. Okay, we'll have to scroll down quite a bit. So, is that how many runs he got? Innings? No, that's the innings. Where are the runs? Runs down here, right. So recently, it'll be nicely done. He didn't have the best run at the Gabba, got 2 and 11. Test match before that up against the West Indies, he was able to get 62 and 45. Got a half century in the West Indies game before that. Couple decent-ish scores against Sri Lanka, 37 and 29. Had 0 not out in one of the other innings, but then he had his patch of 160, 44, 91, 104 not out, 71 for that 97. They were all from Pakistan and also up against Sri Lanka. So he's been scoring up against quite a few opposition around the world, and also really, says Sadeep. I assume that's for Usman Khawaja. Yeah, originally born in Pakistan, Usman Khawaja. Gonna be the end of the answer over, 291 for 2. That partnership needs to be broken at some stage soon for South Africa to have a chance. If they can't break this partnership, it's looking pretty dim for the South Africans for the rest of this test match. Matthew Renshaw still testing positive, so still has to isolate from his teammates. So he likes flat tracks then, Hamish, says John Mills. Not necessarily. I mean, that tour up against Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka, they would have been spinning surfaces, so not an easy one to bet on. The top of the order. I can see what you're trying to do. You're trying to say that it's not that impressive that he scored 1,200 runs in his last 12 matches, but I think either way, it's still a pretty massive feat for Usman Khawaja to come back in after not being in the side for so long, to think that his test match career is over, and then to come back due to a player being sick, and come back and get like repeated high scores for the Australians in a tough series. I feel like it is very impressive from Usman Khawaja. Okay, they've said that Matthew Renshaw's been taking some medication, which has made him feel slightly better, but he's still not feeling great, I have to say. Sitting on 115 at the moment of 242 deliveries. Khawaja, Harmer, 3 dot balls in a row. Dragged down, nicely glided to the man at cover. Avuma fields it nicely. He's sped up his bowling a little bit here, Harmer. He's bowling about 92. It might not be a terrible idea to throw one down at about 85. A little bit more flight. See if you can lure in the shot from Khawaja. Bit better, but still too short from Harmer. They will be able to whip it away for the 2 runs. Nicely fielded by Bavuma. They get back for the 2. He moves up to now 117. Also, no, he's good, no doubt, but not one of the best from Aussie history. Yeah, I guess like that's the thing. When you look back through the Aussie history books, there are certainly a lot of players who have had, better averages, better in a few of the other stats, but I feel like constantly comparing the new players to ex players is what sometimes ruins a batsman's career. Like you look at some of these young guys, Labuschagne, luckily for him, it hasn't gone too badly, but you look at how many times certain players get called the next such and such. Like Marnus Labuschagne at the start was called the next Steve Smith. Steve Smith, the next Don Bradman. It works out sometimes, but other times when players get all that weighted pressure on them being called, oh, you're going to be the next big thing, that's sometimes what actually is their downfall. They just can't handle that pressure. Like Brian Lara says, Test cricket, all of the players out there on the field are good enough. It's just the fact that you've got to have that mentality, the mindset to be able to strive in such a hard environment while playing international cricket. And, some of the players, they do manage to get them back into or get themselves in that zone of being able to concentrate while they're out there for hours and hours on end. But then others like Cam Green at the moment, he's in a tough patch because it's one of those scenarios that, like, Cam Green, he was looked at as he's a big bowler, should be able to go all right, but he just didn't quite deliver with the bat. And are you Australian, says Sadeep? I believe he's South African, Sadeep. And Smith ain't even close to the Don, in my opinion, says John Mills. And once again, very different players. So that constant comparison, like Steve Smith for his whole career has heard, oh, Don Bradman, yes or no, is he better, is he worse? We'll look at his averages, we'll look at the stats, we'll look at all of this information. But very different times. And so it's very hard to compare. It's like comparing a halfback to a prop in rugby. You got no show. Now, Janssen, 2 dot balls to start off his over. And off the outside edge of Smith does go to the man Irvia, who is fielding at gully, but it did bounce to him. And also we have got there from Chipolopolo country, sir, says John Mills. Doesn't tell me anything more than I already knew, which is I don't know where you're from. Smith sitting on 77. He's been stuck on 77 for a little while, Smith. Still 23 away. Partnership 4 runs off the 150. Now, a little bit of swing still on offer for Janssen, though, when he brings his length back a tad more rather than getting it up there on that full length. Doesn't show a lot of emotion, Marco Janssen. Looks frustrated because he bowls very well but doesn't pick up wickets. And gee whiz there, matey, 2 for 300. Seen that time and time again. Windy's on the receiving end also. Stares young boy Pete. And Google it, Amish, or you could just tell me. Save some time, wouldn't it? And also be there, thanks. Says Zadeep. Janssen now. It's it outside of off stump. Steve Smith will jump onto the front foot and give it a drive. Doesn't look like it will. Oh, Elgar gave up on that very early. He wasn't willing to dive for that ball. And that will race away to the boundary. Not really what you want to see from your captain. You want to see him putting in those extra yards, trying to stop that boundary. Just felt like it was always getting away from him. Great shot from Steve Smith, says Mark. And Sachin Tendulkar was one of those people who was mentally strong and remained on top of his game for a long time, longer than most, says Mark. And you like Lara said, when he makes his way to the crease, he's got 20% momentum and the bowler has got 80. And as you start to get a little bit further into your innings, that starts to dwindle a bit. But at no stage, he says, does a batsman have more than 80% momentum over a bowler, because there's always that chance that they bowl you an absolute peach. So you still got to be ready for that, but you want to play the game in momentum, having it in your favour. That's the 150 run partnership now, 4 runs off the Janssen over, 90 overs bowled now, 297 for 2. Steve Smith, you see that natural little step to the offside. He seems like he's a lot more comfortable out there now for this session rather than the last. At the start of the last one, he did seem a little bit shaky, but he hadn't faced any deliveries from the day before. The land of Samuel Matiti, George Gregan, and also Chipul. So I know George Gregan, he played for Australia in rugby union, so I assume you're Australian then, John? And Steve Smith is getting closer to 100, says Shannon. He is only 19 away. Going to be Harmer once again, bowling to Usman Khawaja, going around the wicket here, trying to spin it away from him. I see cut away to the man at backward point, but well fielded. Moment, South Africa. They need a wicket before this partnership becomes 200, or else it may just be the case of waiting until Australia decide to finish batting. And Smithy had the flu other day when he made 85, says young boy Pete. Yeah, very impressive batsman, Steve Smith. That, like, he also took a knock in the nets only a couple of days ago, I believe. He got one on the finger, and there were doubts of whether or not he was even going to be able to play in this test match. But he seems to have not shown any sign of that at the moment. It definitely looks like a 3-0 series at the end of this game, says Mark. Although there's also a chance this one could be a draw just because of how much of the game we're supposed to lose due to rain. I think they're supposed to lose maybe 80% of tomorrow's overs because of it raining. Great ball from Harmer again. Beats the outside edge. Khawaja not quite connecting on that one. Yeah, nice spin. Just outside of the outside edge of Usman Khawaja. And Smith's a crybaby for me. He might be a crybaby, but he's scored a few runs from doing so, hasn't he? So it's similar to David Warner in a way. A lot of people don't like him, but they can't help but say, like, he's a good batsman, a great batsman. There's 81 here off 137. It was the partnership that they certainly needed after losing Marnus Labuschagne. The days of 5 test matches are gone. It's a shame, really, but in some regards, with how one-sided some of these series have been, you can understand why they've been shortened. Plus, with the other international competitions, like the T20 League in South Africa starts up in only about 5 days. The Pakistan Premier League, I believe, starts, or the Bangladesh Premier League, sorry, starts tomorrow. So, plenty of cricket coming up in the near future. A lot of opportunities for these international players, get themselves a nice paycheck, go out and play some more cricket. 3 short of 300 now for Australia. Khawaja, 117. He's had a couple tough deliveries from Harmer. Janssen looks like he's fresh enough to continue bowling for a little bit longer. The fact that Pat Cummins is coming into bat at number 9 tells you Australia, they did favour batting for this test match rather than the bowling. Yeah, young boy Pete, spot on, mate. Here's John Mills there, nicely in behind it there for Steve Smith. It is Rabada, actually. He's come back into the attack. Let's hope for less no balls in the first innings. Oh, it's a no ball. My. Old mate just can't keep his toe behind the line or his heel behind it. It's not great, because if he keeps on bowling no balls, I can just tell now, reading into the future, he's going to get the wicket and it's going to be a no ball, and South Africa will just deflate on the spot. Everyone will pop the cork, let all the air out, and just sink down onto the grass. South Africa won't get to play in Perth or Adelaide or Hobart, says young boy Pete. I'm saying that, Hamish, if the Aussies can score a big enough first innings total, they can bowl South Africa out 2 times in a row. The reason I say that is no defence as yet, or no defiance as yet. Says Mark, whip to the leg side. Although I know that Australia aren't keen on enforcing follow-ons, mainly because they are the only side in history to lose from enforcing a follow on, and they've done it multiple times. In fact, no, that might not quite be correct, but they are the team who have lost the most from enforcing follow ons, is what I meant by that one. Does anyone know where I'm from, Hamish? Sorry to ask. Nah, probably not. With a name like John Mills, it's not very easy to work out. You know, if your name was John van der Vesterhazen, we'd have a bit more of a crack. But Mills could be anywhere. We got Kyle Mills from New Zealand. Mills could be English. Mills could be Scottish. Or maybe not Scottish, but you could be maybe South African, even Australian. Nice in behind it. Usman Khawaja. They're saying Khawaja looks relatively safe behind this slightly shorter deliveries, UK or Oz. Here's young boy Pete. 91.3 overs. They're saying that it's slow. English, Bell, or Welsh. See his mark there, nicely defended again. Partnership still ticking over nicely. I'll just look at the weather radar again. Sydney looks like it's just supposed to be windy. Not much of a chance of rain currently, but 90% chance tomorrow that it is going to be raining. So that rain is going to be 70% at 12, 60% at 11. Go Australia, yes. See his read there nicely and behind it again, Khawaja. 60% at 1 p.m. And yeah, it's looking like it's going to be relatively wet tomorrow, unfortunately. And even the next day after that, Saturday is supposed to be 50% chance of the rain falling. So Australia need to make sure they're scoring relatively quickly. Can I tell your viewers, Hamish? Yeah, no worries. I would have thought you would have told them with the guesses. They're not going to be able to track you down if that's what you're worried about, John. They're not going to show up at your door and go, "Hey, John, we know you." Currently 15 minutes away from 4 o'clock. Then from there, it will actually only be another hour and 10 minutes left of the session. So, of course, they'll have their drinks break in about 25 minutes' time. Keep hydrated. Zambia. And this is John Mills. There you go. A nice area of Africa, Zambia. Tell you what the flag looks like. Couldn't tell you whereabouts exactly in Africa the country is, though. Because you're a little bit older, aren't you, John? If I'm not wrong in that statement. So I don't know exactly your age, but I want to say you're probably, don't get offended by this, but I'd assume that you're like maybe 60, somewhere around there, maybe. Somewhere around there. Oh, so we have got there Shazza has said, "Big fella, share your screen. We want to watch the game, not your beautiful face with the X." Unfortunately, sadly, due to licensing, we're unable to show any match footage or audio just because or else then YouTube take us straight down and then you wouldn't be able to see our, as you described it, beautiful face for 3 months while we get the copyright strike dealt with, which would be a shame. But I can recommend Fox Cricket as an option if you're in New Zealand. Sky Sport has got the game. Yeah, I'm a fossil. Good guess, guy 59. Tell you what, that was a very good guess of 60. When's your birthday, John? Not too far away, hopefully, and then I'll be even closer. Partnership, a big one currently, 152 of 277 deliveries. Steve Smith still ticking along towards that century. That's not a nice shot from Steve Smith. That's an unlike him type of play there. It was way outside of the off stump, and he decided to try and hoik it across to the leg side, which of course didn't go off well. Up a little bit more. This time he gets it down the ground. That'll be the 300 runs up now for Australia. Is this 20 questions, Hamish? Nah, that's about where the questions end, I think. I'm watching games on Foxtel, Hamish. It makes perfect sense. It will be why you are interested in Australia versus South Africa. Here's Mark there. Yeah, currently 153 runs. Crowd cheering the 300. This is probably going to make it 302. Yep, they get back nicely for 2 runs. Moving up to 302 at the end of the over. Just the 2 wickets down. There's a long way to go for the South Africans here. They need wickets in a hurry. They don't get it. Australia just going to be able to continue ticking over these runs. And it's going to become that scenario that they just have to wait for when Australia decide that they're done batting. And Aries, says John there. That's about March, isn't it? Sometime in March, April. I think that's the right one. The only reason I know that though is because George is born late March and someone called him an Aries. So that's the only reason I'm guessing there. Like if you said any other star sign, I would have been screwed. Anyone got a streaming service login? Could borrow for the next 3 days while I'm in New Zealand. I have no way of watching the game, says Shazza. So I can recommend. One moment, I'll just have a quick look. I know the TAB have been showing some of the test matches, but I don't know if they're showing this one. Have a quick look though. TAB. They've got the NBA. That's all well and good, but we want this one. Left alone by Smith. Australia. Okay, they don't have that one, but you might be able to get away with a Sky Sport Now subscription, Shazza Smith, because they do have a 7-day free trial. So if you go with Sky Sport Now, 7-day free trial, just cancel it before you go back home, and you should be able to watch this. They will need your credit card, but they'll give you your money back once, or they'll charge you after the 7 days, I should say. Got a TV, but no antenna holes, says Young Boy Pete. And also the 23rd of March, 63. Okay, so you're 1 day after George is born. Fun fact. Or in fact, sorry, 1 day after Isaac is born. 6 days before George. And also I watched the cricket on Channel 7 with the volume turned off and listened to Hamish, says Mark. I haven't said too much about the cricket, have I, in the last little while. Currently, Rabada 3-dot balls in a row. But I guess that's the benefit of also being able to see it. The short ball, ducking under at the SD Smith. Not too keen on playing that one. I've hit a slower patch here. I work in singles, which I think is why it looks like they're not getting as many runs in a hurry, but a couple more boundaries might not be a terrible idea for Australia in the near future. Can you give me a job, Hamish, in New Zealand? What can you do, John? What does your resume look like? Because I don't know if I'm the best one to talk about jobs, seeing as I only have a part-time one and then I sit in my lounge and talk to the channel. So it's probably, I'm not the best one to go off. And also, chat's going off lately, loving the work, Hamish, says Shazza Smith. Hugely appreciate it. Hopefully, Sky Sport Now does work for you as well, because you'll also be able to watch New Zealand, Pakistan, and also the KFC Big Bash while you're over here as well, if it does work out. I'll just have a look. Sky Sport Now. Do they still have their free trial? They should do. Get your pass today. Where's the 7-day free? There it is. No Skybox needed, 7-day free trial with sky.co.nz for Sky Sport Now. So yeah, be sure to check that out. Rabada looks very frustrated. He seems very annoyed. He's just not getting it right, is he? And fine shot that, Richie Beno. They're showing what Verena is doing. On the stumps, not a lot of movement. I haven't got one. Siva, you mean word of mouth for me? Okay, so what do you do well, John? I feel like this is becoming a job interview, but what type of skills do you have? Are you a people person? Are you a handyman? What do you got going for you in terms of job opportunities? Smith, moving up to 84 now. Already 45 minutes through this first session, or the second session of the day, I should say. And am I right in saying that this would be the first session that we've got through completely unaffected by rain and whatnot? Or did we get through the first session yesterday? I might have got through the first session yesterday. And thank you so much. Huge Hurricanes fan. So I will love to watch Patrick Dooley lining up the Big Bash tonight. He's a great player. Like, they've found a hidden gem in him. Because not only is his style of bowling unique, so people will remember it, but he's also extremely accurate for a player who we haven't really seen too much. So it's pretty cool that he's been able to join the Hurricanes and has done as well as he has. Matthew Renshaw just walking around the boundary. He'll be getting bored since he's not allowed to hang with the rest of the team. But he's allowed to hang with the 13th and 12th men and whatnot. But just he won't be able to, I guess, touch the water that the other players are drinking. I don't know how it works. He's supposed to be away from people, but he's allowed to be near people, so it's fine, I guess. As long as he doesn't give it to the rest of the Australians. Shall we write another much Hamish, jack of all, master of none, says John. Okay, it might be a little bit harder to get a job in New Zealand. Did you work at Subway? Subway's a nice place. You make a mean sandwich, do you, John? And John, are you a jack of all and a master of none, like myself? That was kind of weird timing, but I guess he is. It's going to be worked away by Khawaja. The Bavuma at cover point stops it from being the single. But like, there's always going to be a sandwich that needs to be made at Subway. I don't know why Subway's my example. I think it's just because you get to get maybe a little bit more satisfaction out of seeing someone have a sub that you've made. I feel like I'd work at Subway, to be honest. Although hay fever probably wouldn't allow that too well. It'll be the end of the over, 304 for two. Just the one off the hammer over there. Just showing Verena dropping a catch at the MCG. No Subway for me. I'm old school. Says John Mills. So like McDonald's, I guess. Was McDonald's been around longer than Subway? And if you did work at Subway, you got to tell me what they put in the cookies. That's one rule, okay? Because those cookies are decent. Although I think the key for their cookies is slightly undercook it, just a little bit, so that it's still kind of a bit more moist. That's going to be whipped away to the leg side with the pull shot from Steve Smith. And just take the one again. Great minds think alike. Says Mark there. Smith getting closer to that century. Khawaja sitting on 119. Still not scoring at a massive scoring rate here for Australia. Partnership of 158. Trying to ride out some of the best bowling that South Africa are offering. I'd like to see Nokia back into the attack, though. That would be the best case scenario. And also, we have got there, loving the work. Do you get paid for this? Fair bit of work for you, young fella. Says Shazza. So we do get a little bit of ad revenue from YouTube, but I always say it anytime someone asks about it, and it is 100% the truth. Any money we make off YouTube goes straight back into the channel, whether it is for a subscription for a sports streaming software, lighting, microphone, or like a new webcam or anything like that, just to keep on making the content slightly better as we go on through our YouTubing journey. So yeah, it's pretty much, I always call it a full-time job on a part-time income, but then you don't actually get that income because I put it straight back into what we're doing and then do a bit of part-time building on the side so that I can make ends meet, as they say. But I'm excited because early February, I believe, is when we're actually going to be pouring some big concrete slabs. So that's going to be a nice testing one for the body. Get me off me ass. Doing a bit. Just showing the way that Elgar is dismissed. It's always down the leg side and Subway's yank. I don't like yanks, sorry, says John Mills. And yes, McDonald's have been around longer than Subway, says Mark. Nicely played again by Khawaja and behind it. Yeah, then we get into late February, and that's Super Rugby, the Six Nations, not too far away from starting as well. There's going to be a bit to do. I can do concrete, Hamish, can you? Do a bit of concrete. We probably don't need too many extra hands. It's just going to be me and Dad at this stage. But to fly over from Zambia to do one slab of concrete might not be too strategic. And couldn't make the light on you much better, but definitely worth investing in a cheeky webcam, says Shazza Smith there. And your Indian current best bat name on batsman name, please. Your Indian current best batsman name. So your favorite bat from India, is that what you're saying, Sudeep there? I've actually recently purchased an MRF for a brand of Indian bat. Gonna give it a go. Nice shot, Khawaja. Yeah, nicely punched off the back foot. Khawaja, he's actually played a lot more off that back foot. Oh, that's not great from Nokia, though, because that is a missed opportunity. He wasn't able to take the catch, picked it up very late. I wasn't actually watching that one closely, but that is, yeah, that's a drop catch, I guess you'd say. I think it's Bajara, says John Mills. I'm a big fan of McDonald's and Hungry Jacks, although I am getting very hungry, so all this talk of food is hard to hear. We've got about an hour and 10 minutes till the next break. Yeah, Khawaja hits it straight out to Nokia. Wasn't quite able to take it, which is disappointing because he's a pretty good athlete. I felt and Virat Kohli player. Says Mark. You can see there Nokia disappointed. I think maybe Khawaja just asking whether or not there was a drop catch. Five Guys, yeah, another place that makes some good food. I think when I have my break for the tea break, I think it's just gonna be just chips. And also, could I ask what your Snapchat would happen to be? Says Shazza Smith. Well, I don't actually. What is my Snapchat? I was going to say I don't actually know it off by heart. I could tell you what our Instagram is for the Kiwi lads. Maybe give you the Snapchat on there. What have I got? I hardly use Snapchat. Like in terms of Snap score, you know how that's a thing. My Snap score is where'd it go? 10,866. A terrible fielding there, Nokia. Here's Mark. Yeah, it wasn't great. He did drop that one quite badly. And it's weird because normally, like earlier on in the day, we saw him flick it back infield. Was very nice. Is that a freight train going past the house? What is that? Oh, it's just a ute. That sounds terrible. Fair enough. And mentally switched off. He turned away from catching that ball. And it's actually something we saw from Bavuma in the last test match. How rather than looking to catch the ball, they kind of go, and then that's when you end up in a random situation of pretty much like you're never going to catch it if you're going like that, trying to hide from it. Is that another? No, that one sounded a bit better, that truck. Nice over from Harmer, 97. Only 311 for two. They currently sit. Showing Elise Perry there. Showing a catch taken by Alyssa Healy. Pretty decent catch. Large 124, 272 deliveries. And Algar's responsible for keeping his boys on their toes. There's John. And I guess with Algar, we saw him actually chasing after that one near the boundary and just let it dribble over. So, to an extent, you'd have to say Algar's not setting a good example for the team with the amount of effort that they're putting into the field. Now, charging in, nicely played off the back foot, unlucky 13 from the 100 for Steve Smith. Says Mark, yeah, once he gets into the nervous 90s, he's normally able to convert to the century. But if he doesn't get it right, that's where the trouble starts to lie for Steve Smith and the Devil's number, says John there. They said Nokia did everything right there, other than taking the catch. He just didn't see it in time. Oh, Khawaja in the air. That's going to be punched away. Backward point. That's where he's scoring a majority of his runs at the moment. Usman Khawaja, and that will take him up to 128, 87 for the Aussies, says John Mills. And there as well. There we go. Yeah, we're good. I have to check the Wi-Fi every once in a while just to make sure that it is running smoothly. Khawaja, 128 of 274 deliveries. Still needs to accelerate a little bit more. That's off the outside edge. And when your luck's on, and that's going to be racing to the boundary for 4 runs. Khawaja, back-to-back boundaries now Khawaja strike rate is really worrying. They want to win this game as quickly as possible before the showers float in and the rain comes down. Go on or get on with it. Exactly right. They need more runs. He's starting to look all right here. Looks at Shazza. So you mentioned you're in New Zealand for 3 days. Are you on holiday here and then heading back to, I assume, Australia, Shazza? What part of New Zealand are you in at the moment for your holiday? And even though he got the edge, he kept it down, light hand, soft touch, another drive from Khawaja. This is going to be another single. Rabada's relatively expensive at the moment with the way that it is sitting. Oh, I've got a guest that's coming to join me, ladies and gentlemen. Hello.
Hello. Do I have to wear those?
Hmm?
Do I have to wear those?
If you want to hear the noises.
Oh, I did hear the noises.
Depends if there's any noises.
Oh.
Give you that one. There you go. I'll have to get you in frame as well. Usman looking at his asterisks. Looking at the knot out. Yeah, we go. Is Mum also coming for a look-see?
She's drinking.
She's drinking. Okay, fair enough.
Hello.
There we go. Put it to the side a little bit more. Currently, Australia ticking over quite nicely.
They've increased the run rate a wee bit, but...
Smith 12 off a century. Khawaja 17 off the 150. So this will be a fun question for you. At what stage of today do Australia declare? Because I think they need to.
Well, they're going to try and push for any sort of result. And with the World Test Championship and all the rest of it, it's really, really important that you get victories in your own home country. So at some stage, Australia's got to have a crack here.
That's 14 off that over.
Yeah.
That's quite an expensive one from Rabada.
So it'll be a T20 over.
Yeah. And is that your old man Hamish? It is. Can you tell?
Yeah, enough of the old thing.
He's 59, John is.
Oh.
And he's living in Zambia. He wants a concrete job. You got one?
In Zambia?
Yeah.
I think it'll be hard by the time we get there.
Yeah, Steve Smith, most runs in test matches, currently ticking up. He's only 13 away from surpassing Clark.
Michael Clark.
He's got a long way to go before he gets the Steve Waugh order and Ponting. Recently overtaking Matty Hayden.
Going to play a few more tests yet.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. He's going to get there quite a bit ahead of Michael Clark in terms of amount of matches that he's played. And
what are we now? Middle of the second session.
Yeah. So currently they've got another hour and 2 minutes, but they'll have a drink break. It's probably 55 minutes, I'd say, left of this session.
I think they'll give themselves 40 minutes, an hour in the last session.
Okay.
They'll declare. We're looking for another 150 odd runs. They'll try and go at a fast pace. They'll try and ramp it up. And they'll certainly want to crack at them tonight for 20 overs. So, hour and a half tonight.
It's about what I said as well.
Yep. It'll depend on how many they go. I have a question for you regarding that near miss before, the catching side of it.
For Nokia.
Why is Gully walking in?
Oh, okay. Was he gully or was he backward point?
Well, even so, why was he walking in? Is he trying to save the half run? Or is he there as a catcher?
Good point.
Because he was in no man's land doing both. Walking in, off balance, got a fright when the ball come to him.
Similar to Bavuma.
And never even got close to catching that.
In 88 now, so is not on he's not on the Devil's number. Khawaja is in form at the moment, and also currently in Queenstown. I have come all the way from sunny Western Australia. I see where you get your cute genetics from, says Shazza there. Shazza wanted my Snapchat.
Did she?
She did. I don't actually know how old Shazza is at this stage, but we're slowly learning information. I was actually in Wicket a couple of days ago, Shazza. Currently, world's best classic batter name, please. Currently, world's best batsman. I know there's about 3 or 4 that get put in the equation every time. One of which Marnus Labuschagne. One of which Babar Azam.
You can't count him, though.
He does bat on flat surfaces quite a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But would you say that Australia is a flat track for Labuschagne?
Not always. Not always.
Mm.
It was quite interesting actually listening to Simon Dole and that Ian Walker Eunice last night in the Pakistan cricket. They were basically saying that a lot of the wickets in Pakistan have actually got grass on them and they're seamers tracks.
Mm.
Yet when they come to Test match cricket, all the grass gets disappeared, basically, and they might as well put an artificial one.
Mm.
So it's certainly quite interesting, but they're sitting there trying to work out why there's no crowds. Um,
Do you remember what you said? Do you think Australia will win? I think they've got a good chance, but they need to accelerate because or else then I think there's going to be too much rain around for them to be able to finish the job. Maharaj has been expensive, so this might accelerate the run rate. Only 4.33 per over.
they've basically got to get to 500 as quick as they can and then bowl South Africa up front to 300. They have a chance of winning it.
Will they enforce that follow on though?
They will if they lose any time for rain.
Mm.
Depending on, of course, assuming that they bowl South Africa out cheaply.
Mm.
Of course, it would depend what the deficit was. But if the deficit was only close to 200, I think Aussie have got to put them back in.
Because Australia, Isaac actually read this stat out to me the other day. He said that Australia are a side that have lost the most test matches by enforcing a follow-on.
Yep.
Out of any side.
Yep.
And in fact, it's a rare group. I think it's only about 99% of the time. In fact, less than 1% is when they do lose from enforcing.
Would be interesting to know where those games were played, as to whether it was because of spinning tracks where they batted last. Because traditionally, with the exception of being over in like India and places like that, the wickets don't deteriorate that much, although Australia can be known to have some big spinning tracks on day 5.
And with a bit of rain around for this one, I think that's going to just speed up the process, isn't it?
Well, that'll keep the wicket a lot fresher, so there's more in it for the seamers. Aussie have certainly got a good seam attack, even with the injuries that they've got. So there's every chance because, well, let's face it, South Africa they've scored over 200 once in the last 8 innings. So working on that theory, Aussie probably only need 450.
Also, someone asked what beer you're drinking. Someone thought it was a Bundaberg.
No, not a Bundy.
Not a Bundy.
Bundaberg, oh. It's just a common old DB draft brewed up the road in Timaru.
Is it?
Half an hour away. Yep.
Where's that though?
Out at Washtike.
Oh. Well, there you go.
But it's a lovely drop on a hot day.
Which it is currently.
Yep.
We're actually warmer than it is in Sydney, which is something we don't have too often.
No.
100 overs bowled, 328 for 2. Cheers, Mark. Yes, something we definitely take with pride. Also must have helped, but come for a visit. You'll find it as a beautiful location, says Shazza Smith, or Western Australia. Yeah, as long as you can handle the heat, I think Western Australia is not too bad. But as soon as you've gone from really cold to all of a sudden hop into Perth, you just feel like you're cooking, don't you?
Well, I suppose. But is Perth and Melbourne similar in temperature? Because they're both sort of about that same sort of level, aren't they, in Australia?
They are, but I believe Melbourne has more New Zealand weather than
Melbourne's a lot like here.
So we're going to do a Google. What is the temperature in Melbourne? 20. What is the temperature in Perth? 27 or so, I'm guessing. It's 3 degrees in Perth? Well, you're joking. Which Perth is that? Oh, it's Perth in the UK.
Perth, Australia.
I was going to say, you're going to have to add a 0 onto that 3 degrees, aren't you? Hobart, Gold Coast is 25.
Yeah, but that's only today. Average temperature.
Average, I think it is about maybe 5 to 10 hotter in Perth per day.
That's the prediction?
That is the prediction. It's currently 33 in Perth.
Yeah.
Going up to 37. Hang on, they were about the same as Melbourne earlier in Sydney. So,
the average temperature.
Ranking up, I don't have all the numbers.
Oh. That's it, I'm done.
Right. Smith, nicely bowled by Harmer again. No, Perth is beautiful weather. Melbourne weather can change 4 seasons in one day.
Yeah,
38 in
solid,
Perth
yeah.
tomorrow.
Nice.
And no, Melbourne's much cooler. Says Shazza Smith. That's a bit of a
Okay.
tongue twister if you say it wrong. So I assume your name's Sharon, maybe, with a nickname like Shazza. Although,
Mm,
to be fair, your name could be like Emily, and they'd call you Shazza in Australia, wouldn't they? When do you think the Aussies will declare? About an hour before the end of the day is their best time. They need to get to 380 by the end of this session. Another 60 runs in an hour or so.
I think. What do you got an hour left? So
Um,
working
yeah.
on the theory that Smith brings up his 100
Mhm.
and Khawaja brings up his 150.
Yep.
And then one of these two is going to go,
Mm.
I believe.
Perfect weather for tanning, says Shazza. That sounds like somewhere I need to go because I might look tanned here from being in the sun a couple times, but up here, it doesn't actually look too bad because the red of the curtain, I don't look as
That'll
white.
work.
That's all right. But yeah, I'm pretty pale. Are you looking for a wife, Hamish? Do you have one on offer, John? No. I mean, not currently, I wouldn't say. Mainly because, I mean, don't know. Don't think I need one just yet, do I?
Mhm. Can you cook?
Can I cook?
Yeah.
I'm not bad.
Oh,
I
you
cook a mean omelette.
I can't say that. It's 6 down 6. I'll retract that one.
Hey, Mum.
No, it's all right. We're
Are
gonna
you coming in for a sit down? You can come in for a sit down. I got a second camera angle that will capture you. You sure? You come in for a chatter? Because he is scared, says Mark. Is that me getting a wife? Wives are scary, aren't they? Yeah. Your one's sitting in the doorway. She about to stab you.
I gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
Do you want to come in for a chatter?
I'm nearly due
Alrighty.
for another beer though, dear.
I feel like my wife, if I had one, would get very frustrated at me just sitting here talking all the time.
Back to the cricket.
101.3 overs down, 330 on the board. Maharaj been bowling a little bit better.
Partnership, 183.
Oh, so we have got there. Shell tanning sounds good, don't it? And there, yeah, getting a tan can't hurt you. Other than if you wait too long and you get burnt. How many all whites from the 80s does your dad remember?
Nephew. Rufus, Steve Sumner.
Oh, okay.
Turner. There's a few of them. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Marcus said your dad has big cojones. Mm-hmm.
He's still there. Still out.
They're just out of frame, aren't they?
Huh.
140. Khawaja still trying to get to that 150. And with a misfield like that, you're going to get closer. Another single. But South Africa, it showed when Algar was chasing after one that he was trying to cut off from going to the
Oh,
boundary.
I saw that.
And just kind of dawdled. Went, nah, I'm all right. Don't need to run onto that one.
Well, that guy there just did exactly the same thing, right? Normally, if you misfield and it's going to cost your bowler a run, the first thing you do is get up and chase it like mad
Ooh.
so it doesn't cost two.
Mm.
That guy got up and said, oh, someone will get that.
That had a bit of spin on it from Maharaj there.
Get a bite.
Bit of turn and bounce. End of the over. 3 runs off it.
Nathan Lyons would be pretty keen on that.
And Ashton Agar.
If you go, Stephen, come have a bowl.
I've got a lot of spinners in the lineup for Australia.
Yeah, well, see, Sydney traditionally is a spinner's track.
Would you argue that Ashton Agar, Nathan Lyon, and part-time leg spin from Marnus, Steve Smith, and part-time off spin from Head is enough to not have to go with also Matthew Renshaw? Because Matthew Renshaw, he's got COVID.
Yes.
He's going to be, unfortunately,
Lucky. He's
staying
still
away.
playing, though.
Yeah, he's just got to stay away from the side.
Not allowed to,
Not allowed to talk to anyone.
anybody, not allowed to cut to anybody, not allowed to be with anybody.
But then as soon as he's in the field and he touches the ball, what happens there? You're not allowed to do that anymore, are you? You've got to get the sweat off the forehead. Oh. Another single for Khawaja. He's been batting very well on the surface.
Khawaja's a good bat.
Mm.
A lot of time for him. Not as irritating to watch as what Steve Smith and Marnus are.
Did you see his dance moves when he got the century?
Yes.
He was busting a bit of them
He was
out.
quite happy about it,
Yeah.
as you would be.
Watching the TikToks.
Looks a bit breezy too.
Bit of a crosswind.
Huh?
Surprised we haven't seen much of Nokia bowling, which makes me think either strategy or injury. Because he only bowled like maybe 2 with the new ball.
Oh, okay.
And also we have got that Hamish tell Dad why ball not pink. Because it's red. 134 at the moment.
Is that it?
On the ball. I don't know what he wanted from me there.
Is that the joke? What?
You want some headphones, Mum? Dad's not using
Yeah, you can have
his
these ones.
at the moment.
Hear what's going on?
He's just going to watch too. Okay, I'll take those back. You want to see this camera work from Hamish? He's been busy. He's been setting up stuff. So you see how we're that camera angle, right? Watch this smooth transition. Then we go like that. And like that. No, hang on.
Sitting.
Hang on. Here we go. Look at that.
What are you doing now?
I don't know if they can hear us though.
Doesn't matter.
Can anybody hear us? Wave if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Khawaja's not waving.
No, it's still there. We're good.
Alright.
Okay, now we'll adjust this one a little bit more. Look at that,
You
eh?
got 2 cameras.
Yeah, got 2 angles. Isn't this nice family time?
No, I've had enough.
You can see my legs now.
The strengths now.
See how white they are. And also, All White's only unbeaten football team in the World Cup history,
Yes.
says John.
Yep.
And also, I don't think the spinners are that important into 4th or 5th day because, or before then, the quicks can cause a lot of grief. Yeah, and the fact that they've only gone with Pat Cummins and alongside that, they've got Josh Hazelwood. So if it becomes a tough innings for them, like you don't want to overwork Hazelwood.
No, he's just come back, so there'll be a limit to how many overs they get out of him. Pat Cummins will bowl all day.
Yeah, it's nice. It's toasty. I could do if you want. Hot warm. Oh, it's bright out there.
It's the sun.
Jeez. There we go. Now at quality time, says John. Yeah, this is the only time we talk. As soon as the live stream's off, everyone just goes back to their separate rooms. We just never talk again till the next live stream. Best way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And hello, Mumsy. Great to see you all together. We can hear you all fine. Says Mark. See, it's quite fancy. Because that's the camera, but that's not picking up our audio. This is. It's fun. You know? Dark clouds in the background. No rain yet falling for this session. Hopefully that is the way that it stays as well.
The window's open. Never mind. Right.
Khawaja 142, Steve Smith 92. Oh, here's a betting game.
Right.
Khawaja to the 150 or Smith to the 100 first. $5 on it for everyone.
My money's on Khawaja.
Okay, I'll take Smith. So I either owe you guys $10 or I get $10. Sounds all right, doesn't it?
Put it on the list.
Yeah.
Steve Smith is 8 away from the 100. And where's your mum drink? Or what's your mum drinking? G&T? Nah, she got the Heineken.
Not until Heineken pays some money.
I reckon they would. They quite like it.
Yeah. I was
Is that a
hello,
good beer
Mumsy.
and
Happy
better
New
beer?
Year.
That's New Year's.
I used that reference on one of the other
you?
live streams. Yep.
Is any good beer and better beer?
Someone was like, I can't remember the 2 beers that they said, but I said that as my dad would say, there's only good beer and better beer. It's a hot enough day, anything tastes all right.
Even a cold day it tastes.
Nice cover drives from Steve Smith.
I don't think the temperature comes into it as long as the beer's not hot.
I'll go Khawaja with you, Hamish. Says Mark. Well, I'm Steve Smith at this stage, but I will mention we're not paying the ones in the chat too. And Smith for me, says Shannon. It's almost 50-50. 60-40 at the moment.
Where's Shazza gone?
Shazza's left. What were you keeping an eye on, Shazza? Were you?
Oh,
Are you scouting her?
No.
She wants me Snapchat.
Is she?
Do I give her me Snapchat?
How old is she?
I don't know. that's the tricky part.
Yeah, that is, isn't it?
How old are you, Shazza, if you're still here? Have you got Guinness down there? We do have a bit of Guinness around, but
But it's not common stuff.
no. Irish workers with George.
Yep.
They normally down a few, but they love themselves a vodka Red Bull. And they have like 4 of them and then wonder why they're just shaking throughout the whole night.
Catch up session.
And I'm go Smith Hamish, all 50-50. And Smith's on strike. So we
Well-
might have been a bit strategic.
I just think it's probably a bigger milestone step to step over that 100 mark than
Mm,
what it is to step over that 150.
No
It'd be
one,
different if Khawaja was going towards 200.
mm,
Um,
no one jinx Smith, says Amelia.
It's good.
yeah, get him out, down.
103 overs down. It's going to be Maharaj. He has the potential of going for 10 in an over, though. That's the problem with Maharaj.
He only over before.
No, that was Rabada. But Maharaj did get smacked for about a 10 over or 10 run over
Righto.
earlier on.
So we could have the 100 at the end of this.
Could do. Depends on where he puts it.
Oh,
Steve
it's a
Smith
spinner.
doesn't seem keen to play anything too wide outside of off start.
Aye. Gotta smack that down the ground for 6.
I just realized the scoreboard is not updating anymore because I moved it.
Oh,
There we go.
sure, mate.
We're good. We're good. So
Right,
what's
there
your
we go.
black bear down there then? What black bear we got?
Spate's dark.
Okay.
Black bear. Wow.
You're looking
Oh,
confused,
man.
Mum.
No, there's a couple of darks. Each bit dark.
AOI means there's John.
Monteith's.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Monteith's beer. Got a bit of darkness to it.
Deadlifts.
Maharaj was appealing for that one before it had even hit the bat there.
Well, he just thought he just about stuck one through
Middle of the bat.
until a dirty great big lump of wood come down and blocked it.
3 dot balls in a row here for Maharaj.
Yeah,
It's
no,
going to
he's
be a
got-
4th.
He's got Steve Smith rattled. Oh, look at him. He's fidgeting all over the place.
Oh, he's always
Aye.
fidgeting.
He's nervous as. 92. Got to get 100. Got to get 100. 92.
See,
Oh,
theoretically, he'd only be on 88.
Yeah.
Because that first one that he got awarded 4 runs for hit his leg.
Perfect.
They gave him the 4. So that got
Ah.
him off the mark.
Oh. So everything else that gets checked in the game of cricket,
Yep.
front ball and all the rest of it,
Mhm.
nobody could come up with that one.
They showed replays of it. None of the commentators mentioned it. They just got on with it.
They just go, oh, Steve's hit that. She's all good.
I think Smith will be patient, make sure he gets this done, whereas Khawaja is just going through emotion, says Mark. So you're
He's
telling
on
me I'm going to
He's
lose
on it.
$10?
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you saying? I had a meeting with all your I had a meeting with all your subscribers, and we unanimously decided to give you a substantial pay increase.
Oh,
Whatever you
nice.
get now, double it, says Joshua.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
That'll do.
I'm liking Joshua's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So you can,
I can't do that.
no, if you can pay double,
How will we do these family live streams?
pretty much.
Mm.
As long as you're walking distance.
Our first Conrad straight with all Caltex chase. Mm-hmm. Bathurst 1983, apparently. Something.
Oh, yeah, Conrad Straight. Yeah.
Mhm. It's like Andrich Nokia. Okay, he's back in the bowling attack now. Gets plenty of pace on the ball. Hasn't found his 150 yet today, though. Only 145 was the quickest. It's a brilliant bowler.
I went on a Bathurst simulator in the Gold Coast once.
Did you?
Yeah. Shit, we did some crashing.
Mm.
Good thing I wasn't a real car.
I got one of those racing wheels, though. We could
Oh.
set you up on Bathurst. Get you brumming around.
Certainly hard first up if you don't know the track.
Mm-hmm. This is why I don't commentate racing. Always going brum around the corner. Flying. Wheels are going.
Mhm.
Right, can Nokia get it done? What's your old man's favourite rugby player back in the day? Or who?
Well, it depends how far back in the day you're going, but I was always partial to a Buck Shelford.
Mhm.
Sean Fitzpatrick. I used to like him a bit because he was just a niggly, sort of an annoying her.
Mhm.
Still a good rugby player.
Oh, a bit of a stretch there. I think that's Irvia. Going to be opening the batting. Going to be strange without Holden in the V8 supercars, says Mark. Colin Meads, says John.
Yeah, well, sort of Colin Meads.
Oh,
Didn't quite carry.
Colin Meads was sort of before my era, so I didn't really sort of get to see too much of Colin Meads playing, other than sort of bits of highlights and that you got. But,
He's 59.
yeah, John's is just a sneaky bit more than us. So
oh, okay.
Mhm.
Colin Meads would have been right in his prime youth.
Ian Kirkpatrick.
Yeah,
Is
before
John.
before my time again. Yeah.
Nokia. The good news about him throughout that last test match was no matter what, he'd still steam in and bowl as quick as he could. He's bowling 140 at the moment. It's not as quick as we've seen him bowl, but still his first over back in. He might fire up a bit more in the second and third. Khawaja and Smith still both 8 runs away.
So you dropped it.
He looks like he's in relatively great shape, though, doesn't he?
They put a bowler at it.
Oh, they did mention that before. It's a specialist position.
Yeah.
You can
Well, it was
see.
a running gully or
Yeah,
running
but-
backward point. Yeah, John Homer, he was special.
Mhm.
Changed the way sort of modern rugby's played now.
Yeah, again. A little bit shorter, but well bowled, well played. Instead of going, there's John. Little halfback.
Super sit.
Going brothers.
They were going on, weren't
They
they?
were.
Cowboy Shaw.
Yeah, no, I used to like a bit of cowboy.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was
Yeah. Had a bit of mongrel in him. Norm Maxwell, we're going to throw one in for Norm.
Mm-hmm. Had him on the channel.
Norm does a bit on the live streaming and that, so
He won't be watching the cricket.
well, he might be honest. Hey,
Don't think so.
on
It's
a
Christmas.
rainy Spain day or something.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not Christmas. are we?
No.
Hey, that's all over now.
Oh, back foot punch from Khawaja. This is going to be at least 2. Getting
Get
excited to go for the 3. They're not going to get there. Just the 2 runs. Usman.
Run hard. He should have got the
Hmm?
strike for the next over.
You not see where the ball is. Is that because of the angle of the screen or just your sight?
Oh, yeah. We'll go with the angle of the screen.
Okay. We
Go
could
with the-
we
go with
could
the number of
change the
beers.
angle so you can see it better.
Go with the number of beers.
How many she had?
This is only the second.
Maybe right
The
Only
12.
another cold- There's only one more cold.
Put one in the freezer. Wait to see how long it goes booming.
there.
They
What
did
are
that
they?
with
No more?
brew
No.
and ticket.
It's
Yeah,
an illegal
that's-
delivery. He's not Rabada.
Woohoo!
Short ball. Khawaja wanted it as well. We
Had a
saw it
go.
short. 145 Ks that one went down. And Nokia gives a bit of a smile as well. And Bilky Bush, Grant Batty, my favourite. There's John Mills. Very well bowled by Nokia. His first over back.
Grant Batty, the midget assassin.
Yes.
Watched some highlights once of a fight, and he come from the far side of the field to get involved in it.
He would have been the quickest one.
No. He only about 10 stone ring and wet. If he shaved his mo off, he'd only be 9.5.
Put a 6 back in the chili bin, Hamish. Well, that's the thing. When I go out to put on some chips in the air fryer, that will be in about maybe 4 minutes' time or so. Probably after this over, I can put more beers in the fridge.
Oh, because we're not out there.
Get the top ups. That's right. I can get you another beer. If you want to see my dad do a double barrel skull, donate. No.
No, no.
Totally excited for
Drink
Smith.
responsibly.
Of
Yes,
course,
drink
yes.
responsibly.
Adults.
Kids on
Mm.
7 away. Khawaja 6 away. Will they get it before the break?
How long to go?
Still another 35 minutes.
Oh,
So they should.
they haven't got it by then. We're watching boring shite. Aye.
Ian runs away from the 200 run partnership as well.
Super Smash.
Pakistan versus New Zealand, only about an hour and a half away from starting.
Time to get ready for bed then.
Hasn't been the greatest one.
Not that much happening in that game.
I can't tell whether we're in focus in the camera or if it's focused on the microphone.
Not a misfield, but it's only a single.
It was Nokia as well.
Yeah, out on the boundary.
He's having a solid day.
Oh, he had a real nice bit of fielding earlier on. He flicked it in from that
They're
side
giving him a big clap,
while sliding, flicked it in around the back and still managed to keep it just in. I think the reason the crowd like him is because I can't remember what happened in one of the early days, but I think they were trying to take the piss out of him and then he took the piss out of them back or something like that. There was a bit of a back and forth between the crowd. 5 away now, says Mark. He is indeed, but if Smith decides to go bang here, I'm back in the money.
Refuse used to stand. Was it impressive?
Yeah, that was I guess so. Everybody did the warm-ups behind him.
Yeah. The good old days, eh?
And then Merv did an act that would be considered very rude nowadays, and everybody would jump up and down and go, "Oh, you can't do that," and all the rest of it.
I loved it.
Everybody took it. All the fun that it was supposed to be, and all the rest of it.
Morning, whole family, says Gareth. Hello, Gareth. Hope you're doing all right. Apparently 5:30 or so a.m. for you. And they like him because the remote camera took him out in the last game, says Mark.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, although I think that's also just like they seem to enjoy his lightheartedness. Like normally quick bowlers are quite serious individuals, but he seems to be all right with kind of taking the piss.
Well, you can't.
It's
You
the
can't be
moustache.
serious when you do it.
That'll be the moustache.
Haraj having a bit of a laugh. Or a bit of a grimace, you'd almost call it there. Gone for 86 runs. He might close in on a century before Steve Smith does.
Oh.
Huh? You never know.
No.
It's
Smith's holding the strike here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got to make sure he gets there first. Big 6.
No.
Oh, look, we're losing, says Gareth. Yeah. But the rain might save you this time. I know that last test match you were asking for rain. You might get it this time. Yes, South Africa. What do you guys think of the 1995 World Cup final? Do you think the South has poisoned you guys, says John?
I think we were the best team at the tournament.
Someone did anyway.
Sadib has said World Test Championship final, probably finalist team name, please. So at the moment, it's between, Nokia doing some keepy ups, which of course gets a cheer from the crowd. But Australia, for me, is through unless they overrate, shag them. Best way of describing it, because they got knocked out last year due to slow overrate. Then the other options, either India or Sri Lanka. One of those two at the moment. South Africa needed to win this to make their way through. I believe other than that, in terms of the rankings, there's not really too many other sides that are right up there. I think it's Sri Lanka or India.
So how come England is so because they got a series against Aussie?
Yeah, they got their asses kicked in the Ashes.
Yeah.
So that hurt. Hurt real bad.
So how long is this? Is it 18 months or something, or 2 years or something?
Yeah, something around there.
Yeah.
And then they'll have the final, and then they'll end up going with. Oh, that was close to the head.
That was like bronze.
Oh, who does?
Okay.
Oh. He's your old man's favourite cricket player back in the day, Hamish. Says Kurt.
Well. Well, Hadley was always good.
Nokia charges in, shorter ball, but well played. 141 Ks.
I liked a bit of Jeff Howarth when I was but a young fella.
Mm-hmm.
I was a schoolboy pup, coming up playing a bit of cricket.
He was a good captain, wasn't he? Did he bowl?
No, just better. I used to follow him a bit.
8 runs away.
Jeremy Coney.
The old Mantis, I didn't really sort of get
Excited-ish.
League boy.
Little league boy there for Steve. And Lance Kins. To be fair, they gave him the run down the league side earlier on that he didn't hit. So
No, didn't hit it. Yeah.
Mm. 2 more balls. Then what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be popping away to put some chips in an air fryer.
And
You guys are going to have to handle the over while I'm away.
So we'll just turn everything off while you're.
No. No, there's too many buttons to press to do that.
Wow.
I'm
Is
sure
that-
it'll be fun.
We could switch it over to the second camera angle for you if you want.
Are these people going to score 100 or what are they doing?
What we'll do is we'll move that a little bit.
Oh, there's Khawaja.
Let it go.
All right.
I think the
Khawaja
field
too
is.
close. Khawaja's only boundary away now.
There you go, I'll put that there. And we'll be
Who's gonna
sorted.
read that? Okay.
Can you read?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, good then.
The screen. Finish that.
Khawaja on 147. Boundary here gets in the
One
150.
boundary. Yep.
Can he do it?
Standing out past the umpire.
Yeah.
All shot.
Full shot.
Yep.
Short ball.
Yep.
Steve Smith is 5 away from the 100. There's Shannon, so he's getting
He's not
close
gonna do
too.
He'll have to dance down the wicket and hit it for 6 to beat Khawaja. Short ball coming in here in a minute.
Well bowled. The dot ball from Nokia, 147.5. Getting up there now, right? So,
Oh, that was the end of the over.
the end of the over. What we're going to do.
That's all
He'll be coming back at some stage.
right.
There you go. Look at that.
That's a bit close.
Isn't that fancy?
Come back to where you were.
That's all right. Where should I sneak? I'll sneak around this
Go
side.
on. Yes.
No.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, what? Ah.
Well, you look a bit-
Are we back?
You're right.
Yeah, Steve Smith's 5 away.
Got another beer? Both of you?
Yeah, all right then. Aunt Ken's. Yep.
What did you have an Excalibur?
Excalibur. Yep, with
Yeah.
the shoulders cut off it. So it was-
Oh, it was. And then
was-
someone else brought out something like that, didn't they? In the domestic
Oh,
stuff.
Steve Smith come down the wicket a wee bit there. And he's,
Oh,
no, it's going to get picked up in the deep.
72.
Yeah, had to run hard for his 2. So Stephen 3 away now too. So yeah, first boundary wins.
Oh,
I'm thinking Steve's going down the pitch. I'm still backing him to get down the pitch.
what? We picked Khawaja then.
I'm still,
Oh,
I'm
You
still
reckon
backing
he's gonna
Khawaja
get
to get it.
stumped?
Oh, you think he gets stumped?
Oh,
Oh,
that's
nearly
cool.
got LBW there.
It is.
Yeah, Smith 97 still on strike.
Yeah. New index. Oh, got the
easy.
run.
Aye, Khawaja got in the way.
Yeah.
Got the bowler getting over to get it, so got Smith off strike. Smart move by Khawaja.
Smart move. Because these two are just back for another what?
We're picking about
This
sort of an
session,
hour to go in the next
Next
session.
session.
We're picking they want to get about 450. So once they get their hundreds, or 100 and 150, I think one of them will go bang. Try to really up the run rate a bit. Oh, Khawaja single.
Oh,
2 balls to go in the over. 98, 148.
it's close.
Yeah, well, assuming they don't go out, it's going to be reasonably close celebrations between the 2 of them anyway.
So is that $10 each or $5
5 each, I think.
No, for us. Back the other way.
Oh, 5 each, really. Smith on strike, Hamish.
98.
Still away. Oh, he's worked at the leg.
Ray,
Every run and a half. No, only getting a single.
99.
Hogging the strike. 1 ball left in the over. The best play here, Khawaja gets a single off the last ball of the over.
I think you just put mine.
Not yet, no. I'm going to miss the century
And yeah.
of Stephen Smith. He's on 99
Oh,
now, I see. Oh, is that 2? That's 4.
It's gone! You're guilty.
Khawaja,
Well done, Mr. Khawaja.
152 of 305 deliveries.
Oh, get on with it now. You're boring us to death long enough.
That's normally what the chat says to me.
What's up?
A moment, we'll go like that. We'll go like that. That's the wrong one.
Smith on 99. He's probably going to miss out by a ball.
Ah,
Where you going now?
there we go.
Sit down, you're making the place look untidy.
I go like this. Move this out of the way.
There we go. Was there? Oh no, that's the replay. Yeah, I was going to say there's another ball that over. That's the replay.
AW Darby Allen is now a TW or two-time TNT champion. You know what that means?
Nope.
All right, professional wrestling, isn't it?
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, TWA.
Right. Steve Smith waiting.
No run.
No run.
Nervous time for Stephen.
Straight to the fielder, says Mark.
Yeah.
Last thing you want is to be out on 99. Now, I know of a man who I actually battled with recently in a video who was out on 99. Muzzer.
Didn't they
Yes.
count it back?
Yeah, that was a cock up in the scoring.
So he never got 100.
No. That was very poorly done, actually, by the people involved, but we won't go there.
Crowd clapping here. Steve Smith left alone. I think this is G'ing up Nokia as well. He's bowling a little bit quicker. We were watching the ODI with the famous underarm on the bowl or on the box.
Really?
Not sure whether you're enjoying the nickname that he's got for your old man.
Is that an old man coming for an old man?
Mm.
Or an older man? Yes, yeah, we watched that. The Chappell brothers. Well, to be fair, Greg Chappell was a pretty good batsman in his day. It was always great when Hadley got him out or when New Zealand got him out, but especially Hadley. One of those ones where your great bowler bowls to the great batsman type thing.
Driven.
No.
Another dot.
They're closed in around Stephen.
145. I think if he can get up to 149 plus, he could end up with a little sneaky edge of Steve Smith here.
Stephen's going to have a wee panic mode in a minute. Going to try and do something stupid and get himself out.
Showing Alex Carey there. They should be showing Travis Head.
Looks quite cool.
Yeah, about 17 degrees.
Oh, none of this.
I know it's hot in Sydney.
Steve wore the most 99s, I think, says John. That's the thing. Travis Head chopped onto his stumps on 99 not too long ago.
Yep.
He's been batting well, hasn't he?
Yep.
And he'll be the type of guy that they need. Oh, short ball. It's in the air, but it is going to fall safely. Steve Smith going to get himself another century. 103 off 190. Right, now that they've both got their milestones, this is where Australia need to accelerate.
Yep.
The big hug from Usman Khawaja, passing Don Bradman for the most centuries.
Wow.
But of course, Don Bradman only playing 52 matches to get his 2,900. There's the Steve Smith's 92.
Different back then, though.
Totally different back then. Maybe bowled a short ball.
A nice pull shot for Smith.
Harold Larwood.
Was he the borderline?
He was the ball. Yeah, the borderline.
Bodyline.
Right. So that's a century and a 150 for the Aussies. Now they've got 30, in fact, they've got 20 minutes of what I would think would be relatively attacking cricket before the end of the session. Get yourself closer to 400. Ball shot again. Short from Nokia. No, they just take the single. Legs a little bit tired, perhaps. Partnership of 209 between these two. Most test hundreds. He's slowly starting to catch up with Steve Waugh. Just needs two more.
Steve Waugh's a pretty good record, though, because he spent a lot of his time batting in the middle order.
Yeah.
As the all-rounder.
Whereas Ponting was what, 3 and 4?
Yeah, Ponting was predominantly 3, but 4 as well. But Steve Smith spent a lot of time at sort of 4, 5, 6.
Steve Waugh.
Khawaja on strike. Oh, Rough leg side ball. 148.8. It's always his last ball that's the quickest for Nokia. It's going to be 356 for 2. Because once Travis Head makes his way to the middle, one thing you can guarantee is he's scoring at least like 5 runs every 6 balls. He's going to be going at that strike rate of 90, which is what they need because they can't afford to have.
Dig in too and go, this is a really good betting track. I can get 100 as well.
Nah, he's not that kind of guy. He'd rather probably go out for 10 than mess around and waste away balls.
It is Renshaw bowl.
He does bowl a bit of off spin yet. Go along with their 57 other off spinners they picked for this match.
Yeah, because they only got 2 series.
Yep. And Sir Richard Hadley was an outstanding swing bowler, and everyone's scratching their head in the shed. Says Mark. And tonight, I'll be having Veggie Delights meat-free smoky barbecue burgers. It's Kiwi Gamer. And the famous 9 wickets against the Aussies at the Gabba, was it?
Yes. Yep. That was awesome.
What was the question?
Hadley's 9 wickets.
Al Smith caught him bowled. He's gone. Just like that. That is going to be the wicket of Steve Smith. 104 of 191. And Maharaj, he'll be taking that one. Pretty anticlimactic. I don't think anyone in the crowd realised that was out.
No, they're almost waiting for a ball. Or was he ready?
Pumped it into the ground, or just
all the commentators saying that's a surprise too. Just it's a straight back down the ground.
Didn't quite
Caught
get
him
under
bolt.
it enough. He was obviously trying to get on with it a bit.
That Maharaj got a few wickets in the last series.
Stephen's going on the dork.
And now that means Travis Head will have 20 minutes of going for it. New Zealand's so sad to see him go, says John there. And what a ripping innings from Steve Smith, says Shannon. Managed to get the 100.
Quite a few Steves.
Travis Head now making his way out to the middle. There are.
We don't know.
Oh. The crowd must have thought it was a bump ball, says Mark. Or I think it was just because it was also the first ball of the over. And everyone was still kind of enjoying the fact that they got the 100 just the over before. So they would have been showing something on the screen, such as like that probably score sheet of how many hundreds he's now got compared to Don Bradman and Steve Waugh and everyone. And then just next ball.
He almost looked like he tried to hit that across sort of mid-wicket way, didn't he? Or mid-on.
Yeah.
He's just sort of cut across it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's almost a leading edge.
See, that's the thing. They're saying that Maharaj would have been celebrating that more. That was Mark Waugh who said that. But I don't think he would have been. Because at the end of the day, South Africa is still in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he probably more relief than celebration.
Now Travis Head. Well, now we're going to get to see whether he's going to go at 5 off every 6 balls. Because he likes a bit of biff, Travis Head. And he's out in the middle, you know. He'll give him a bit of a go. Yeah. Averages 44. I wish they'd show his strike rate because I think you'll find it's up there around that 90 mark.
So you compare him with Steve Waugh. I know right-handed, left-handed, but
Straight away, bang. It's a straight into cover. Like this.
Alan Border.
Yeah, probably a bit more like Border.
Because he bowls spin as well, didn't he, old Travis?
Yeah. Part-time off. I think he should bowl more.
Yeah.
Oh, being sensible there with that shot. Going to get the single. Oh. It's going to be the single. Good call from Khawaja there.
Khawaja keen to get back on strike.
Just to run him through. Yeah, I think Travis Head's going to play it very similar to what we saw New Zealand playing it like in Pakistan. Going at about that 8 or 9 and over when he's on strike. Trying to find any gaps out on the field because not only does that help Australia get into a winning position, but it also just annoys South Africa. You just get a wicket and you think, right, we're in here. And then Travis Head goes out there and smacks a 50 off 40 balls.
Well, the biggest thing now for Australia is to not lose Khawaja before tea. That will basically sort of undo a little bit of the hard work that they've done.
To the leg side, nice easy single.
So old Travis Head, he was struggling to get in the team 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't he?
Yeah. Here's a fun fact for you. if Travis Head didn't get COVID, Usman Khawaja wouldn't have got his chance
100% correct.
last year.
It's shit hadn't he taken it.
Mm.
No?
Manny Renshaw. Does he have to wear a mask while batting?
Okay.
Be unfortunate with the calling, wouldn't it?
What did you say? You just walk past the dugout and they will get out, you COVID person.
Well, that's the thing. He's allowed to hang out with 12th man, 13th man, the ones who are running the drinks out onto the field to the actual batters. It's all fine. He's allowed to hang out with them as long as he's half a metre or two away.
Yeah.
Yes. I
So-
mean, it is a lonely road, isn't it?
Mhm.
But it seems
Ooh.
bizarre, the rules they have over there.
And it won't last long for mine.
You think he'll lose his head?
I have an inappropriate mind.
Yeah. I was waiting for that. one.
What?
153 at the moment for Khawaja. But yeah, he's got to go at the end of the day. It's either get some runs or get out.
Yep.
Because Australia don't have time to fluff around for another 100 of 180 balls.
No, they're in
Yeah.
a position now where they're in the box seat.
He's playing a test match, but is he?
It's kind of like,
I'm all alone.
you know, why does he have an umbrella? Is it raining?
Get the sun off him because he's not allowed to sit in the dugout.
Yeah.
Ah,
No, he could be
see.
sitting there for a while.
He just
Bizarre.
got the umbrella.
Yeah.
It's like when the BBL had Steiner sitting away from the team.
Yeah.
Except they had to change the rules as well because they said that just before this test match, Renshaw did a rat test, tested positive, so he had to move his cricket gear out of the changing shed from the others because he was already in there with them and then had to self-isolate. But like Steiner, the coach would go over and talk to him from this far away, then go back over to the rest of the team and talk to them from this far away. So it's like, it's a weird one. Sure, old man, he'll lose his head.
Oh, keep saying that. That's it.
Where's
Lucky,
John
lucky
from?
I'm putting a wee bit in.
Oh, yeah, now. Oh, Khawaja almost chops on. Oh, did you get hit with the ball there?
And they're going, here, you can have the ball in case. Oh, that's a bit rough.
And the crowd booing, Khawaja saying, nah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Russia blood, Aussie brain freeze. Here's John Mills.
Where's John from?
John's from Zambia.
That's a statement that can't ring true because you can't have Aussie and brain in the same sentence.
Ooh, got him on the hip. It's a way to offend all of our Australian audiences, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. They're Australian.
You watch ping, 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 ping. And it's in there.
Come on, go to me, come on.
Oh, Renshaw's having trouble with the umbrella.
Oh, God.
Geez, they could have at least given him a decent one. Nice ball. Slower delivery from Nokia there. 121.
Didn't want to hurt Roger again.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Oh, no. He's just going,
He's
can my
just-
day get any worse?
They're just
And he
like,
knows
"No."
that there's a camera on him too, doesn't he?
Yep.
He's decided umbrella. He's not going to bother with anyone.
Yep.
Or anymore. That's classic. Oh, you know, he's got other nicknames that you could use. You know?
That's all right. Where's John from? Zambia.
Oh, he's living in Zambia. I don't know if he's
Really?
actually from there. But he wants a job from said old man.
I think.
He wants us to get him into New Zealand, but I don't know if that's a possibility.
You'd have to stop calling him old man.
Yeah.
So,
Be calling him sir would be a better option to get into NZ.
Does he play golf? The last fellow I got into New Zealand plays golf. Fossil.
Like got into New Zealand. Did you like imports on to play golf with you?
Yeah, I need a golfing partner.
Ah.
Yep.
Oh, that Phil.
Yep.
Ew.
that sounds pretty much like him too.
Like, yeah, short ball to head. Has to duck under it.
Yeah, to pull his head out of the way. Otherwise, better go hit in the head.
He plays it badly.
Pull
Has
his
he
head in.
always had that? Has he always had that, Maya?
Nokia.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's only a recent kind of 12 months type thing. Maybe he didn't Movember and decided it looked all right.
And what's the next? Nick White.
Nick White, yeah.
Yeah. Seen all the publicity he got for
Hmm.
Dick. Well, mine. So I thought he'd try that run.
Currently 10 minutes left of the session. So Travis Head, he's sitting on 1 off 5.
Sure.
Boundary round the corner. Boundary round the corner.
Whoa,
Glided.
so,
Boundary round the corner. 4 runs for Travis Head. Now moves up to 5 runs off 6 deliveries. That's a tad harsh. It's like saying Kiwi men and sheep relations, says Mark in there.
Well, that's what sharing's all about. Huh?
Sharing is caring.
Sharing.
18 handicapper and getting worse by the minute, says John there.
oh.
You know, you want to be getting better rather than worse.
That happens when you get old, John. Yeah, your handicap starts to go out.
Just like your back.
Yeah,
And your knees.
yeah. You lose distance. No, your eyesight fails. And sooner or later, everybody's taking the piss off you because you can't see shit.
5 off 6.
5 off 6.
There
There
you
you go.
Mhm.
Going 5 off every 6 balls. That's Travis Head that we all know and love.
What's Khawaja? 50%.
Yeah, he's strike rate of about 50 at the moment.
Mhm.
Short ball, well played by Travis Head. Because that's the thing. He won't go hugely aggressive before the break. Playing off a 5 handicap, John.
In the 20s.
In your 20s. What about your handicap, hey? I mean, you had me when you were like 2.
Wow.
No, not quite. That's not how it works, is it? No.
I'm not holding my end with you.
Really?
Kids do that to you.
I do. Bring on that grey hairs. Though.
Does he work? He does work. That's who I work for. Steve Smith, chainsaw celebration. Or Brett Lee.
Oh, what? Get your own celebration.
I don't know what the Brett Lee has to do with anything, though.
Oh,
You want to be.
quite windy,
Oh.
isn't it?
Yep, bales have been blown off.
Does that mean that over?
They might have to bring out the zinger bales here. Because I think it was actually both ends blew off. I think that's starting up a lawnmower.
Oh, no. The man scored 30 centuries, and that's the best he can come up with. Right? Get your own celebration. I go, great.
I would have been interested to see how his dance moves would have gone if he had tried it. That's a rank ball.
That is a rank ball.
Maharaj. 4 runs, definitely with no one back there. And also, so he goes to the golf course while you work, Hamish? Nah, it should be the other way around, though. So no, I should go to the golf course while he works. So I have no idea what I'm doing, you see. So he has to be there to supervise. Or else the goal would be to build a fence and I'd end up with some sort of weird pyramid-looking thing.
It's a hard road finding a good boy.
Yeah, I would have been sacked like 5 times if I wasn't his son. He laughs because he knows it's true. 158 for Khawaja. Rank. Terrible ball again from Maharaj.
He's bowling pies.
Dishing up pies.
He's trying to buy one.
Horrible bowling for a captain to seize the comment from Adam Gilchrist there.
Yep.
Half volley outside of off stump. That's 8 runs now off this over already. We're only 3 balls in.
Even the look of Khawaja's faces, they'd say, what are you doing, mate?
The guy's on 150. I think he's seeing it.
Mm.
And we'll bowl on 2 of the rankest balls. Oh, now we'll get back to leg side.
Leg side, another single. Well fielded though on the ring.
We got lucky there. We only managed to milk that one for a single.
Yeah, first ball that Khawaja faced of Maharaj was a full toss outside of off stump in this test match. Hit it for 4. Next time that he faced off with Usman Khawaja, half volley outside of off stump. Luckily, Khawaja didn't completely time it and only got 2 runs. But you got to put the pressure straight on. Does he pay you, Hamish, like slave wages or something? No, family rate. No, it's not bad. I get paid more than I should. Like I said, it should have been 5. So you take every dollar you can get.
Mark's asked a very good question.
Do you gents remember when both Jason Gillespie and Glenn McGrath got 50s against the Kiwi attack back in the day? No.
We try and forget it.
Yeah, that was depressing.
Larger 10 runs off this over so far. I mean, New Zealand's last wicket partnership in Pakistan was pretty decent. Just before,
but that just
Henry and
shows, that
Aegis.
just shows how bad the Pakistan wicket
Ooh.
is for actually getting wickets.
That one didn't
So,
spin.
Gillespie, did he get 100 in one of the games too?
I
But
believe
not
so.
against us.
I think he's got a test 100.
He has got a test 100, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, so to be fair,
Yeah,
he could bat.
He could bat.
New Zealand got him in fine form.
We always get them in.
Runs off the Maharaj over. I'd say 2 overs to go. 5 minutes left. Jason got a double, says John Mills, and
Yeah.
yes, he did.
Yep.
Maharaj just not
So
consistent.
you're not the worst batsman in the world.
Yeah, he could bowl.
Quite a tall man, wasn't he?
He was.
Now a coach of
Coach.
the Perth Scorchers? No.
No.
The Renegades? No, the Thunder. Strikers. He might be the Strikers.
One of them.
Final answer.
You only got 4 to go.
And Mum against Bangladesh, or man of the match against Bangladesh. There's John there. Such an anticlimactic wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soft dismissal, really.
For all that we've seen.
Oh, launch angle 8.9, a bit like my driver.
Is it? Go all right, does it? Glenn McGrath had an average of 3, says Mark.
And he got a 50.
Well, that would have boosted it to surely at least 4. No, still stayed low. He's sitting on 6 off 8 deliveries. Next 3 batsmen, Renshaw, Alex Carey, and then Ashton Agar. So it's interesting because of the top 7 batsmen, 5 of them are left-handers for the Australians. Only Levershane and Levershane and Smith, the 2 without it.
The Allen Border influence.
I was like, gee whiz there, matey. You have a good mum. I used to get a clip behind the ears if I wasn't at work. I think you've told us that multiple times, young boy Pete. Your mum's not too happy with you when you're sitting on your behind.
We're not allowed to bash them now.
No.
It's all to do with political correctness and all that shite. Eh? Nothing wrong with the odd fatal beating for kids that misbehaved.
I wouldn't bash you.
Well, this is fun. I was like, pigeon top score of 61, I think, is John Mills. Nokia. Be charging in. And I think the thing that also makes them like Nokia is the fact that any chance he gets down on the boundary, he's signing things for all the people in attendance.
Well, you might as well, because if you don't get too many more wickets, he probably won't come on another tour in Australia.
So,
Remember that time we were at a rugby match and there was a New Zealand cricketer in the stands and he wouldn't sign any autographs?
Yeah. Don't go on about him.
told Ricky Ponting that, when he got back to the shed, it's like you're scoring 500, so be respectful, says Mark. And also, can Australia win the series away against England, India, some South Africa in the same calendar? If so, they'll be the best of all. So that's the thing. That match in England up against more than likely India, that's going to be a tricky one for the Australians. But it's also a nice little bit of preparation for the Ashes.
Oh, yeah. Is it in June, is it? June?
I believe so. I think it's around that same time as the Super Rugby final, isn't it?
And then they play what? The Ashes in England.
Yeah.
It'd be quite interesting to see what sort of wicket gets prepared for that match if it eventuates between Australia and India in England.
Yeah.
Yeah, because who chooses?
Well,
England?
England choose.
So England would...
I suspect that the country with all the money in cricket will dictate greatly as to what sort of wicket they get.
Because the other side of things for England is scouting Australia. You don't want to put them on a pitch that you know you're good in English conditions. You want to put them on the opposite so that they think, oh, this is what it's going to be like.
Yeah, working from that theory, but I think the ICC will dictate what wicket.
Yeah.
And BJ Watling always struggled in Australia. Never threw a punch. It's another no ball, this time from Nokia. A little bit of extra effort there. Oh, just by the thinnest of margins.
So it's when it finishes, isn't it? Not when
when it lands.
When you land. You're only going to have some part of your foot behind when your foot comes down.
So why wasn't that? Why is there no ball?
Oh, it's the finest of lines, that one, I'd
Ooh.
say.
Khawaja just getting rushed up a little bit there by Nokia, 145 Ks.
Smack on the paw.
Smack on the paw, smack on the rib.
BJ Watkins coaching
Is he?
on the Super Smash teams.
Ah. Is it the team that he played for,
I'm
or
pretty sure it's not. Well, they call them the
Northern Districts?
Yeah, but Northern Braves.
Northern
they won.
Braves. Yeah.
They beat Wellington 5 bits.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, bottom
final.
rib. Yeah, that'll make it smart a bit.
Won every game apart from this.
Who do you think Shonk should be captain of the ABs for the World Cup? Fossil Bob Charles wannabe?
I'm thinking that's
Captain, no, that's Sam Kane, isn't it?
I don't know if it will be. Will it?
Or White? Like, who are you
White?
referring to, John?
Why do we think Shonk should be captain?
Why? What?
Yeah.
Who do you think? Oh, I think it's actually who do you think should be captain for the ABs for the World Cup? So, I would say at a guess they'll probably either go
Not Sam Kane.
Whitelock or I'd like to see Savia. See, that's hit him on the forearm as well. That would have hurt.
Yeah, and that's why he's
I'm sure it was a joke, of course, because hosting had said, or Ponting has said it was about time you scored some runs, Pidgey. Tell you what, the spelling's gone downhill near the end of the session, boys.
They've been drinking as well.
Bloody phone, says Mark. Only got 2 balls left of this session. Now with that little bit of injury stoppage, and then there will be a 20-minute break. Then we will be back at 5:30 for the final session of the day. Richard Adley, the last bowler to punch in Australia, that is.
No, Shane Bond gave the old buddy Australians a bit of a hurry up at times, but unfortunately he broke himself doing it and couldn't play enough. But so Richard was certainly a cut above the rest. So, but and saying that, he took a lot of inspiration from Dennis Lilly at the start of the process and all the rest of it. And Hadley actually become a lot finer bowler when he shortened his run up and just used his skill that he developed over the years than what he was when he was steaming in off 22 yards as a young fella.
Geez, they gave him shit for his
And they did give him a lot of rubbish or a lot of bloody crap for not coming in off the long run. But as he said himself, it turned him into a better bowler, basically. You move the ball around both ways and all the rest of it and eventually he was setting up batsmen basically to get them out at the end of the over rather than I think today's bowlers try too hard to bowl too much variation too early as opposed to just setting them up.
Auto corrects me without me knowing. Don't get me wrong, I do make plenty of mistakes, says Mark. And should be Artie Savia, says John. Short ball to close out the session. That will be the end of it, I would think. And that is going to be tea. It should be.
No, they don't really look like they're heading for tea. No. Going to get one more, I think.
That means my chips are going to burn.
Oh. Don't we go to it?
No, it's all good. They can cry. They'll turn themselves off.
We're going to eat them for you.
They'll just be slightly crispy. Yeah, a little bit of rain around maybe. Although it's supposed to be just windy today. We've had the rain earlier on in the contest. Though tomorrow I think it's supposed to be about 80% chance of rain throughout pretty much the whole of the day. It's not what you want.
Oh, Australians ever got 80%, so less than that.
Shane Bond and Bolt. There's John Mills there.
Oh, Body's doing all right in the
Yeah. We went over the Boxing Day test there about 3 years ago at the MCG. And the roar that went up when Bolt got that first wicket
won the test match.
Was all but the highlight of the trip, really. Unfortunately, after that, everything went downhill. But that was it. That was our Kiwis' moment.
Armour down the leg side.
Big.
They like it. Right.
They got any reviews?
Verena, they've got 3.
Wow.
Long way from the body.
They were pretty.
Does Elgar go up?
Doesn't look like they're going.
I wonder who it was that said no. Because if you've got 3 reviews,
Oh,
I think it just clipped the
Clip
pants.
the pants or something, isn't it?
Yeah. Just clip the butt.
Good call. Good call. There's certainly a lot of interest from behind the stumps.
This must be the last over, I would
Yeah,
think.
it's
And I
good.
think that's because they started a little bit
I was
later
going to say they extended.
into the second session. Which I agree with your dad. They need to get line and length first, and then get creative after a while. And oven chips not good for mine, Hamish. No, they're not oven chips. They're air fryer chips. Big difference. Oh! No, it bounces. A little bit of turn there. Did Travis hit? I think he hit that. And then it just bounced off the hand of the keeper. No. No. What
Yeah,
that?
it's off
Yeah.
the face, isn't it? Or...
I don't know if he's hit that. I think he's missed
No,
this. Oh, no, little edge off the very back of the bat because it took a weird deviation.
Yeah. And the keeper stuck out a hand and took the face off it. And
Shot.
then the first slip.
Oh, misfield. It's going to hurt, but he's going to just manage to stop it there, Nokia.
Oh, that's your man again.
I know where to pick him.
What? He's having a mare.
31.2 overs remaining in the day, so they should be able to get through that in the final session. Maybe that's what they're doing here. Get through. Yeah.
They might have a slightly shorter tee because they're buddy.
Shot. It's going to be just the single in the end. That will now be 1 ball left of the Harmer over. They've got him for 3.
Yeah, he's just followed that, hasn't he? The keeper gets half a touch on it.
If the keeper hadn't touched that,
Although it still looks like the slip's a bit too far back.
yeah, but he stopped it.
He's got a big stride in, yeah.
It's going to be the end of the over. 114 overs down now. 378 for 3.
No, you're going to go and get your chips. It's going to extend it. You're going to go and get your chips.
That's all right.
Sod off. Oh, chips are
Big extending drive from Travis Head there. Yeah, it was weird how it deviated because
He just pushed out at it.
It deviated almost more than you'd expect for how it hit the bat. Because it actually like changed the seam angle and everything. And WGF is air fried. Is that yank technology? Don't think so. No, it's just pretty much you cook it with no oil and it's almost like a rotisserie chicken style type thing. So it cooks them through. It's all good. That's all good. That's all right. They're all good.
Yeah.
There were plenty in there, so they'll stay warm for a while. And Janssen back in the attack, says Mark. Yeah, it looks like Janssen's going to get another crack here. 3.32, still a little bit slow for the run rate.
I'm still cooking on the campfire, obviously.
No.
Air fried is.
A little bit of shape.
Still having his porridge in the morning.
So what have they said about what time is it going to?
They said that this one was ending at, it might have been 5:15 New Zealand time. What we got?
What's 5:21?
No, the session was going to be finishing at 3:10, so that's 5:10 local time. So they've currently got an extra 10 minutes than they were going to.
Right.
According to the revised playing conditions.
Okay.
I think Mark Howard's getting hungry. Okay, 3:30 local time, 11 minutes till they're going to have the tea break.
There we go.
What's the minimum wage in New Zealand, Hamish? I'm not sure. It keeps going up.
23 and a half.
$23.50.
No, that's living. You gotta give them
Fair enough.
20-ish.
Yeah. Plenty of it.
A foot long from Subway.
Too high for some of the tickets you get.
Yeah. We're in the civilized world of things like air fryers and such, says Mark. Yeah. And currently, who is the fastest speed bowler in the world? Ooh. I mean, I know people like to say Jofra Archer's right up there, but the problem is he bowls one over, then he gets injured, so it's hard to get a speed radar. I'd say, I mean, Nokion has given day fastest ball of the MCG test 155. So,
Yeah, but they have a bit of trouble with the speed radar there.
mm,
Brett Lee bowled on 161 at one stage.
also Ish, be cool, Mark. Those of you have got there right on me. Phone has 18% charge, will charge and listen in. There's young boy Pete, so hopefully your phone is one of those nice speedy charges. My phone 0% or 1% lasts longer than from about 2% to 90%. Short ball. Some under Yance, it's pretty quick when he needs to be as well. We've seen him bowling in the 140s.
Whether they can keep it going, though, isn't it? It's like
Mm.
Mark Wood from England. You know, good for a 4-over spell.
Mm.
You know, you're only just getting warmed up and just worked out what the batsman's going to do. And it's time for a rest.
Which I think is where Nokia also got some people's respect from the last test, because I think he bowled about a 6 or 7 over spell and consistently was higher than 140.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah,
slightly.
that's that's the difference.
And isn't it a Pakistan bowler? I know she and Afridi used to bowl relatively quickly. Once again, though, injured every 5 minutes, so hard to get a consistent grasp on it because they're always quicker before they come back from injury. And then you take a little while, then you start building back up to where you were, 150-ish, and then you get injured again. Harris Ralph, probably the Pakistan bowler you're thinking of. He can get them down there 150 plus. But once again, it's trying to bowl 150 without hurting yourself. Answer, nice little flick of the wrist there from Travis Head.
Yeah, cracked it out 3 point.
Out through point for the 4. Moves up into double fingers now, or double figures. 13 off 19. A little bit of extra bounce as well.
It'll be interesting to see what they do after tea. Whether they crack on for an hour, or what their game plan is, or whether they back themselves to bowl South Africa out in a short period of time, or because if they're working on the theory that it's going to rain tomorrow, then they really have to crack on with it today.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just going to be in a no result area.
And Renshaw currently practicing with the umbrella as the bat. Up nicely, well.
You know, 382. They're not quite in a position of power yet. Basically,
I think first hour of the next session, you need 70 runs, get up to 450.
Yeah,
and then from there, see what's on. Because Khawaja's starting to attack a little bit more by the looks of it, as he needs to. Because if he wants a chance of getting his 200, which is something Pat Cummins will mention to him, he'll say, if you don't get yourself your runs relatively quickly, we're going to have to declare.
Yep.
You've got an hour of the last session, see what you can do. Currently above his average at the SCG was Khawaja. Averages about 115 at this ground.
Yeah, I think he likes it a bit.
He looks like he's on a downhill, whoever that was.
They cut his legs off. It's actually quite surprising how much fall there is from the wicket area out to the boundary at the SCG.
I actually learned that about our local ground as well. There's like a big dip next to where you bowl.
Yep.
Go down a hill. And who is Amran Malik? Sadeep? Who is it? I'm not sure. And how quick is Bumrah? Like 145 or 140 or 145? Because he's really consistent for me. Yeah, he keeps his speed going, Bumrah, which is the benefit. He doesn't try and over bowl it, trying to be too quick. He just bowls it.
Really economical runner.
Leg side.
That's the difference between, say, the likes of Bumrah and likes of, Shoaib Akhtar. Akhtar come over about 35 metres in that. Well, if you're going to be sprinting from 35 metres, you've got to be incredibly fit to bowl more than a few overs on the trot.
Runs to close out the over. Once again, Harmer only goes for the 4. So he's been pretty economical, but hasn't been able to pick up a wicket, even though he's looked likely. few times throughout
Mm.
this one. And is has Matty Renshaw got a hazmat suit on? Hamish, full PPE? Nah. The rules that they've got at the grounds, it's pretty much just you have to stay slightly away. Sold 124,000 virtual seats.
37,000.
116 overs bowled so far from South Africa. I wouldn't think that's another great back foot punch
Yep.
from Travis Head.
I
At
know he's
least
gonna go to
two.
the boundary.
Relay
Should be
throw.
back foot. Oh
They
no,
just
they
take
run
two.
two. They're not pushing hard yet, are they?
No.
No.
And even Khawaja and Smith between the wickets were going with just the casual
So
two.
maybe they're just sort of seeing it through to tee, have a bit of a rest up.
I said that. I thought a Pakistan bowler was the fastest. So I think that's why you mentioned Imran Malik. Oh, you think he was doing it like a Jeopardy answer? You have to answer the question with the question.
I was talking about fastest ball.
Yeah, so he said, who is
Ah,
Imran Malik? He was trying to get $500 on the board. You know?
down with the big one.
Mm-hmm. The clue, Pakistan quick bowler. Who is Imran Malik?
Yeah.
Ding!
Yeah.
Missed that one, Travis Head. A bit of a
Yeah.
swing and a miss.
A bit of a crack.
$16. 22 balls, Travis Head. So he's going a little bit slow for his liking.
Yeah.
Which sounds funny to say.
He is looking to get on with it a bit though. He's playing aggressively, but still got to keep that good ball out, don't you?
And your old man, a batsman and a 10 at rugby, I bet, says John.
Well, I did play 10 at one stage, but I broke my arm.
Yeah. Were you a batsman or a bowler more? You were kind of middle order, weren't you? About 7 or 8?
Yeah, it's a bit of an all-rounder. Opened the bowling there for a few years in senior cricket. Batted sort of anywhere that they wanted me, but predominantly down a bit lower. But yeah, bowling was my sort of forte in that, but I rated myself as an all-rounder. Not totally useless with the bat.
Right, 100, I'll say whoever sends it down the quickest is Mark. Now, Gunson's been warned a couple of times about where he's following through. Because unfortunately for him, where his first stride is where a lot of people's probably 1.5 or second stride is.
Yep.
So he tries his best to get out of there, but he just can't.
He is tracking in a little bit.
Short ball, Head wants it. He's pulled it. He hasn't got all. He's gone straight out to the man in the deep Zondo.
Easy single.
Gets the single. 1 ball left for Khawaja. In August, I had dinner at Paul Helford with a question mark. I'll believe you. I had dinner at his place in Napier at August. Racing, I think. Khawaja's best test score was 174 against the Kiwis in 2015-16 season at the Gabba.
It'd be nice if he beats that then. It's always sad when all these good players have got their high scores against New Zealand.
To the leg side, that's going to be another one. I won't push too hard here. Just the single taken off the final ball of the over, 168. Khawaja moves up to. And that's going to be 390
And
for
swingers,
3.
no, I was predominantly an outswing bowler. Used to get a lot of swing.
There's a Tetley's all-rounder. What is a Tetley's? You know what a Tetley's is?
But everything, I'd imagine. Maybe.
It's similar to myself a little
Could be a
bit.
wannabe all-rounder.
I just pretty much go where they need me, don't I?
Self-proclaimed all-rounder.
I don't know how I've ended up at the top of the order, though. How's that happen?
Paul Helford from the All Whites. Maybe. The name rings a bell.
You're saying that it's getting a little bit dark at the ground, Harmer. Bowling the final over before the tea break. And it will be 20 minutes, and then the final session will start at 5:50 p.m. New Zealand time. And then it should go through right till about 8 o'clock New Zealand time. So that's about, they might even consider going for a bit of extra time. That's a good shot from Khawaja. Sweep shot, 4 runs, moves up to 172. So you followed Hadley closely, then some type of all-rounder, or then same type of all-rounder, says John Mills. It's a tea bag here in Australia, and it's what they say in the ad. Says Mark.
Okay.
And also, once again, Umran Malik from Sudeep. I also broke my head.
Okay.
A little bit loftier from Harmer. He's bowling about 78 Ks.
I got a wicket off my head once.
Off your head?
Yep.
See, I always thought it was off someone else's head.
Well, I got one of those too. Yep.
Is
I
it?
got one off mine.
Mm-hmm.
Problem with bowling too straight. That's when I hit the ball back at you.
And risked quite badly as well, says John. 2 balls left of the session. Osman Khawaja will be eyeing up that 200 the first hour of the second, in fact, sorry, the third session of the day.
Yep. Yeah, slowly working towards it now. I think you're starting to get to the stage where you start thinking about it a little bit.
I have another question for you. Travis hit 50 or Usman Khawaja 200 first?
Oh.
Because I'm thinking Travis hit 50, to be honest. A few drops of rain falling at the moment, so it's good that they'll be able to get the covers on the end of the tea break, or the start of the tea break.
That'll be the tea break.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 20 minutes or so. Then we will be back for the final session of the day. They were going at 3.66 for the run rate. Still actually a little bit slow.
Yeah,
have to say.
Australian declare on the tea break. With the uncertainty of the weather.
You know, maybe.
No.
Have to wait and see whether or not they keep on going.
Strategically, with the mental games and all the rest of it, they'll make them come out again afterwards. They won't give them 20 minutes to think about coming out to bat from the South African point of view. So Australia are only declare once they come back onto the field anyway for a start. But even though they lose 10 minutes for the changeover.
So they've said 27 overs remain in the day.
Yeah.
And then there's also rain falling at the moment, so I assume the covers will be on. Khawaja will be more than likely go out before he gets to the 200s his mark. Yeah, nonetheless, we are going to be popping away for about 20 minutes or so. Then we will be returning at 5:50 p.m. New Zealand time. I'll quickly write up that little thingy. You guys know exactly when it is going to be starting up. So it is going to be at 5:50 New Zealand time, the third session of the day. Yeah, nonetheless, we do thank you all very much for being here. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time for the final session of the day. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. At the moment, the covers are coming off, which looks like we are going to get some more test match cricket. It's supposed to be a 27-over session, and the tea break was slightly later than they had for their first one, so it does mean that we should still have plenty of action remaining in day 2. But whether or not we get to see day 3 take place as smoothly is still a wait-and-see scenario. Looking at the weather radar, not a lot of rain in Sydney currently, so this is just a passing shower, which is very ideal. But the one's coming up soon in terms of that weather. Tomorrow, she's not looking too flat. In fact, it is looking about as bad as you'd want it to look for Sydney tomorrow. They have got at least 50% chance of rain pretty much throughout the whole of the day, 70% chance of rain at 12, 1 p.m. 60%, 60% at 2, 70% at 3, and then it's supposed to get back to windy. So there's a little bit of a chance that we might see some evening cricket maybe. See New Zealand doing attacking batting in the second innings, giving Pakistan around 350 in the second innings to chase, says Coding. Well, they have to. If they want any chance of a result, even if it means New Zealand have to pretty much give Pakistan the win for the sake of trying to progress a test match forward, I think that's what New Zealand have decided that's what they've got to do. They're already up to day 4, I believe, in their test match, if I'm not wrong, or are they up to day 5 already? Might be day 5 today. I'm just going to have a quick look. New Zealand versus Pakistan. Day 4 or 5? What's the date today? It's the 3rd? No, the 5th, sorry. So we are at the end of day 3. So, yeah, they've got 2 more. I'd like to see New Zealand do a little bit of attacking, try and get Pakistan under pressure. But it's a hard one because it's whether or not the new captain Southie's willing to give it a dash. You don't want to lose in Pakistan, that's for sure, because everyone knows that if you lose in Pakistan, you're pretty much on death's door. They are just showing here Michael Hussey on a little bit. Okay, they're just talking about the fact that Michael Hussey, some of those bats, they aren't allowed to use during that little break. He was practicing with it, Michael Hussey, although it's about a 1930 bat that he was using there. And Saad Shakil got 132 off 332 balls on a road pitch. They played so slowly. It's a boring session to watch yesterday. Even that little bit that we watched yesterday, it slightly made it hard to watch, to be honest. We wanted to see a lot more action than we got to see. It's completely unsurprising just seeing those pitches in Pakistan. You know, you want to see runs scored. And we've seen that certain sides can score a lot of runs. Like England showed you can just keep on batting as long as you like and get a whole heap of runs. But if you're not willing to attack, it's just pretty much a draw from the get-go. They are just clearing the covers off at the moment in here for the sides. They are just showing those old school bats. Quite an interesting evolution for the way that the bats have been going. This is boring at the ECG, says John Mills. I mean, I think it's got a chance of heating up soon. Just depends on what Australia look to do from here. There's a chance that they may decide to declare relatively quickly. There's also a chance, like the commentator said, they might look to bat through the rest of the day here and try and make it so that they only have to bat once. But the way that Australia normally goes, they normally enjoy putting that pressure on with the bat, and then they normally have a little bat in between just to break it up for the bowlers a bit. So that might be what they decide to go for instead. But they are just going to be taking a break due to the cover being on, but they have taken it off. They're just about to put in the tape. Sorry, not the tape. They're putting down the paint. So I'd say we're about 5-10 minutes away from this one getting back underway. They are just showing here David Warner, Steve Smith, Nathan Lyon, all returning to their BBL franchises in the near future. Same with Alex Carey and Travis here, the 2 Adelaide Strikers men. And it's going to be interesting to see how these guys slot back into their sides as they currently sit. Khawaja as well, going to be slotting into his Brisbane Heat side alongside Marnus Labuschagne. Be playing some test match style cricket for the BBL, but that is from the 9th of January that those boys will be returning. We will hopefully be back to the BBL covering it on the channel relatively soon. And then alongside that, we are hopefully going to be covering a little bit of that T20 competition in South Africa, depending on whether or not they're showing it here in New Zealand. It's probably that other deciding factor, because if they are, we'll certainly be covering at least some of it. But if they don't show it here in New Zealand, that's going to be sad. It would have been quite an exciting one indeed. Like this and like this, we're still running relatively smoothly. I saw one bar before. That is why I decided I'd give it a quick look at the Wi-Fi. But I'd say we're 5 minutes away from these boys making their way back out onto park. They were going around the boundary rope with the rope on the back of the 4x4s. So 27 overs remain in the day, and we're already at the equivalent of actually 30 minutes gone in the session, theoretically. And they can still go for another 2 hours from here. They can play right through to 8 p.m. local time. They may even consider adding an extra little bit. Why are these T20 comps so long? How much, like 8 weeks, is it? Says John Mills. I guess it's a risky tactic to use because some people get sick of the competition after a few weeks, but I think it's more to do with the franchise sponsors, like kind of trying to make as much revenue as possible throughout a window, because the cricket window, definitely for T20 wise, you're paying these players a whole heap of money. You want to get your money's worth and get as much ad revenue build up while having a competition as you can. And a lot of people would say they make it go too long, and then that kind of loses the interest. But yeah, it's normally relatively long competition. Like the BBL, it's been running all throughout since about what was early December or mid-December that they ended up bringing it in. Currently showing a Domino's ad, and now I want pizza, but we won't be having it. I think we're actually having a barbecue tonight, which is quite nice. That will be taking place from about 8 p.m. onwards. Got bored of the IPL after the first one, says John Mills, and I think a lot of people are the same. Like IPL for me, I enjoy watching it. It's just the time zone that I struggle with, because when the games are kicking off at like 3 a.m. or 2 a.m., 11 p.m. games aren't too bad. You can stay up for those ones. But yeah, when you get to those middle of the night games, it's just a little bit too much of a hassle. Definitely when we've got other sports that we're covering, I can't afford to stay out till like 5 a.m. when I have to wake up at about 10 a.m. the next day. This doesn't really work out, unfortunately. Just showing a pet sponsored ad. I was trying to think of a pet pun, but I haven't got one. You got T-bones down there. We do have T-bone steaks, yeah. Although it depends on how you cook them. Sometimes with the T-bone, it actually means that the meat nearest to the bone, is it that the meat nearest to the bone isn't as cooked because it doesn't generate as much heat, or it generates too much heat and cooks more than the part next to it? I remember we were talking about this in Wanaka because they did have T-bones there on the barbecue, and a few of them ended up a little bit more under than they would have liked. Right, 2 players for the Australians, Khawaja and Smith. Are they going to make their way out onto the field? Or sorry, Khawaja and Head, I should say. Good for cricket catch competition. Some tough catches. Oh, that was a poor catch from that man, though. I believe it would have actually been from the wetness as well. Wouldn't have made it too easy to be able to snag those ones. So there'd be a little bit of slipperiness out in the field, I would think. But it looks like the covers are all but off. You're just trying to make sure that the rain radar is correct and that the covers can come off. It looks like they should be right. I'm not seeing too much drizzle. 27 overs have to be bowled in the last session is what they've just said, but then have to be bowled is a bit of an overstatement because they said that they had to have 90-something overs yesterday and they didn't get that. And that they had to play a certain amount of overs in the final hour of New Zealand-Pakistan. That also didn't happen. Just showing Usman Khawaja his century was a massive moment for him. Then just after that, we saw the Steve Smith half century as well. Certainly fired up. Right, Travis Head and Khawaja now both ready to go here. And I don't think Travis Head will be mucking around. 17 runs off 25 deliveries. Australia want 450 here as quickly as physically possible. I think Khawaja will know that as well. Got to make sure that he does end up scoring at a decent rate, run a ball kind of territory here for the Aussies, because the more time that's taken out of this test match, the less likely they are to get a result, and they want a clean sweep. 3-0 against the South Africans, and got him, says Nuzzy Williams. And there, oh, hello, Nuzzy. Hope you're doing all right. Who was the wicket that got him was referring to? Was it Steve Smith? Maybe, because he was the most recent wicket falling. But Travis Head, he almost got caught. Oh, hold on, says Nuzzy Williams. And this 100 comp in Pommyland is so stupid. What are these people thinking about? Or what are these people thinking about? Pathetic, in my opinion. Says John. Yeah, I guess short format's not for everyone. Like, some people enjoy watching a T10 competition. In fact, T20 is normally the, I guess you could call it, what would you call it? I'm trying to think of the right word. It's kind of like the feeding system into people getting into cricket. Because you sit someone down who's never watched cricket before and you make them watch a test match, they don't care. Unless you really find the right person. Whereas T20 cricket, they see some big shots, they see the peak going flying, and they go, oh, this is all right. What other types of cricket do you have? And then they go, okay, there's test match. Now that I know the rules of T20, now I'm starting to get the hang of this. Similar to what we had with Isaac. We literally sat him down next to us during a live stream. He was on Wikipedia learning the cricketing rules while a test match was going on. And I think since then he's watched another game of cricket. So, you know, the shorter formats are really what bring people to the game. The longer formats are for the ones who want to stick around and want to learn more about it. Because you sit down someone who's not that keen on cricket to a test match, they'll go 2 overs in, this is boring, I'm leaving. Why are they leaving the ball? And I was like, you're Amish, no mean to be rude or disrespectful by not saying hello. Straight into your awesome commentary, bro. Says Nuzzy Williams, no worries. I enjoyed the gotting. Maybe we'll get to hear that again from you, Nuzzy, in the near future. Is Australia going to be a bit more aggressive now? First ball is going to be bowled by Janssen. Just after tea. 27 overs to go. It's down the leg side. And are you disappointed with South Africa attack on this tour? Are they overrated? I don't know if this side per se is overrated, because not many of their players in this lineup have proven themselves. Elgar, he hasn't got a century since becoming captain 17 matches ago. So he's not overrated to the point of, like, because people already say he's not good. So if he gets a century, it would be quite good news for him. But it's just their bowling, I think, isn't too bad. Yes, they're not taking as many wickets as they need to, but at the end of the day, you're up against this world-class Australian batting lineup that when you get 3 or 4 wickets, you don't reach the middle order. You reach the next wave of very good batsmen. And that's one of the differences between someone like in Australia and someone like, at the moment, maybe the West Indies, or you could say South Africa to an extent with their top order. Their middle order actually scores most of their runs, but that top order just lets them down. Doesn't get enough runs on the board. All right, interesting set field. A lot of people on the leg side for Travis Head. You'd think it would be short, but it wasn't. Smacks him in the pad. 135 kilometers per hour. They're just talking about Matthew Renshaw. How get called into a test side, end up testing positive, and just having to pretty much isolate from your teammates for the whole of the test match so far. Like, the good news is I'm sure he loves watching cricket. So he's had plenty of that, and he's getting to watch it from the sideline. That's a misfield. That's not what South Africa can afford to have, because Travis Head turned that from maybe a quick single into 3 runs easily here. Now guy has to field it. A little bit of a mistake from South Africa in the fielding department. It now moves up to 20. Now, me and my dad, we were talking about it in the last session. Who gets their milestone first? Will it be Usman Khawaja 200 or Travis Head 50? Now, I was picking a Travis Head 50. And those 3 runs there will certainly help him, because they will put him up to 20 runs. We'll quickly go like this and like that. There we go. Scoreboard updating. Good morning, everyone from Cape Town. Early 7:05 a.m. just tuned in. Go Kiwi lads, rocking it as usual. What is this match like? Better than last? I never overtalk side, it's always proof, and the pudding says roof. Yeah, so I'd say this match, other than the rain, we've seen some brilliant batting from Australia. Usman Khawaja getting closer to that double century. Some very solid bowling from a few of the South Africans, but just not quite enough good bowling. You got to take your half chances. They haven't really been able to do that. Any chirping by the Savage Hamish? There's nothing really to chirp about. End of the day, what are you going to say? You guys have got more than double the runs that we've scored in 90% of our innings this summer. Haha, we're going to get you out. But it doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? But, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to get a bit of fire in the field, even if it's like you don't need chirping. You just need a little bit of something that says, come on, boys. We've flown all the way to Aussie to try and show people that we're decent at test match cricket. Let's bloody go out there and do it. G'day, Mumsy. 408 all out. Okay. Okay, so that'll be interesting. Pakistan now finished their batting innings. New Zealand will now be back out to the batting crease with 2 days left in that test match. It's going to be interesting to see what New Zealand use as their approach. And that, there's awesome, says Nazi Williams. Now Janssen charging in. Nice ball, but Khawaja just hits everything on his stumps at the moment, and Poison Dwarf rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Says John. I've gotten more used to it. At the start, it was a bit of a tricky tongue twister. Just showing this quick fire partnership of 43 runs, probably from about 43 balls as well between these two. I don't know why Steve Smith is back on there. He shouldn't be there. Get out of it, Stephen. In fact, 107 overs. How far behind has this gone? Rabada's not bowling. Harmer's not bowling. What's happened here? Khawaja only on 144. Interesting. Might have to refresh. No, now it's switched back. Okay, that was weird. It was just trying to tell us what happened a while ago, I guess. But the partnership 43 off 60 balls. My apologies. Thought it was closer to a runner ball. Harmer back in. And he get the wicket. Definitely before the rainfall. So we've had 1 over so far of this final session. Another 26 to go that they have to get through today. I was like, could New Zealand make Pakistan follow on and get them all out for, say, 150 runs? Wishful thinking on my part. So they have just bowled them out. I believe Pakistan are only down by about 50, so they won't be able to enforce the follow-on, unfortunately. I was like, how's your sunbirds? South Africa have taken a huge knock to their egos once this tour. To all those cricket lovers. Says Roof, so the sunburn, it's not doing too bad. Like, this is the part that I burnt the other day. It kind of just looks tanned now, which is a bonus. I got slightly burnt when I was in Wanaka up across there, but like nothing too bad. It's a bit tender. I don't know if it's peeling though yet, but you're not able to get sunburnt in the hot sun. Like currently, it wouldn't take long to get sunburnt here at the moment. Another single taken by Khawaja. They're saying Harmer's bowling too slow for Australian conditions. Currently, Khawaja, he's equal to his best. Shot. Travis, yeah, it slashes it through the offside. Back foot cover punch again. And I was like, okay, let's hope. Well, let's hope New Zealand get a good number of runs and declare at the right time, says Novmum. Yeah, I think they're going to need 300 ahead. But then you've also got to try and give Pakistan enough of a chance so that they don't go into their hole and just want the draw. And when you play and film your next cricket vlog, we haven't actually been playing over the Christmas break. So I think we come back mid-January or late January is when our first game's going to be. So we will probably do that. But we've got an umpiring one coming out relatively soon from that same game. I just got to get all the subtitles and everything sorted out for it. Also, what you having for the bride tonight, Amish? I think we're having some burgers, some sausages, or as you guys would call them, if they were a bit bigger, some boros. Is it? That's a great shot from Travis. He 1 bounce 4. Now he will move up to 30 runs of 33 deliveries, 53-run partnership of 66 balls. They've obviously been told by Pat Cummins to go a little bit quicker and maybe have an hour or so at the South Africans tonight. Usman Khawaja sitting on 174, still 26 away from his half century, or sorry, his double century. Of course, he'll want to get to, but probably needs to speed up a little bit more. Taking a fair amount of time to get there. Khawaja, normally for 174, he would have liked to get it under 300 balls. Oh, there, yeah, Boulders, says John. Yeah, nice shot down the ground from Travis. It just watches it go almost all the way to the boundary. Okay, Mark was saying that he doesn't think Australia will be bowling tonight. 25 overs left in the day. There's 2 for the changeover. I see Australia bowling tonight, to be honest, because if you know South Africa's best total in the past, almost a beautiful take from Verena, but just a little bit outstretched. That's going to move Khawaja up to 178 now. It is now his best ever in Test match cricket, 178. Very well done by Usman Khawaja. But yeah, for me, like working on previous results, you'd have to say they should probably keep on going till 450 and then look to declare. No. Afternoon, boss says, Nate, welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Okay, now Mark War has changed his mind and said that maybe they will have a bowl tonight. We all know Mark, glass half empty War, although always looks at the negative. And now he's changed, he changed his mind pretty much instantly when he had Ian Smith next to him saying, what about this? And he went, oh, yeah, no, maybe that is right. Okay, Mitchell and Bracewell open for New Zealand for quick runs. Says Coding, I don't know if I'd open Bracewell. That man can't hit a ball with a bat at this stage. Sadly, he's had a right shocker. But I think you're still open with your same men. Conway at one end and maybe Latham, and then you just see how it develops. I'd like to see New Zealand play like they did at the end of that other day, though. Get about 400 quick fire in the little while. And yeah, read my comment. Sorry. Old boy. Here's Nazi Williams. Partnership of 57 off 69 balls. Usman Khawaja is getting closer to his double century. He is. Only got 22 to go. Travis Head scores a lot of quick runs, though. Maybe Usman Khawaja won't get the chance to get the double, depending on how long it takes him home. Good. Arena Roof. And Nazi Williams whipped to the leg side. Great shot. That's going to be cut out in the deep by Zondo. Just the 1 run taken. I just said that Usman Khawaja, he hasn't hit men, he's hit gaps, which is unlike my batting innings, because I do not hit gaps. I just hit it straight to the fielders. Cheer, brother. Aroa Kaz. There's Nazi Williams. Is Mark a betting man? I don't know if he bets, but he's got some racehorses. So I guess to get into that market, he probably had to throw a few bets around. Now, this is Khawaja's highest score in Test matches. 5 more than his previous best. Travis here tried to smack that one down the ground. Still looking for boundaries here, Head. He knows that time's slim. So maybe they've been told by Pat Cummins, we've got 23 overs left in the day. We're going to bat until 15 overs left. Or something along those lines, so that these two know that they have to go relatively aggressive. I don't see Khawaja rushing his double century. It's more of the case of if it's there to go for it, he'll hit it. But if it's not, he'll just wait patiently. Short ball, slapped away by Travis here. Beautiful play off the back foot. It's going to be racing close to the boundary. Nokia might have just kept that one in. It's going to be the 2 runs to close out the over. Like him and Warren, it was swept under the carpet back in the day, says John. And also we've got the 100 Mikas. Oh, no. I think he might be on the boundary rope there, and that might become 4 runs. Yeah, they're going to give 4 against Nokia there, which means now Khawaja, he'll be sitting on 179. Head at the other end, sitting on 34 off 35. Right, they're going back to Harmer. So this gets through quite a few overs in a quick succession for the South Africans. 62 off 72 now, the partnership. So they are increasing that run rate quite nicely. 18 to go for Travis Head, or sorry, 16 to go, in fact, for him to get to the half century. Khawaja will be on strike now, though. Leg side, sweep shot, powerful from Khawaja, and that will be another 4 runs. If this doesn't say Australia are having a bowl tonight, I don't know what does. Because these two in the last 3 or so overs have just decided to ramp it up to 110%. 66 partnership off 73 balls. It was pitched up. To be fair, it was there to hit. And Khawaja has played that sweep shot beautifully, racing it to the boundary. I like the Hansi Kronya story. There's John. I do not know that one. Now, Harmer, where does he put it? It's slow. That's close to an LBW. It was going down leg. And the umpire says not out. I don't think they'll go upstairs and check this one. I don't think it will be worth it. Elgar's just going, nah. Didn't look that good. They've still got time if they want to. Do they want to? Nah, not going to. Save a little bit of time. Coming out. That's a better ball. Pitching it up there nicely. Got to get it just outside of the off stump. So you take away that orthodox sweep and instead try and get Usman Khawaja going for that reverse sweep, because that's the one that he's looked a little bit more trouble for. Well, she straightened a bit, that ball, but it was probably pitching outside leg, perhaps. They take another single. Almost an overthrow there, but Zondo does well to back up. Just going to be showing it. Pitching impact in line. Went on, and it would have been umpire's call if it was given out. A little bit closer than I thought. And Usman Khawaja isn't stopping, says Shannon. Yeah, getting slowly closer to the double century. Needs 16 more runs, same as Travis Head. So now we're into that race again. Will it be Travis Head's 50 or Usman Khawaja's 200 that gets brought up first? I'm still going Travis Head's 50, but Travis Head more likely to get out, I think, before getting to his milestone. Up, nicely defended. Oh, only 80 kilometers an hour. Harmer's throwing them down there at. Allow that one to move in the air. Goes here, consider going off the front foot, instead drops back to the back, gets a single, and that will be the end of the 122nd over, 3 for 424. So by the time these two reach their milestones, Australia will have that 450 on the board. Going into the session, they were able to bowl 27 overs. I believe so far that was the 6th, if I'm not wrong. So that would now take us down to 21 overs remaining. I'm going to go Usman Khawaja this time, says Shannon there. Right, Jansen's going to be bowling again. He's going for an economy of about that 3 and over. He's been unlucky not to pick up any wickets throughout his bowling spell, as he has been looking relatively solid. It's just more of the case of the batsmen aren't getting those outside edges that he requires. Deshaun Maharaj, you'd bowl that man if you want to go for about 20 and over, but might pick up a wicket along the way. Starting to get cloudy at the SCG as well, so bad light. That's when Australia want to be bowling, theoretically. Make it harder for South Africa. Jansen just about to start steaming in. Here comes Jansen bowling to Travis Head. It's on 35 at the moment. Beautiful back foot shot again. He loves them there, Travis Head, and that will be racing very close to the boundary. I think there's just enough moisture falling that's caused that one to slow up. G'day from Thailand. How phenomenal Travis Head strike rate in the last couple of years. He is a very handy player to have in a side, because even in this scenario, like, this is the perfect setup for him. But in other scenarios, he can still do that same thing. Nice work from Elgar in the deep, putting in that effort, actually diving. What you want to see from your skipper. You want to be leading from the front. Just rolled onto the rope. Took a little bit of a sore one. Bit of rope burn there for him, but did save the boundary. Head now moves up to 38. And Khawaja will be on strike. Staying round the wicket, trying to go across them all. A little bit of a ramp shot attempted there from Khawaja. A shot that you wouldn't see him playing had Australia not decided to speed up. Must have been close to the bat too. Yeah, only just missing the edge. So yeah, they're saying the shots, they're certainly going to be coming thick and fast here for the Australians. Both left-handers, so that works in their favour a little bit. Doesn't really throw off the bowling angle. Oh, stepping to his leg side, backing away from the ball, and hits it down the ground for one. Highest test score ever for Usman Khawaja, an extra 11 on top of what he was able to do up against New Zealand back at the Gabba in 2015. Now, he's in a scenario where he's closing in on a double century. He doesn't want to go out playing a dumb shot. Travis said he's 12 away from his half century. He'll be looking to continue going. Yet leg side. No run taken. Travis Head just says, get back. Might have ended up turning away for that one, Travis Head. Didn't really see where it properly went. Called Usman away pretty quickly. I think there's still a bit of rain falling at the ground, though, just because one of those other camera angles that we had showed a little bit of dripping. That could have just been on a stadium roof, though, from where the camera was, so maybe that was the case. And there isn't actually that much rain falling currently. It was during the tea break, though. Travis said he's tried to hit that one hard. Hasn't got all of it, but it's going to be working out nicely for 2 runs. For Travis Head. He just didn't really time that one, Travis Head. He was setting it up as if he was going to well and truly smack it. But it just went down the ground safely. And like they've said, it's a declaration shot, perhaps. Travis Head. And the gang enjoying Hamish and his lively, bubbly commentary again. Glad you're all back and swinging those bats in 2023, says Roof. Whip to the leg side there. Go straight to the fielder. That'll be the end of the Janssen over. Not a huge amount of runs offered in the end. 6 runs. Still pretty decent, though, for them. International Beer Review. He said, hey, Kiwi, how's it going? Well, how are you? I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. I hope you had a good new year. You're excited for another year of Test match cricket. BBL currently running. Also, alongside that, we're going to have the Rugby World Cup coming up in the near future. 6 Nations, Super Rugby. It's all on. It'll be a very exciting few months. Ahead, progressing quite nicely. Renshaw would be the next man to bat. I feel kind of bad if Matty Renshaw doesn't get a bat, but then also it might be good for him. Oh no, they're showing him there. Has to sit out in the rain because he hasn't got a changing room to actually go to. He's got a little iPad that he's allowed to look at. He's probably just going to watch some movies while he waits. Win the rain. Surely this isn't helping Renshaw's health at this point. Okay, few spots of rains, but there's nothing of substance. What the commentators have been told. Last 25 balls, we have seen 31 runs. Australia currently going at 7.44 runs per over. So they're looking to get to that 450. Keep getting his half century. Khawaja getting his 200. And then they will look to possibly have a bit of a crack at the South Africans later on tonight. See if they can buy a couple cheap wickets. As tomorrow, I think there's going to be a lot of rain around. Also, when you work, the old man then, Hamish, we get a lot of YouTube to do, says John Mills. So there was a patch there, seeing as it's the Christmas holiday, it works a little bit better, but there was a patch there how I'd end up doing pretty much live streaming over the weekend, and plus I'd be doing live streams in the evening while working during the day. So you get into the scenario how some nights you're only sneaking 5 hours of sleep just because like the commentary live streams would go a little bit later than they should have, theoretically, but that's what happens. Schedule's busy, so you just got to make sure that you're keeping up with it. Squeezed in a couple trips to the gym as well throughout that time. Don't know how I was able to do that, but did manage to get up even a little bit earlier than when I was supposed to start work, head down to the gym, and then go to work afterwards. Busy, busy. Well, just still 15 away at the moment from his double 100. Going outside of off stump. No run taken. Good over. It's a maiden from Harmer, the best one that we've seen so far for the South African bowlers in quite some time. I don't think we've seen a maiden since maybe Janssen about 20 overs ago. And Pakistan all out on Conway got out for a golden duck. Well, that's not what New Zealand wanted. They would have liked Conway to get a few more runs, seeing as he got 100 in the first innings. Okay. It's looking a little bit darker. The commentators are all telling the umpire to just get back out the square leg, continue the game. Change of bowler, it is now going to be Kagiso Rabada. Like they've said, if they just wait a little bit longer, this rain might end up going away. You can hear a crowd ironically cheering, though. Okay, Rabada just put in the thumbs up. I think that's for his field set rather than asking if we're continuing playing. It's like we're going to be all right for now. The last thing you want is to lose the rest of the day because of bad light and also the rain that is going to be falling. Also, why are youngsters obsessed with being busy these days? My son's the same. I like being a slacker myself, says John. I think it's because, in a way, with technology and whatnot, there's a lot more that you can be doing, if that makes sense. In terms of like for me, if I wasn't doing YouTube and wasn't doing that kind of thing, I'd probably be working a job during the day, maybe doing some sort of something during the night, but nothing like crazy, like maybe just like visiting the gym or going hanging out with friends or something. Whereas like with the option of social media now, some youngsters though, they consider being busy them being on their phones scrolling through TikTok, which I mean, if it's your job, it makes sense. But some people, I think, overuse the word busy and just use it as an excuse to do nothing, but while seeming like you're doing something. That makes sense. Like if you're on YouTube watching, like, I don't know, what's a good example? On Netflix watching a movie, but then they're like, I'm busy. I'm busy doing some research. I don't know. Shot. Beautiful from Travis here. Just swats it away. It's gone straight to the fielder in the deep zondo. Able to cut it off for just the one. Partnership now 77. Well, I'm currently, it's slowed down a little bit, this partnership. Just looking through, it's at 6:30 at the moment, so they've still got an hour and a half that they can play. And yeah, like a gamer. Yeah, so I'm busy for 12 hours a day playing my game because I want to level up. Like, yes, you're doing something, but I don't know if you're busy doing something that would constitute being busy. And also, we have got that on YouTube watching Joe Rogan learning as well as Nuzzy Williams. George was playing because George was driving us back from Wanaka. So we had music on, and then he decided to start playing some Joe Rogan podcast of a guy talking about how he worked at Area 51. But because we were going through like the Lindis Pass, which is just pretty much swervy roads and whatnot, the connection kept on cutting in and out just due to service dropping. So you'd have to wait on a cliffhanger for like 5 or 6 minutes before it came back. Yeah, I'm busy on the moon making Moon Castle. Cheers, Nate. That's a great shot. And Travis he moves up to 46, I believe, now. Good work from Marco Janssen, 100% agree. I'm in Thailand. They have such a chilled lifestyle here. Just lay in a hammock under the house where it's cool in the afternoon. Smart people, says Luke. See, at some stage, surely I'm going to hit that YouTube burnout stage. I haven't hit it yet. I have a feeling it's going to be after the World Cup is done. We're going to end up being burnt out because that was Area 53, says Nuzzy Williams there. Yeah, for now we're doing all right. Like we've been able to balance doing maybe 10 to 12 hours of work on the channel a day, even for things that aren't getting posted. Like I mention this all the time. We'll film a video and it doesn't quite do the job. So I'll be like, nah, scrap it. I'll try and either refilm it or it just goes in the practice editing pile. Just showing the Wicket recap. There aren't too many to look at. First one, David Warner playing that cut shot went straight to Janssen, and Nokia was fired up. Then he was able to get the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne as well. That was the last ball before they called it for bad light. And then Steve Smith, the caught him bowled earlier on today. And it was well bowled by Maharaj. So I believe there are only about maybe 20 overs left now in the day. Looks like Harmer will be continuing the bowling attack, but Khawaja's 14 away. Travis Head's only 4 away from the half century. You want a job in Zambia then, Amish? After you burn out? What can I do in Zambia? John, is there some sort of tourism type thing? I feel like I've always said that if I wasn't working in something to do with, well, when I was at school, I always thought I'd do something to do with either hospitality or tourism, something where you're dealing with people. Because I did work at the supermarket here for a while, back in my day. Nicely done by Harmer. Only 4 overs away. Sorry, 4 runs away. 1 for 290 today for the Australians in terms of scoring as well. Little bit uppish. It's off the outside edge. It's going to race away. And that will be Travis Head's 50. 50 off 47 balls. This man is in some fine form indeed. Too many old men in Thailand prowling on young Thai girls. Says Nate there. 50 off 47. I said that I thought he'd be able to. I said 50 off 40. I was slightly wrong. Travis said wildlife guide, lodge manager, Multi Towers. I mean, I'd love to be able to manage a lodge. I'm not qualified though, unfortunately. So unless you own one, John, that you'd be willing to hire me at, I don't think they'd let me get a job doing that. That's his 12 test 50 and 33 matches. He still theoretically got time to go on to get the 100, but he probably needs to go at least 10 and over by himself to be able to get there, because Khawaja still needs another 14. Taking his time here. Travis Head, he's certainly gliding it along quite nicely. Sitting on 85 of 98 deliveries. He advances. He has a big hit down the ground, and that is going to be the single. So it seems he's going to continue with that aggression. I still feel sorry for our mate Rahul yesterday. Had a one-day pass, and that cloudy bucketed it for him. He actually commented on the live stream as well afterwards, because I was keeping an eye on pretty much what was happening there, and he commented saying, "I'm super pissed off now." And that was 23 hours ago. So he must have gone home, then realized they were going to play a little bit more, although they didn't get much more in. They only got a couple overs after he left, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world. I got a beach cottage in Mozambique. Does that need managed? I feel like a singular cottage probably doesn't need a manager, does it? Khawaja on strike. And off the back foot, they'll take the single. Good work between the wickets here for the Australians currently. Head back on strike, and I think he's going to go for a big swing again. Australia currently 443 runs on the board. Looking nicely, and there you go. Don't blame him. Says Nuzzy Williams. But yeah, it was just not a nice day, was it? In a beach bar, says John. Wait, so you own the beach bar, or you've got a beach cottage at a beach bar? Usman Khawaja is getting closer to 200. Says Shannon, currently 13 away. Travis Head, use of the feet there. A little bit of a deflection. The caller, no. Partnership closing in on the century of its own. It's actually, they've just said first 50 for Travis Head at the SCG. Trying to advance. Doesn't work out for him. It's going to be the end of the over. I'd enjoy if they showed how many overs are left in the day again. Because at the start of this session, it was 27. I'm going to have a quick look and see how many they've played so far. I think it's almost 10, somewhere around there. So maybe only 17 remaining in the day. My brother-in-law owns the beach bar, says John Mills. I'd work at a beach bar, to be fair. I don't know if I'd be any good at working at a beach bar. People would get sick of me talking to them, probably. People would want to go to relax, and I'm just jabber jawing all day. New Zealand 19 for 1 for anyone wondering about that test match. It's currently taking place. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 since the rain delay. So 21 overs remain in the day currently. So that'll take us through to 147, theoretically, if Australia were to bat for this whole time. Which I don't think they will. I think they've got to declare here, but they just need Khawaja to get to that 100 first. Maybe Travis Head. He might be able to get himself towards a decent amount. It's interesting for Travis Head, though, because he always scores big in his first innings. And Namaste Hamish says, Attitude King, welcome in. Doing well. Watch out for the lady boys when you piss cars. Says Nuzzy Williams. $444. Okay, so they've got footage of Ishigua and Healy doing some commentary. But then the rain and the wind was blowing. We didn't get to see that. We just got to see a wide shot of the ground. Maybe it's a Fox Cricket exclusive. That one. Also, in India time, it is 11:10. And also, look at that, Hamish, the minimum wage is less than $5 US a day, though, says John. Is that, like, in terms of payment, is that considered a lot of money in Mozambique, or is it just poor pay? Because I guess it's all about the conversion, isn't it? So, yes, you might not be making a lot of money over here, but maybe you're making a bit of money over there. And also, look at that, Tat Grace. He said, bro, you ain't watching New Zealand versus Pakistan. Why, says Tat? I've got it here watching from a distance. So I've got it down on my phone, being able to see the update. 19 for 1. Conway going out early was not ideal. Now Rabada charges in. Travis Head, nice pull shot. And race into the boundary again. Head moves up to 57. He's going to get his 100 before Khawaja gets his 200 at the moment, it looks like. He is definitely accelerating along here and trying to work the Australians towards that 500 mark. But that is now 450 on the board. Now the decisions start to come in for Pat Cummins. When is the time to declare? They've still got another 20 overs left in the day. So you've got 2 for the over changeover. So maximum they can bowl 18 at South Africa. $5 is a lot. Most people in Africa, says John Mills. So yeah, I guess it's kind of, it works out relevantly for the area. That's another 4 runs for Travis Head. He's up to 61 now. And they've got their 18 overs remaining in the day. 454 for 3. This is some very good batting from Travis Head. He just managed to get an 11-run over off Rabada. Khawaja took the single on the first ball. Then from there, Travis Head, he did the rest. Smacking it away. He moves up to 61 of 55 deliveries here. No chance for Maharaj in the deep to be able to cut that one off. Just such quick hands, Travis Head. We've got a little bit of a stoppage here. Just Travis Head getting the helmet back on. Armour's going to continue bowling. Okay. So Alan Board is saying about how he possibly would be more worried about the ball getting wet and soft playing in these type of conditions if Australia were to bowl. But I guess the counter argument to that is tomorrow it's going to be wet all day. The day after that, it's supposed to be wet most of the day. So at some stage, your ball is getting wet. It's just a case of when is it getting wet. It's supposed to rain from start to finish tomorrow. You're probably going to end up with some sort of dampness. Khawaja whips it to the leg side, gets another single. Bat well bat once is what they're saying. I think you've still got to have a crack at South Africa because they're not going to let head get a ton, are they? This is rubbish to clear now, Cummins, says John Mills. Currently 99 partnership between the two. Cuts it away, slapped away again. But Trevor said there is a man out there, though. I got a bit too excited about that one. It's now the 100-run partnership of 111 balls. Very well batted between these two. Gives the thumbs up. Doesn't worry about coming down to the middle. They know that they're on a tough schedule in terms of time here. They don't want to waste any of it. Khawaja, 11 away. Once again, whipped to the leg side. Did he get bat on that? Because if he did, he'll get at least 2 for it, if not 3. It's going to be 3 runs. Just whether or not they call that as off the bat. Should be. Yep, it was. So he moves up to 192 now. Only 8 away. I'm picking it now. Khawaja, once he gets the 200, that is when Pat Cummins, I believe, will declare. But maybe he's taking a bit longer to get to that 200 than they anticipated. Travis Head's doing his role extremely well, which is just get runs on the board while Khawaja is waiting to get that double century. Just get as many as you can. Put Australia as much in the box seat as they can. Advances. Hits it down the ground. Didn't get enough of it. Oh, yes, he did. I thought that he actually mishit that, but Travis Head has smacked it all the way down the ground for 6. It didn't sound middled, and it still traveled about 70 or 80 meters down the ground, if not 85. What happens here? He advanced. I know they had 2 men down there right on the bottom of the bat, and it still traveled like that for Travis Head. Great shot. Moves up to now 68 runs of 57 deliveries. This is going to be another 11 run over from South Africa with still 1 more ball to come. It looks like they're just having a little bit of a huddle here for South Africa, work out what their tactic is. But Head has taken it to the South African bowlers. All he's doing is ruining everyone's figures, getting their economy through the roof. Like they've just mentioned, when he gets back into the BBL, it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, guys, must be the bat aimage, not Head, says John Mills. No, I'd say that was probably a lot of Travis Head for the way that he smacked that one. The thing is, his wrists create a lot of extra power, which you will see quite prominently throughout his innings. He really swings. That's another big shot from Travis Head. Sweep shot. It's going to be cut off. They should get back for the 2, and they do. And that will now be 467 for 3 here. Another big over for the Australians. 3 for 467 runs now. Another over that's gone for more than 10. It's a big shot there. 89 meters down the ground off the bottom of the bat. Launch speed 138. I'd love to see that one that they show with the bat speed. Because I would say Travis Head's bat speed there has got to be around 80 Ks, one of the quickest. And Black Cat's a 19 for 1 as Conway's gone. Yeah, he did lose his wicket to a golden duck, unfortunately. Khawaja 8 away from the double century. Travis Head actually now only 30 away from his century, but he'll know that Khawaja is the one that they're basing this around, not Travis Head. He'll know that if Khawaja hits a 6 and a 2 here, that will probably be it for Australia. That's why he's going so aggressive. He's gone, if I'm going to get myself a century here, I've got to go. I've got to keep on going every chance that I get. Rabada now bowling to Khawaja. Nice and solid, no run taken. Khawaja closing it on 400 balls faced. Probably one of his slowest strike rates that he's had. Currently 16.5 overs remaining in the day. If you're Australia, minimum you want to bowl 10 overs at the South Africans. So that would mean that they can bat for another 4.5 overs. There you go. 4.5 overs more batting. Worked away by Khawaja, gets one again. Travis Head is batting on an all different planet. And different seeing it as a football, says Coding. Yeah, he's hitting it out of the middle of his bat very effectively. The lighting is still not great there at the moment. I hope Usman goes out or Cummins declares, says John Mills. He'll probably declare if Usman Khawaja goes out, yeah. If Travis Head goes out, maybe not, because they'll still want Khawaja to get the double century. That's what this is based around. And Renshaw would get a chance with the bat. Usman Khawaja 7 away from 200. He is slowly ticking over. Travis Head 30 away from the half century, or sorry, from the century. Looks like he's ready to swing again. Short ball. Takes it on. Gone straight out to the man in the deep. And it is going to be the wicket. And Travis Head gone for 70 off 59 deliveries. Little bit of an anticlimactic one. It looks like the crowd, we're giving it to him a little bit. Matty Renshaw. He's going to get a massive ovation, I think, as he makes his way out onto the field. Rassi van der Dussen able to take it. I think he was getting a bit of stick from the crowd behind him, so he pointed straight at them when he was able to take that catch. But that was hit brilliantly by Travis Head, but it's gone straight out to the fielder. And good hands to be able to take that catch for Rassi van der Dussen. Travis Head, he has a bit of a smile and goes, oh, disappointed with that. But now Travis Head, he'll be going off. Matty Renshaw making his way out to the middle. The man who hasn't been able to be near his teammates for a majority of this match. He won't have the strike. The rain is falling. Pretty much summarises his test match, really. It's been a while since we've seen him in Australian colours for the test. But now, see what's going to happen. Is he allowed to touch Usman Khawaja with a fist bump, or do they have to just stay away from each other, seeing as he's sick? There we go, Matty Renshaw. 16.3 overs remaining in the day. So that now means they just need the 7. And what bat? He got Hamish. He has got himself a Gray Nichols. I'm not sure of the exact type of Gray Nichols. A Gray Nichols, maybe a Gray Nichols Legend. Or it might be a Gray Nichols Delta, in fact, sorry. What one he's got. Now Renshaw. 12 matches, 636 runs in his test match career. This is a big opportunity for him here. And he's actually going to be on strike, which means that that ball made it that quickly to Rassi van der Dussen in the deep that they weren't even able to run a single for it. Probably understandable because it was either going to be boundary or out. Here comes Rabada. Matty Renshaw hits it to the leg side. And that one is going to be skidding away to the boundary. Renshaw hitting it at 400 at the moment. And a great way to get underway in test match cricket for Matty Renshaw. And you got to wonder how bad he is feeling at the moment, because he's been sitting out in the rain, the wind all day. Sure, his fever's through the roof. The pressure, he'll be sweating anyway because of the pressure of being out there in the middle. But I think that fever might make it just a little bit worse. Will he last one over? I think so. Played a nice shot there. He's already done better than Steiners did throughout the BBL when he tested positive. I think there was 2 ducks in a row for Steiners, except luckily for him, the second duck was off 2 balls rather than the golden like he had in his first. Another short ball, dodges it nicely. Keeper there, Verena almost had to dodge it there as well. And like they've just said, with 200 for Khawaja, Renshaw, they don't know if he's allowed to go over to him and congratulate him. I guess you're allowed to give him a fist bump. You probably can't give him a hug, though. Only run rate, 3.66. Renshaw sitting on 4 runs off 2 deliveries. He'll be relatively aggressive, I would think. Oh, well bowled by Rabada. That's going to be the end of the over. And it is 472 for 4. The thing that Khawaja has brought into the equation by taking a little bit longer to get to his double century is Australia had Travis Head get 70 runs off only about 55 balls. They're just showing the Matty Renshaw dressing room. Playing patience by himself. A nice medical bed that he was on. Like I said for Renshaw, it's probably a test match that he'll want to soon forget. But who knows? Maybe we'll go all right for him in the end. I think I smell a barbecue. I thought the food was starting up later on. Nicely played again. $129.1 overs. 472 on the board. Khawaja once again whips it to the leg side. They'll take one. Does Verena, his keeper, take a step back here from Renshaw just to make sure he's all right? Or is his temp ball boy? Says John Mills. I'm sure he's feeling pretty toasty at the moment. But it's hard to tell. It affects people in different ways. We haven't really had too much of an update on how he's feeling. He took some medication earlier, and it did make him feel slightly better than he was. Yeah, Matty Renshaw, he had to sit out there while it was raining, while it was windy, away from his teammates. Well played, no run called. Six away, Khawaja. It's taken a fair amount of time. I'm worried that that's going to be too much time taken because Renshaw doesn't look like he's in a huge hurry. Yes, he got the 4 off the first ball, but it was down the leg side and hittable. Just got to wait to see. But Khawaja, he looks like he's happy enough just working around singles. So maybe that's his way of saying to Pat Cummins, I don't want us to bowl tonight. Of course, want to keep that ball nice and dry. South Africa bowling with a currently relatively old ball. About 59 overs in, or 49 overs in, sorry. His first class career, Matty Renshaw, almost 6,000 runs. Dragged down a little bit, no run taken into the over. Nice one from Harmer, just a single taken. That will now be 4 for 473. I just heard one of the South Africans say, you're standing too close to him. Well, South Africa, the last thing they want to take back from their Australian trip is a positive test. Oh, little bit of a conversation between Rabada, Elgar, and the umpire here. All rifle. Maybe talking about, yeah, you can see the rain starting to fall a bit heavier now. Pat Cummins just looking at his calendar for 2023. Working out what he's going to be doing. So he's not in any hurry to declare here. Alex Carey will be the next batsman to the crease if they need him. Looks like he's padded up, but no worries in the world for him. Currently 14.5 overs remain in the day. So I mentioned that for me, Pat Cummins, if I was captain, I would declare with 12 overs remaining in the day. 2 overs of changeover. And then alongside that, then you've got 10 overs with your quicks, maybe a bowler Nathan Lyon over right at the end. Then also with the amount of rain that's falling now, that changes your mind a little bit and you might go, we'll just bat out the day. But if your ball's going to get wet, are you better off getting it wet now rather than later when you're in that start-stop mindset? Tricky one. Khawaja once again, though, racing one, sitting on 195, taking his sweet time. Get to the double century at the moment. Okay, the light reader, they've said it's gone from 6 to 9 all of a sudden. So I think Khawaja's just wondering about whether or not bad light will stop play for the day, which he obviously wouldn't mind too much. But once again, relatively short. That one didn't have a lot of carry on it for 128 Ks. 14.3 overs remaining in the day. They should be able to get through that. They've got 35 minutes of regular time, and then they've got the extra 30 minutes that they can use to try and make up time that they have missed out. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've been going for almost 7 hours on this live stream. We have got tomorrow just around the corner. We will be covering day 3 on the channel. They're yet to confirm. I don't think they have yet whether or not they're starting at 12 tomorrow or they will be starting at the regular 12:30. But the rain's looking pretty rough at the moment. For tomorrow's forecast, that is. I'll just have another quick look at the rain radar now. See if anything has improved. I don't think it has much, though. Nicely played again by Renshaw. Really in test match mode. He hit the boundary off the first ball. Next 9 balls, all dots on Matt Renshaw. So, 11 a.m. or in fact, 10 a.m. will go from. It's going to be a 70% chance of rain tomorrow. 11 a.m. supposed to be 80%. 80% at 12, 70% at 1, 60 at 2, 70 at 3, and then evening rain looks like it's pretty much a guarantee with 90% chance. I see worked away by Renshaw. That'll be 1. He's actually been booed there by the crowd for him retaining the strike. It's going to be 4 for 475. I think Australia looking to bat only once for around 600 and bat South Africa out of this match. No disrespect, no rude or disrespect Pat's wife, Pat. Are you Cummins? Dry, eh? Says Nazzy Williams. Head losing his wicket. Rassie van der Tussen did take the catch there nicely. 70 off 59 for Head. Renshaw sitting on 5 off 11. And he's now got the strike back again. The rain is still falling. To be honest, with the rain falling, I think Australia are going to bat out the day. The umpires are having a bit of a conversation here. Crowd won't be liking this too much at all. A little bit of the booing. Okay, they're just checking the ball. What does that mean? They're having a drink? Okay, it's drinks break. They've had enough time. And Renshaw making debut, new player. No, he's had about 12 test matches in the past. Has an average of about 34 for the Australians. And what's the plans for this weekend, boss, says Nate. So I believe we're going to have some test match cricket. Friday's day 3, Saturday's day 4, Sunday's day 5. But we're also going to be doing a bit of the URC, hopefully, as well. And then maybe some South African T20 league. Maybe something else in there as well. I actually haven't done the schedule yet. That's my plan for tonight. I am actually going to be setting it all out, working out what's coming up and what we're going to be covering. I'd like to do some of Pakistan versus New Zealand tomorrow as well, at day 5, if there's a chance of a result. If there's no chance of a result, we probably just sit in the corner and cry for the evening. That's not going to happen. Don't panic. Hard to get into the corner of this lounge. One of the corners I got my gaming set up. The other's got a door. Nowhere really to hide. That was a nice, says Nate. There's well. But yeah, we will still have plenty coming up. My voice will probably disappear. Happy New Year, Hamish, says Elon. Welcome in, mate. Happy New Year to you too. Hopefully you guys are keeping to your New Year's resolutions. I know that a lot of people end up breaking them within the first week. But yeah, do let me know. Are you guys still doing your New Year's resolutions, or have you decided to throw them out? And saw Jake White making all those excuses for those balls getting wasted by the Sharks, says Nazzy Williams. Yeah, he's a man with great excuses. Or at least one of his excuses are normally good. It's just the fact that he gives 10 at once that makes it less credible, I guess you could say. Australian Open, or the ASB Classic, sorry, I should say. Just around the corner. But the drinks break taking place. Currently raining. They're going to have a bit of an interview with Usman Khawaja here. And also 1 month away till the Six Nations kicks off. That is true. Super Rugby just a little bit after that as well. Okay. So the ball, if it gets soggy, they're allowed to switch it. Usman Khawaja just saying that he's keeping his distance from Matty Renshaw. And he's hoping that Matthew Renshaw can get some runs, which makes me think that Paddy Cummins is not going to be. I don't think they're going to be declaring tonight. And balls play like cows lately, says Quinton. The rain is still falling. 25 more runs for Australia would be pretty handy, though. Get them towards that 300 mark. Looks like Algar once again has got a new ball, or a different ball, at least I should say, that is due to the wetness. Kind of testing the ball out in his fingers. He might roll over the arm here soon, Dean Algar. Can't get it done right. Do it yourself. They've currently got the drinks meter on. Oh, sorry, not the drinks meter, the light meter. Just checking it. Algar saying, check it down by the stumps, bud. We want to go home. 5 runs away for Usman Khawaja. 5 runs off 11 for Matty Renshaw. Tested positive a couple of days ago, but was still named in the initial side, and they decided to stick with him. We've had the drinks break, and now the two sides are going to be making their way off the field. Stranded on 195 here for Usman Khawaja. The covers will be coming on a little bit too heavy. I think 500 running for Australia, Hamish says good. Yeah, I think 500 is what they'll be aiming for. They've said again, a little bit of a halt in proceedings. Khawaja's got the bat inside of his vest, and the same can be said about Renshaw, just trying to keep it fresh and not allow it to get too wet. They had a drinks break at a random time. They then used up maybe a couple extra overs that they could have been batting for. And maybe Khawaja could have got himself that 200 in that kind of time. But Khawaja now making his way off the field. And that's going to be the rain delay, ladies and gentlemen. We do enjoy a good rain delay. Unfortunately, it's going to be more of a common thing tomorrow. So anyone who is scared of water, I would recommend not watching tomorrow, because we're going to see a lot of it throughout day 3. That's going to be the big covers going on too. So this might be relatively close to the end of the day. We might still have a little bit of a chance of a bit more cricket, but the light is the thing that's concerning me, because last night when it was dark, they weren't able to continue. I think that this one's possibly going to be relatively similar, how the lighting's just too bad to be able to keep going. Looking at the weather forecast, it's got wind. So I'm hoping that wind can blow away a bit of the breeze, blow away a bit of the rain. But it's not looking good for today's cricket, ladies and gentlemen. We might be close to the end of the day. Looking through at what New Zealand are doing up against Pakistan currently. They did lose the early wicket of Devon Conway. Now New Zealand find themselves sitting on 33 for 1. Currently at the crease, it is Latham and Williamson. Latham sitting on 16 off 24 deliveries. Williamson sitting on 7 off 30. Still scoring too slow for Pakistan conditions for my liking there, Kane Williamson. New South Wales is a very strange state. There's Nate there as well. But yeah, the rain delay, we'll give it about 5 to 10 minutes, see whether or not it's looking like they're going back out. But if they aren't, I think the next time you guys will be seeing me will be tomorrow for the start of the next day. And the fact they managed to get as much as they did today, all things considered, is impressive. Yeah, they managed to squeeze, how many have we had? They're on about 135 overs, so they probably got 80 overs in today, somewhere around there, which you'd have to say is pretty handy. Somewhere around there anyway. Yeah, about the 80 overs. They were trying to squeeze in a few extras, but the big covers are on at the moment. The rain is still falling. I believe they only have about another maybe 15 to 25 minutes before they have to try and pretty much call the day the way that it is. And Aussies are ruthless. Head and Khawaja too. two-man demolition team taking these South African bowlers apart. Ouch, says Ruth. Yeah, it's been tough for the South African bowling attack. No one really getting those breakthrough wickets. Nokia hasn't bowled a huge amount today, but he was able to get the 2 wickets yesterday with Labuschagne and also David Warner. We've seen just the 1 wicket today, and that was Maharaj. The 1 wicket on the session, and that last wicket was Travis Head. Steve Smith now overtaken Don Bradman for the amount of centuries he's been able to get. He's also ahead of Matthew Hayden, 30 hundreds. And they started with 46 overs already completed from yesterday, 85 overs completed today. So, yeah, they've been able to get quite a few in for the day. They were hoping to squeeze in another about 10 to 15. Doesn't look that likely now, sadly. And also Steve Smith, says Shannon there. They are just showing the slow motions of Steve Smith. I want to see the ground, though. I want to see what it's looking like at the SCG. That looks like even bigger covers are coming out. Or in fact, the running covers are now going up there as well. So those are the ones that where pretty much the bowler is steaming in from. It's concerning because that's a lot of covers to have. And to take all of those away is probably going to take 5 to 10 minutes in its own right. Then you've got to try and dry out the outfield. If they get any more cricket today, it's going to be a very small amount, I would say. I'll have a quick look at the odds. The draw's starting to stack up a little bit higher. Even though Australia are having a very good batting innings here, it still seems to be that the draw is almost the preferred option in some regards. But they should be able to play right through to 9 p.m. tonight. But I don't see that happening, mainly because it's quite dark and they don't want to end up in that scenario of trying to play in pitch black. Well, it won't be pitch black, but it will be quite close to it. So Steve Smith, if he can manage to get an extra 2,000 runs, he still won't be where Steve Waugh is. He's got the best average out of any man on the top runs for Australian test matches. From Taylor upwards, he's got a better average by almost a full 9 ahead of anyone else, including Ricky Ponting, including Alan Border, Steve Waugh. Very handy. Is Steve Smith. And hey, here's a question, Hamish. How come George can swear and we can't play him, bro? Says Nazi Williams. I think the easiest way of describing it is George is unpredictable. So, like, I sometimes read out the swear words you guys say, but I can see them coming because I've read them. Whereas George, I can't predict that man's brain. So he'll be randomly sitting talking about one of the nicest topics. You know, he'll be like, isn't this like, we'll go for an instance, chocolate milk. He'll be like, chocolate milk, it's a great thing to have. But those mother F, and then just straight away breaks into a swear word. And it's like, where'd that come from, George? Like where was that? You were talking about chocolate milk. And now you're talking about like paid services of people and whatnot. You know, his brain goes going off in a different tangent. It's still wet at the ground. I don't think we're getting any more play tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If we do, it will only be a very small amount. They are now pegging down the covers, and it is still raining. So it's not looking great. What if Rahul brought another day for day 2 and he gets this? Says nothing. I guess at least he would have got the 85 overs to be able to watch. But yeah, he certainly would have wanted a few more than he got on day 1. Yeah, it's not looking great for the end of the day, to be honest. So what we might do, it might be a little bit early, but I think we're going to be calling it here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't believe they'll get any more cricket in it. If they do, it won't be a huge amount. It would be a shame to miss the double 100 of Usman Khawaja on stream, but I will be watching it on my TV off the stream just to check in, see if he does manage to get all the way to that double century. And who knows, maybe we even see South Africa bat a little bit later on tonight for a very short amount of time. More vlogs are on you and George, man. We tried to film a little bit while we were in Wanaka. It was tricky because, like, Wanaka-wise, there's a lot of beaches. So we went to the beach, we went to the lakefront, but you don't want to be that random guy who's like filming people while you're at the beach because it just seems a bit weird, doesn't it? And I was like, it gets worse every time I look, says Gareth. And I was like, cheers, bro. Says Nazi Williams as well. And brother, why Australia never win from India? World best India. Well, let's find out because I think they're going to be playing each other in the World Test Championship, the final. So that will be an interesting one. See how it does end up going. And ask George to 1v1 me and eating KFC nuggets. That would be a fun one. And brother, why Australia? I feel like maybe they'll win just to annoy you since you seem like you're annoying for putting 15 messages in a row. Big partnerships here for the Australians. The double 100 partnership between Smith and Usman Khawaja, then the 100-run partnership between Head and Usman Khawaja. Australian top order is certainly something else and always do look to continue improving as well. But thank you all very much for tuning into this live stream. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. If there's any more cricket being played, we'll keep you guys updated. Probably on Discord. We'll just let you guys know what it sits at the end of the day if the rain does end up going away. But it's still looking pretty wet out there. And George Payne, though, that would be strategic. Very strategic. I mean, as soon as you put the idea of chicken in his head, he's good to go. He'll be like, yep, done. Go get some chicken. In fact, if I messaged him right now and said, you want to go get chicken, he would probably say, yeah, all right. And I would be in Timaru in 30 minutes with some KFC and ham, but won't do that. Don't want to tease him. We've got a barbecue. But yeah, nonetheless, we thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Still very wet, still rain delayed. I don't think they're going to be getting too many more overs in by the end of today. But nonetheless, we'll see you all tomorrow. We've got a big day of test match cricket. Even if there's rain delays, we'll still be on the live stream doing some sort of thing, whether that is playing cricket 22, whether that is going to be doing quizzes. We'll have something to fill in the time. Hey, it's my hand. Hello. Nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the next one.